right, it's 12 o'clock. So as people join the room, we are going to get started. Just want to welcome everyone.
Y'all get a good reaction?
I'm sorry?
Get a good reaction, registration reaction overall?
Yep, we're seeing people join in, seeing them come in. Hey, Jake, Catherine's in the room. See Dana Saywitz joined us. Jason Harris, Jason Dixon, Olivia McCormick. Yeah, lots of people are starting to stream in. We also have our panelists on. I see them coming in as well. So thank you so much for coming to the first Reopening Philly Leadership Summit, virtual summit, which is an idea that's the brainchild of David Brown. He will be on after Rushion, after Rushion's panel, Money-Making Conversations with Rushion McDonald, which is starting in just a few minutes. But first and foremost, I want to welcome you to the room. This is the very first Juneteenth celebration that is now being nationally, in many cases, is it nationally recognized? I know in Philadelphia it's recognized as an official holiday. So I know that some of our friends at the Brownstein Group are joyfully celebrating with a day off. Hey, Melinda. It's quite a victory, right? It's quite a thing to celebrate. So this is a demonstration of progress, and that's exactly why we are here today. We are here for the Reopening Philly Leadership Summit to discuss strategies, best practices, and even some of the challenges that we face as we reopen Philadelphia and other markets. Each market is unique. But of course, this conversation sprouted from some of the challenges, a lot of the challenges that we're facing as a result of COVID-19. And the event, just so as David and Melinda and Princess and Sueli and myself were planning for this event with Radio 1, just so happened that we chose and settled on Juneteenth as our date. And with everything that has transpired since the murder of George Floyd, with Rashard Brooks and the many others whose lives have been lost to racism, Breonna Taylor, we have decided that it's only appropriate as a Black owned and operated media company, Radio 1 being our media partner, as well as We the People Stage, to acknowledge that this is happening, right? And so to fold that into the topics of what we're going to be discussing today. So shortly, I'll be introducing a man who needs no introduction, Rushion McDonald, for his panel that starts in a few minutes. But first, I would like to thank our sponsors and go over just some of the rules of engagement today. Brownstein Group is one of our major partners and has really supported us from the very beginning in a major way. So I would love to say thank you to the Brownstein Group, to Melinda Ramos, to all of the hard work that has been put in by many of the volunteers from the Brownstein Group, including Juan Pinto and Olivia McCormick, amazing individuals, very talented, and they've put in countless hours in support of this mission. Brownstein Group is Philadelphia's longest running communications agency and has been committed to bold, brave, and brilliant ideas since day one. This includes a commitment to diversity as highlighted by multiple programs, including BG20 by 2020, a pledge to have 20% of the staff comprised of talent from underrepresented backgrounds by the end of 2020. Today, Brownstein Group is a proud sponsor of the Reopening Philly Leadership Summit. Following the example of the city of Philadelphia, which has officially recognized Juneteenth as an agency holiday and as a day to honor our Black friends, colleagues, and affiliates. So thank you so much to the Brownstein Group. We also have some other wonderful panelists, wonderful sponsors, which have supported us also through their energy, their work, as well as financially. And that includes Tyranny. Thank you, Princess and the Tyranny Group, for hopping up in, and Madeline for doing a lot of our graphics that you see here today. HealthCast, Juno, and Eatable Delights. Eatable Delights Catering is actually a sponsor of many of Radio One's events and enterprises, and endorses some of our personalities. And then Temple University. David, thank you for this idea, and I'm so glad to see it brought to life. So as a rule of conduct going forward, this, as you can see, is a webinar. So I'm going to ask and trust all of you, if you're not on as a panelist in this particular panel, to please turn off your video so that our panelists who are on for this panel can just have the stage. All right? Sound good? Jimmy? Thank you, Jimmy. All right, so without further ado, Mr. Rushion McDonald, I am so grateful for your support of this event, for your participation, your energy, your vision, and all that you have done for the Black community, and continue to do. I'd like to welcome you to the reopening Philly Leadership Summit. Rushion McDonald, of course, is a 2-time Emmy Award-winning and 3-time NAACP Image Award-winning executive TV producer, and the host of Money Making Conversations with Rushion McDonald. He has brought a powerhouse panel of people to the table. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you, sir.
Well, has Nehemiah joined us, and has David joined us? David Sims?
Let's see. I am not seeing Nehemiah.
Because I can start with my friends here. There are a couple of good talkers here. One thing I know about Prince and Dana, they can talk. I love this couple right here. That's why I had to come back to Philly and talk to them first. Now, if I'm gonna come back and reopen Philly, I gotta reopen with my millennial geniuses right there. So if you're ready, I'm ready. They can pop on in, we can start. But I just want to thank everybody. Happy Juneteenth to everybody, first of all. I want everybody to kick that off right, because I'm from Texas, Houston, Texas, and we've been celebrating Juneteenth in Texas since I was born. So it's been a celebration that I'm happy to see a lot of major corporations are now honoring, and just not noticed that today in Philadelphia is taking that on as a public notification. So happy Juneteenth to everybody. As people have been celebrating 4th of July, a happy day. We were not free during the 4th of July celebration. We were still enslaved. We were not free until 1865. And so that needs to be noted. So now that if you can celebrate that opportunity, you should show respect and celebrate this opportunity as well. My name is Rushion McDonald. As he said earlier, I am the host of Money Making Conversations. The Reopening Philly Leadership Summit presents an opportunity for us to come together and talk as an African-American community, share personal experiences throughout this pandemic recovery process, and discuss how we are all adapting to COVID-19. I've been doing interviews all over this country, locally, radio, TV. So I know we all now need positive, strong African-American leaders in Philadelphia, in this community, and national as well. But we're talking about Philadelphia today. We reopened in Philadelphia. It's a leadership summit. I want to introduce 2 of my favorite people. I like to say, they're serial entrepreneurs, both of them. The first, I want to introduce Prince Darnell. He's the co-founder of Jumping Jack Tax. I've had him on my show as a guest, as well as Dana Chanel. She is a serial entrepreneur. She's been on my Money Making Conversation platform twice. She's a social media influencer, co-founder of Jumping Jack Tax as well. Please welcome to the show. How both of you guys doing?
Feeling amazing. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, you're entrepreneurs. Give everybody a little bit of background about what you guys do and why I'm so excited to bring you on the show. Before I start breaking it down, because you're a national platform, but you're based in Philadelphia. You're both, I believe, still under the age of 25 or 25 or under?
26 now.
Oh my goodness. You're old. So, the company you started, Jumping Jack Tax, it's a franchise firm that allows people to get into the tax business. But the thing that I've always talked about, and I've always came on my show talking about, is about generational wealth. Dana, if you can expound on that a little bit, and also talk about the other business, the other app that you guys have that's very popular as well in the entrepreneurial relationship.
Yeah, well, just to introduce us, or what we do is our father, he was an entrepreneur. And that was something that when we finally reconnected, our parents didn't have the best relationship. So when we finally got back together and started building as a family, he taught us everything he knew about entrepreneurship. A lot of people look at us and like, oh my gosh, the kids are freaking geniuses. I mean, we're not geniuses. We just had great leadership telling us what to do, how to do it. And essentially the mistakes were already made for us. So we picked up where he left off. And so we are a family who, like you said, we're not just focused on building generational wealth, but we've looked at different industries that our people are not spearheading, that we're not the forefront of, that we are honestly may not even have a foot in the game to begin with. And so what we decided early on in the family was to continue to open up businesses in multiple different industries across the finance industry, the beauty industry, the tech industry. And we asked ourselves, is this distributable? Is this reteachable? Can we give our people blueprints in order to continue to reduplicate this process? So we're not just building businesses, we're essentially building blueprints for our, for our people. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Not rocket science. We're talented, we're blessed, we are gifted beyond belief. It's just sometimes we need someone to say, here's directions, go do it, run with it, and your family can take it from there. And so just a little background on who we are and what we do. We own Jumping Jack Tax, Curl Bible, Sprinkle of Jesus, Alakazam apps, and
Are you running out of fingers? Think for
a second, my bad. The Earn Company, and we try every year and a half, we open a new business with a new family member who we believe is qualified and ready for leadership at the point in time. And then they go ahead, build out that blueprint, and we essentially give that to other families to reduplicate. Our most recent ones are Curl Bible and Jumping Jack Tax at the very moment.
Really amazing. I would turn this question over to you, Prince, because it seems like African-American men are under attack, especially, I'm older than you, and I've always had a general line of uncomfort when the police pulled me over. Even if I felt I was in the right, I felt uncomfortable. Being a millennial, being a younger person, seeing what's going on out in the streets, because what's going on in the streets is sometimes a bigger issue than the COVID-19, because you can find a vaccine for COVID-19 and we will move on. But if we don't fix this problem that we're dealing with racial unrest, not feeling that we are equally given an opportunity to win economically, socially, at the polls. Talk about your feelings right now, because I really want to let people understand this is an open forum, but we're not going to be shy about what's bothering us as African Americans. COVID-19, we are dying at a higher rate. That's sad. But we also are dying, 1 out of 1,000 Black men are dying at the hands of police officers. 2.5 times higher than white men or white boys. That's an incredible number. That study came out in the LA Times in August of 2019. So this is not old, this is not new information. This information has been out there for a while. So your comments, Prince.
Absolutely. So what's interesting is, and I hear this from a lot of other prominent Black influencers all over social media as of right now that I follow, older gentlemen that are, very educated on Black history. Many of them study Black nationalism, study the works of Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and one of the common themes that I'm getting and I'm feeling from a solution standpoint is the only way we can truly prevent the police from gunning down and literally causing harm to Black men, women, children is we as Black people have to be backed by a nation. At the current moment, we are not collectively backed by a nation. When you think about this for a second, why is it that you don't see an Asian gunned down on the street? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because they're backed by a nation. The United States has trade. They have trade relationships with these different countries that causes these things not to happen. As Black people, we don't. And one of the common themes is that we as a people, Black people in general, and this is one of the things that I'm preaching on a daily basis, is we got to begin to build our own table. We have to build our own power structure. We have to police ourselves, and we have to mobilize. We have to come together and provide solutions. It's no way possible for us to earn the respect of there's no way possible for us to earn the respect from white folk, from police officers, when we're still begging to work at their jobs, when we're still begging to operate within their system, when we're still begging for a handout from them and not actually building our own table. The respect starts with us. And I'm at a place right now in my life where I'm not begging for respect from any corporation, from any system that was not built for us from the beginning. And it's the reason why, as of right now, one of my solutions is every single one of us as Black men, we got to learn trades. I remember seeing my dad's dad, my grandfather, my uncle, and I remember seeing a few of them around that time. They had trades. Right. They were plumbers. They were electricians. They made money with their hands. Right. No college necessary. Of course, they had to get the proper training and everything, but they could operate on their own, feed their families. Right. And now when you look at it today in 2020, and I was talking to my mother and my grandmother about this, is that there were trade schools around that time. And now, as you see, they've disappeared. Right. Now the route is go to college, $100,000 loan, and now I got to get out of school and try to find a job. And I'm fighting against the same exact, my white counterparts to be able to get that same exact job that I know I'm probably not going to get because they're going to choose the white person over the Black person every day of the week. So we got to get back to our grassroots. We have to police ourselves. We have to learn our own trades. We have to have ownership of our land and our properties. And this is going to take time to do, but it starts with the basics. It starts with the foundations. And I think that's what Jumping Jack Tax, even by itself, is about. That's just one of the areas of how we're trying to provide trades. And there are many others that are out here online that you can learn as of right now that are going to allow you to do that.
Before people start raising their hand talking about, hey, I'm an entrepreneur, we've had Black people are out there. Not all Black people are going to college. A lot of Black people have established businesses, a lot of successful small business, small restaurants, beauty and barbershop, nail shops, auto repair, a lot of great business. And then the pandemic hit. And it basically wiped out not only white business, but more importantly, Black businesses, especially affected the beauty and barber salons, who do social distancing and facial masks. Nobody had in their budget facial masks. Nobody had in their budget rubber gloves. Nobody had their budget, hand sanitizers. Small restaurants, if you're a small restaurant or you have a roadside inn, you may not have been prepared to do, the Uber service or these services, curbside services. So you were damaged by that. So I want to make sure that people know that we understand that we're not condemning anybody who are doing business the way they're doing business, but Philadelphia is reopening, and this is just the start of a series. This is not just a one-off, Dana and Prince. We want to do this on a regular basis, because what's going to happen is we're going to have this great conversation today, about 40 minutes, and guess what? We may not have all the answers. We may not even give anybody any direction on this particular panel that we're doing today, but we got to start somewhere. And when you have programs like the payroll protection program that really didn't benefit the Black community, when you have stimulus checks going to accounts, going to tax people, filers, and things like that, and they're not getting the checks. And then you have the economic impact program or payment card, which is not affected by people in the Philadelphia area and a lot of people around the country, unless your taxes were filed through Austin, Texas, or Andover, Massachusetts. It's really ridiculous. I have to use the word ridiculous, how the White House and local government has paralyzed this country, affected the Black community, and as we reopen, there's no plan. And I'd like a personal comment from Dana, from Prince, either one of you guys, on that in particular, because of the fact when I see people out there, I wear a facial mask. I have no problem wearing a facial mask. I know 118,000 people have died from COVID-19. So I'm really struggling when I go out in the streets and I see people walking by me with no facial mask on. Do you not read the paper? Or do you have a vaccine you're not telling me about? Please let me know. So what are your comments, Dana?
Well, you said a lot. So
I'm mad. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm mad. I am mad.
No, and I understand, and it's okay to be mad. I think all of us with this whole COVID thing, and then it financially impacting us, all of us are kind of frustrated.
Right.
I just encourage with this frustration, we have to put process and procedure in place.
Yes.
And so for me, at the end of the day, like you said, I feel like sometimes as entrepreneurs, we're asked, okay, well, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I mean, technically, if you're already affected negatively by COVID-19 with in entrepreneurship, it's already too late. Do you know what I mean? And one of the famous sayings that we use in our household is, you have to board up the house before the storm, not in the midst of the storm, you know? And that's one of the things that our dad taught us very, very early. It's like, okay, you have to prepare for the worst. And sometimes even going into entrepreneurship, we get super excited as African Americans, as people of color, saying, yo, I'm so freaking proud. Like, we did this, like we opened a business, you know what I mean? But I just think it's important for us to constantly be looking at our competition, looking at how other people are innovating their business, and say, hold the heck up. Okay, if you failed, it's okay. Just say you failed. Just say you messed up during COVID-19, that you had nothing prepared, you had nothing ready. That is okay. But from this point on, now what do we do? And a lot of the time people get stuck on the, oh my gosh, this is so horrible, this is so bad, and don't figure out a solution. And so for me, I think when I look at everybody, because like you just said, Rushion, you said there were a lot of brick and mortars affected. But when you look at the e-commerce community, oh my gosh, I've never done better in my life. I almost had a point in time, like when Don and I were doing interviews during COVID-19, I think we even did an interview for Forbes. We almost felt guilty because I guess they wanted this conversation of like we're doing horrible right now, of a struggle. And I'm like, dude, we're doing better than we've ever done. Like we've quadrupled sales in COVID-19 outside of regular sales because of the business model. And one of the things that we knew from the beginning is, once again, watch this, watch out. I'm going to look at what I'm looking at, and then I'm going to apply it, right? So I have this brick and mortar, have a regular tax business, right? And then all of a sudden I see online, hold on, you can order food on an app. Wait, hold on. I just got a flat tire and called Geico, and guess what they told me? They told me to hang up with them, and they won't even take my inquiry on the phone, that I actually have to download a mobile application and put in my inquiry, and a car will come out to me. Hold on, wait 1 second. I can actually call a random taxi, which I was terrified of getting in a car with a stranger, because of a mobile application, cleared up my anxiety. Okay, wait 1 second. There's something about this mobile app industry that allows me to communicate, to sell, and to continue to be in my customer's pocket no matter what's going on in the world. And so the second that we saw that, we said, hold the heck up. How can we integrate mobile applications and digitally innovate our businesses for the worst? I literally can tell you, Rushion, and maybe it's like a dad thing, or maybe it's like an old people thing. We like to joke on our dad all the time, but I'm like, Dad, you're always freaking thinking of the worst. Like, oh my gosh, like, Dad, you're so annoying. Like, why are you always preparing for the apocalypse? Because the apocalypse usually happens when you least expect it. Who would have thought that from January to freaking, when did we leave? I think we left the office in March. We closed our office in March. All the way till June 19th, we're just opening our office next week, then no one would be stuck in their homes. So immediately when we saw that effect, we immediately got everybody this thing called Zoom. We started having meetings. We immediately started sending out push notifications to our customers. Social media was 100% flooded with posts about COVID, about protests and riots. A lot of entrepreneurs were being drowned out about their actual products and services that they could sell to maintain their head above water to provide for their families. And so immediately we used our mobile application where we had, you know, our hundreds of thousands, our 10 million people on the Sprinkler GS app to continue that conversation. And we never took a dip. And so I just encourage, a lot of the time, I feel like people are looking for the right now answer.
I am, but that's tomorrow's order.
You guys got to put your stuff on mute. And I think what happens is like,
David was just talking away.
Okay, and I think what happens is there's not always a solution for right now. You truly have to dissect what's going on in the world and then just apply it. And I bet you 100% brick and mortars will never let this happen again, ever, by the technology that's afforded. And that's why, you know, we're just constantly just trying to, like you said, there's no right or wrong answer, only the answer produces a result. And so we're just telling you our result. And if you need help, you need assistance, we're able to do that. But being ahead of technology and having mobile applications attached to our business was by far the savior of our companies in the midst of a pandemic.
So basically being tech friendly was a key to it. I know, perfect example, Zoom was my friend for my staff. We shut down in March. We immediately started doing 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. meetings with my staff and maintaining phone communication. But I could do that with my type of business. You know, restaurants couldn't exactly do that. I was just making note, barber and beauty salon and nail salon, they couldn't exactly do that. The community. We have a couple of more of our panelists have joined us. Nehemiah, how you doing, my friend? Former Neighborhood Awards winner back in the day. Welcome. And David Sims. And I want to spend to David.
How you
Sims.
doing? Thank you.
He's in the catering business. And so I really want to talk about how it affected you, the COVID-19. How did you pivot to make an adjustment when you realized this was not going to be overnight, when you realized you had customers out there worrying about eating your food or eating, not taking anything into their house because they was fear it might be contaminated. How did you make the adjustment, David Sim? And welcome to the panel of Reopening Leadership.
So thank you for having me, and good afternoon to all the panelists. Great words of encouragement from everybody so far. So for me, I had to flip a light switch real quick. The weekend of March 17th, I had a 50th birthday party, a 60th birthday party, and 2 other events. And then another 18 events that led up to the first weekend in April. And what I decided was, oh my God, things is closing. And as the cancellation started getting more and more, I was like, you know what? My people, my employees, they really need to work because quite honestly, most employees live paycheck to paycheck. Mm-hmm. So me being what I look at as the leader, and also by being a leader, not wanting to be who Donald Trump is, which is not a leader, I said, let me take the initiative. So I took everything from those 2 parties that we had that weekend, and I created a menu for that Tuesday for us to jump out the gate. So we literally went
jump
from
out the cake, something else.
Right. We went from being a caterer to a restaurant overnight. Now, Absolutely. As a caterer and a restaurant, we've all sold dinners before. It's not my forte. It's not what I want to be doing, but it's what I had to do. So with that being said, I created a menu based around what I already had in-house, and then I started buying more product. One of the things that I did that was very different than everyone else. First of all, let me also say, I looked at my competition. So I looked at what the Bynum Brothers was doing. I looked at what Victoria's Kitchen was doing. And I looked at everybody else that was doing mobile. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do different. So I'm proud to say that today that you can get your order delivered to you if you live in Middletown, Delaware, if you live in Delran, New Jersey, if you live in Morristown, New Jersey, if you live in Newtown, if you live in Washington Crossing, if you live in Yardley and New Hope. If you're willing to pay the delivery fee, which starts off at $5 and goes up to $50, my trucks and my staff will move.
Let me ask you this. Great. Thank you, David, for that motivating statement. But you know that African Americans were overtly affected by the pandemic. You know, when it was released by the CDC in Atlanta, 80% of the COVID cases were African Americans. In Louisiana, 7 out of 10. That number was disproportionate throughout this whole entire country, as well as in Philadelphia. How were you? I'm gonna just assume that your employees were African Americans. How did you deal with that, and how did you deal with gaining constant confidence in your customers, feeling that you were delivering product? Because you're African Americans, and it tends to be a negative slate on African American brands that we're not delivering the same quality that a white business will deliver. How were you able to recover that and still gain momentum during the pandemic?
So, first of all, I instantly went to the mask and the gloves for the delivery drivers. We didn't, being very honest, we didn't adapt to that right away in-house. But when one of my customers came in and told me that they came in contact with somebody that had COVID, then we all embraced the mask and we all embraced the gloves. But I need to also say, you are 100% right about this, the thought processes us as African Americans, because one lady came in and she didn't see somebody with a glove and she with a mask, and she asked, "Is that the person making the food?" And although my very trusted assistant spun it and said, "Well, he just came out the bathroom," she didn't want to buy the food. Mm-hmm. That's her right, and that's okay. But what I do, I'm a stone cold New York, born in Harlem hustler. So you can't tell me no too many times. You can tell me no 10 times. In my mind, in the 11th time, you're going to tell me yes. So I just kept at it. We created an email marketing campaign through MailChimp. We did flyers in the neighborhood. I took some of my, and I'm going to keep it 100, right? Because that's what it's about. I took some of my PPP money and I bought an advertisement spot on Radio 1.
Black man who got PPP. Come on now.
I got PPP.
Black man got PPP.
So with all that being said, I needed to do what I needed to do to sustain my business. And sometimes we got to think outside the box.
Absolutely.
And to add to what Dana's saying about us getting our businesses together, and not to take away from anything with what you were saying, but quite honestly, I need to say that we as Black businesses, we need to get our paperwork and stuff in order, because that's part of the reason that these businesses didn't get the PPP or the EIDL loan, because their paperwork ain't in order. You cannot run and hide from the government and expect that when the government has something to give out, that you're gonna get it. And I'm telling you, from somebody that didn't file taxes for years, I finally got it together. I purchased my own property, but guess what? And I wanna say what Dana says, that's what we need to do to get to the next level as part of it. We gotta get our businesses legal, we gotta be legitimized, and we gotta stop running and hiding, because in all reality, in the hindsight, it's easier than we think. I have a friend right now that she went last year, she went to Paris, and she went to 4 dinner en blancs, right? And I hope she's not listening, but if she is, okay. She went to 4 dinner en blancs, but she didn't file an agreement with the city. So when the city started giving out that grant money, she couldn't get none of it.
Wow. And so basically, that's a great conversation, because you piggybacking on what Dana said, technology, you talk about emails, talking about mailing lists. Now, I hope what happens out of this pandemic, that a lot of things that we're doing to survive through it, we should continue with it after the pandemic. And also, I'm just let you guys know, until we have a vaccine, we will live in the pandemic. And to our understanding, that's not going to happen until 2021. I want to bring on board our last panelist, Nehemiah. He's an award-winning author, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. Nehemiah, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you joining the panel. Anytime. Give us your thoughts on what's going on with the COVID-19 and the Philadelphia community from your perspective.
Yeah, so what's going on, I feel like, again, it's very sad what's happening regarding COVID-19 and the pandemic. And I felt as though, like, I don't think you could have really prepared for this. I know our businesses, in terms of being event spaces, it was nothing that we really could have did having physical locations. So I feel as though, you know, a lot of people were kind of caught off guard with it. And if you didn't really have a way to make money online, you were severely hurt. So luckily for us that we still have internet businesses, so we were able to really pivot a lot quicker. But it's just sad what's going on with a lot of businesses. I know a lot, if you're not like a restaurant, certain businesses in the city, a lot of people's businesses were shut down and their income was literally, it disappeared overnight. But the one cool thing that I believe the pandemic did do, it forced people to get online and start learning, like, yo, I got to figure out this making money online thing. Like, this is this what people been talking about all this time? So I feel like, you know, I feel like what the pandemic did, it literally forced us 5 years into the future, because how many grandmoms, granddads, and people who like, I'm not getting no debit card. I'm not doing, like, you couldn't spend cash if you wanted to over the last couple months. So I feel like what it did do was kind of force people to move a lot quicker, and it taught you to really be on your feet. So for me, it just made us just move a little swifter.
Well, you know, it's really interesting. Everybody's talking about technology. Everybody's talking about moving faster. There's 3 things that pop out of this conversation I've heard. Because, you know, when they distributed the stimulus checks, a lot of people had to have bank accounts. And unfortunately, 12% of the African-American community don't have bank accounts. That's amazing to say that publicly. When they wanted to distribute the EIP cards and economic impact payment cards, Black people weren't available to have the right addresses for those, you know. And so when you talk about the PPP, David said it, we didn't have our tax paperwork done, or we filing paperwork for ourselves. We're not using an ADP or a Paychex or a company like that that can automatically give your things. Now, we know that Philadelphia just recently announced today that they're extending the the unemployment series. But we also know that the $600 CARE Act check will end roughly about July 25th. So it goes back to Prince, it goes back to you, Dana. You know, you guys, franchise tax agencies, from a tax world, how have you said your business is exploding? Is it exploding from a franchising basis, or the franchises that you have are just in getting a lot of business?
Well, I'm glad you asked. And like Dana said, it's something that when we were having interviews in the past, I kind of felt bad because I was saying that Jumping Jack Tax, our tax business has done more business between the months of March to June than January through April during tax season.
Right.
It's interesting to say that for a number of reasons. Number one, majority of African Americans, Black people, for many of us, like David said, we are severely behind on our taxes. Right. So when I tell you that majority of our customer base are at least 3 years behind on their taxes, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. Some are 6. I mean, like 6, 10 years, like things I've never seen before in my life.
Right. And by the way, you can go to jail if you don't file your taxes, by the way. You know that.
It's a possibility, definitely a possibility, definitely a possibility. And one of the things that we've done from a tax standpoint, I made it very clear 2 years ago when we started the tax business that we were open every day, that we were never closing. And the reason why is because if you look at companies like H&R Block, Liberty Tax, Jackson Hewitt, all the other tax franchises, majority of them, 99% of them, they do taxes from January through April. They close their doors, and then they don't show back up in the community until late December. And what ends up happening is you'll go to an H&R Block, you'll get your taxes done, and next thing you know, a letter comes in the mail from the IRS, and then you're trying to figure out what to do because you don't know anything about tax law. So you try to call up the H&R Blocks, none of them are answering the phone, and now you're in a jam. Right. And the majority of the traffic was coming over to Jumping Jack Tax because we were the only ones open, and more importantly, if you ask how are we still open? Because although our physical location was shut down because of COVID and because of the mandated order, we originally started Jumping Jack Tax as a virtual tax preparation company. So we already knew ahead of time that, okay, when you look at companies like TurboTax, right? They're very big online. People are now they're doing their taxes themselves. I won't provide my opinion on doing your taxes yourself. Not the platform for that. But we saw that tax got very big. You know, they had millions of customers. So we said to ourselves, how can we still provide an online experience, but still give you the ability to connect with a tax professional from your home and your couch? So we had virtual tax preparation. We built out the system. It's a flawless system of you being able to sit at home, get your taxes done by a tax professional without having to walk inside of a tax office. And from that, and from us coining the term of virtual tax preparation, we were booming throughout this entire season of customers. We literally get 10 plus appointments per day, even throughout this period of time. So on the customer side, right, it's been ridiculous.
You also have to remember the president of the United States of America was on television saying, hey, if you want this stimulus check, you have to have had your 2018 or 2019 taxes done. And if not, you're not getting a stimulus check. So like he said, all these other tax corporations were closed. But yet if you Google virtual tax preparer, hey, how do I get my taxes done? Because I need the stimulus check to put food on the table. We were the only ones showing up. And so our partners, we have, as of right now, over 800 partners across the country, immediately. Oh, honey, I don't know the numbers.
800, 1,000. It's a lot. It's a lot.
No, just know that we made sure we built a business to provide for multiple households. And so on the mobile application, you can actually find a tax preparer near you, and it would be completely done virtually. So, I mean, when we look at the business of tax preparation, we went into an industry that everyone needs, not just a few people want.
Absolutely.
You know, and so
and like Neo said, and I got to give him his props for this, is that it literally pushed us 5 years into the future. I'm gonna tell you something interesting. If we were to look at social media right now, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, every single platform, if you look at them right now, there's not one individual that well, not that I know of, that was giving information on how to get a PPP loan, how to get a stimulus check. When I went online and I provided information to the public right through social media about the stimulus check, it literally went viral overnight, over 500,000 views. And just like that, in a matter of 2 days, I have an appointment list booked up with over 100, 200 clients. So when you look at it, we're missing a huge piece of our business from utilizing digital real estate. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Are you on these platforms? Are you utilizing
YouTube?
them?
Don't forget YouTube.
Information needs to get out there about your business and about what you're offering. And if you're not on social media and on those platforms, you're going to get beat every day of the week. Every day of the week.
We have 10 minutes left in this panel. I want to ask David and Nehemiah 2 additional questions. David, we knew that when the lockdown happened, that the checks that we were normally getting got reduced. You got the $600 check. You may have gotten the stimulus check. You got the unemployment check. If you knew about work sharing, you can get an additional check from the employer if he laid you off or reduced your hours. Did that show? We saw what Dana and Prince talking about, because you had to file to get the PPP. You had to have your taxes done. So it created a rush into their business, which is fantastic. How did the shutdown? We knew you pivoted, but did you do any coupon sales, discounts, buy one, get one free, any extra motivation to get additional sales? What did you do besides great customer service and good food?
Well, first of all, let me just say shout out to Nehemiah, because I've worked at both of your banquet halls in Philadelphia, so I want to start there. I just created buzz by doing 10% off coupons here, and like today is Juneteenth Day, so we have a 20% off coupon. But because all they have to do is come in. We can't do the delivery because our delivery drivers are already very busy. But if you come into our place, you can call in an order, or you can have curbside. You get 20% off just from saying Juneteenth today on any of our menu items. And if your orders go over $50, then after that, we give you a free dessert. So there's 2 incentives. It's a 20% off, and then there's a free dessert. So we do the coupons and things like that. And occasionally I'll run specials and things like that. But I just go hard by the email. I utilize social media. Last week, I did a risque post on Facebook. I said, come and get your food on. Come and get your food on. I didn't say C-O-M-E. I said C-U-M. Well, people blasted me, and some people was like, good marketing. I will think of anything to get the person in to buy it. They was upset because I said the word. And then when I talked about my pasta salad, I say it's very creamy. And then when I talked about my asparagus, I said one of the vegetables we have today is a long asparagus. So
hey, we got to cut you off, man. We have to cut you off, man. Some church people listening to this panel, man.
We got to stay in business. So that means we got to think outside the box.
Yeah, I love it. Nehemiah, live events, that's the cornerstone of what you do. The shock. We all were shocked by the pandemic. First of all, because the president misled us in believing that it was something that was going to come and go. There was something that only happened in China, that was happening in Europe, and there was no preparation. And as we went to these White House noontime councils that are now being canceled, and you can't find Dr. Fauci nowhere. And he's on the sideline on YouTube doing his own public broadcast, letting us know that the pandemic is still existing. What do you have to deal with? And we're out of, Philadelphia is reopening. What is the campaign to re-energize? Social distancing is being lessened. More and more people can cram into large venues. Talk to us, Nehemiah.
Yes, so for us, one, like the pandemic, in terms of event spaces, you were down. Like most spaces, every friend of mine, everyone has a space, you were down. You couldn't open. It was like mandated, like Donnell said. So for us, just to kind of re-energize and recharge, we may run a few specials, but pretty much because, like Donnell and them said, we utilize social media. That's how we really generate our income. When we really just put out ads and just letting people know we're back open, like it won't be a problem for us getting bookings. And one of the things that we were able to do during the pandemic was, since we teach a lot of entrepreneurs how to start businesses online, everybody felt the crunch. Like, I can't depend on my job. I tell people all the time, if you have one source of income, it isn't a luxury, it's actually a liability, because if something happens, you're done. Like it's nothing you can do. But luckily for me, when the pandemic happened, the event spaces wasn't my only flow of income. I had several, and one of those flows is teaching people around the world how to start businesses. So that was something that grew even more, because everyone feels like, yo, I have to find a different way. I can't solely depend on my job. There has to be a different way. So in terms of us, all I'm going to do is just turn on our marketing, the same marketing that we generally do for our event spaces soon as the green phase happens, because we've been booking again on yellow phase, but that's upwards to like 25 people. But they're saying the green phase should be happening in the next few weeks, and we'll pretty much be right back to business.
But doesn't that affect your insurance though, Nehemiah? Because even when the president is going to do these rallies, you know, you have to sign a COVID-19 release in order to enter. How is insurance slowing down your opportunity to open, and what do you have to do as a business owner to protect yourself if a customer comes in there, claims they've gotten COVID-19 because they attended your facility? What do you do to protect yourself?
So right now we're covered. Like our standard insurance $1 million coverage policy that we already have, we still have the exact same policy. I probably do need to give them a call to ask them about that, but I know that general policy includes anything that happens on site at the actual venues. So that would be something that I would have to ask, but we're definitely going to be practicing social distancing. Like, hey, you got to wear your mask, and you know, most people are going to be in there with their families, but we're going to tell them this is what you have to do. But it will be, you know, we'll probably enforce it. But again, you know, if you're breaking those rules, and of course we have cameras and different things in there to kind of say if a person kind of broke that rule or didn't.
Yeah, please check that insurance policy. Dana, 60
sure,
seconds.
I appreciate that.
60 seconds, just tell us some advice, because I love the fact that you're telling me now that technology is definitely the way to go. From a lot of people need to make that adjustment, because the future is there, and it's moved us 5 years faster than we probably moved, especially, I can say, my generation, which has been hard-headed about making that transition. Your generation has been very accepting of the iPhone world that has just taken over the world. Close us out right quick with about 60 seconds, then I'm gonna go to you, David, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Yeah, I think just one of the most amazing things we can do is truly stick together and not be afraid to provide each other as entrepreneurs information. I own a mobile application company. We make mobile applications. Literally, Don and I have put over 8,500 apps in the app stores for small businesses. And so if you know information that could be extraordinary or super helpful to another entrepreneur, I mean, okay, cool, you're doing good, but how good are you really doing if the knowledge and information that you've learned doesn't help people outside of yourself? You know what I mean? And so I just encourage, something extraordinary happened when our father, someone outside of our generation, merged with our technology millennial brains, and we were able to build something extraordinary that infiltrated this generation and changed the game when it came to business. And so from David to Nehemiah, we need to constantly just be sharing information that has literally maybe sent us over the tipping point, you know, helped us scale, helped us get over another $100,000, helped us make that $1 million mark. What can we do to help each other do that? And that's my only piece of advice. We weren't meant to do this alone. We don't have to do this alone. I've made mistakes even as a 26-year-old. David has made mistakes as a New Yorker in Harlem. Naya has made mistakes. And at the end of the day, we don't have to make, like, I'm not going to trip over that rock if I just saw you trip. So teach me how not to. And so that's my only piece of advice is we need to stick together as a community, because if one person's doing good, cool. But when all of us are doing good, we are so much more powerful, and what we can do for this community is beyond what we could do alone.
David, wrap us up, my friend, because I knew Dana couldn't do 60 seconds. I knew that, but I love her. David?
Okay, so I'm going to piggyback off what Dana said. Information sharing is real important. And I just want to tell a quick story. Some of you may know Kevin Parker from Miss Tootsie's that he owns on South Street. When I was coming up through the ranks and Kevin would ask me to do different stuff, I never asked him why. I just did it. Kevin was, to me, Oz, and I was going up that yellow brick road. So the information sharing is so much more important. But what I always say is, if I plant seeds in your harvest, when you go to harvest, I go to harvest. It's enough out there for everybody. It's enough business. It can be more caterers, it can be more restaurants, it can be more mobile app companies, it can be more banquet halls, it can be more. So I'm not afraid to share. We've got to stop thinking, oh, this person is going to do this or he's going to do. What God has for you, he has for you. Just for Dana and Prince, I would definitely like to connect with you because I was thinking about a mobile app. And for you, Nehemiah, I wanted to say one of the things that I want to tell you that might be helpful is start getting your caterers to require insurance, the $1 million general liability, because I have it and we should provide it to you and make you an additional insured. And even if it's not a caterer that's bringing out food, guess what? You can get a one-day policy. And if mama want to cook the collard greens for the person that's bringing it to 4035 Ridge Avenue, let her take out that policy. You make sure you get covered the same way that you covering them.
Wow, that's what I wanted. Thank you. I wanted information. You guys delivered information. You worked as a team. Happy June 10th. This is the first of many panels today for Reopening Philly Leadership Summit. David,
all right, we look like we might have, Rashawn's computer might be frozen, but I want to thank you so much, Rushion, for moderating this amazing panel, for Dana Chanel, Prince Donnell, Nehemiah, David Sims. Thank you so much for joining us today. You delivered amazing, actionable information that our community can go out and use. Taxes, catering, online mentorship and education on how to build your online presence. Happy Juneteenth. Here's a way to support your Black community with these amazing leaders right here. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I look forward to staying in touch. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right.
We are going to introduce our next panel. I'm going to just make sure that everyone who is on Zoom, right, you may need to change your name. For whatever reason, I see a bunch of my names popping up, and if I don't see your name, I can't promote you to a panelist. So please change your name in the system or raise your hand so that I know to promote you. So moving on to our next panel, we have this is Rushion McDonald is actually coming back to us later on today to host and moderate Next Steps for Black Men with Stephen A. Smith, Dontre Whitfield, and myself. So be on the lookout for that. But coming up, we have Collaborative Communities hosted by David Brown, and he's going to introduce our esteemed panelists, Natasha Benjamin, Gabriella Rosca, Tanya Morris, Ajina Amir, Michael Warren, and William Bronner. So without further ado, David, I am going to turn it over to you. Take us away.
Thanks very much, Quentin. You may need to start the video because we can't activate our video screen for some reason.
Okay.
My video.
I'll go ahead. You can.
Disabled.
I'll get your video started, but you go ahead and take us away.
All right. Very good. Hopefully, everyone was on the listened in on what was already shared in the first panel, which was very, very informative. So I want to welcome everyone. Tanya, Morris, we just need you to come on board in terms of your video as well. We have want to build on the a conversation that was started in the previous panel, particularly as it relates to finances, but it's so good to see everybody. I'm going to say acknowledge Juneteenth. I don't want to say happy Juneteenth because it's not necessarily a happy occasion, but we're going to turn it into something that's going to keep moving us forward. So we've had an opportunity to hear from our previous panel, which was great. Brother Rushion really kind of set the table, and there was a lot of things that were shared as it relates to how we can work together. So one of the things that I want to ask us to do, because we've had the pleasure, most of us who have had this pleasure to kind of connect with one another to know what each other does, but just for the framing of the conversation, I would ask, and we can start with Agina, who represents the city's Office of Public Engagement, and then we'll go from there to kind of get a perspective of, we all understand that we are at this moment. So if I can frame this conversation a little bit. We're at this moment in time right now, and it's not an accident we're doing this on Juneteenth. And anyone who has studied anything about Juneteenth recognizes that when that news was shared, the folks who were previously enslaved had to find ways to work together. They had to collaborate to try to figure out how they're going to continue not only to survive, but to thrive. And that is something that we as Black folks in particular have done throughout our history. There's a great African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's something that we do. And so we're going to talk a little bit about how we share information, how do we move forward from this moment, but also how do we collaborate to move from this moment. So I'm going to hand it first off to Gina, if you wouldn't mind, and then I'll introduce the other panelists. And my job is also to make sure we stay on time, because we're going to be cut off at 1:30, so we got a lot of ground to cover. So go ahead, Gina.
Hey, David, thank you so much for the introduction and for all the organizers for inviting me to participate today. So I'm just going to introduce myself. I'm the director with the Mayor's Office of Public Engagement. And really our charge and mission is to ensure that diverse communities are connected to city government in really creative and impactful ways. Most specifically, within my office, I oversee and manage a number of other offices that connect with these diverse communities that we identify. I have the Office of Black Male Engagement, the Office of Engagement for Women, the Office of Engagement for Youth, as well as the new position within the faith-based and interfaith affairs space. And I also work with the Mayor's Office of Civic Engagement and Volunteer Service. So our through line has been and always will be service and connection, and really wanting to be that bridge of accountability to different constituencies and residences throughout the city.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Gina. I'm going to hand it off to Reverend William Browner. Reverend Browner is the incoming pastor of going to be the new Mother African Zor United Methodist Church. Amen to that. I'm a pastor myself, but this brother can preach with the best of them. But he is also the coordinator for the Urban Commission for the Eastern Pennsylvania Conference. And building off of what Gina had shared, Reverend Browner, could you share a little bit about how we move from this point and how we collectively as a community collaborate to get to where we need to get to?
Thank you for that. I guess I'm like Gina from the religious perspective of the United Methodist Church. I oversee every United Methodist Church in an urban area from Philadelphia all the way to the Poconos. So my responsibility is to make sure that the church is actually engaged with not just the members or the congregants, but the people actually in the community. And not only to engage with the people in the community, but to work together as the church to do it. Oftentimes you'll have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 churches in one neighborhood block and no one's communicating with anyone. When in actuality, if we had maybe 2 or 3 of those churches who are probably preaching pretty much the same exact thing to come together and collaborate, then maybe we will be more effective in our community. So my job, my responsibility as a coordinator of the United Methodist Church is to make sure that we're in constant communication with one another to maximize the impact that we could have on the community. We all know that what happens when we come together, and we all know what happens when we stay apart. So my job as a pastor and as a coordinator is to keep us together, not just in policy, but in practice, and not just in church, but in the community.
Thank you very, very much, Reverend Browner. I'm going to go down to Brother Michael Warner. On my Hollywood Squares version, he's right next underneath Brother Browner. So, Brother Michael, one thing that you had mentioned, and this is something that Reverend Browner kind of alluded to, is the need for folks to be able to work together. And we know that among some of the many things that you do, that you also help churches in particular in terms of their finance and how to be financially stable. And we find that in this time of COVID and shutdown and social unrest, finances are challenged. People can't physically come to church. Online giving is something that's new to churches, but we don't need to stay focused on just churches, but I'd love for you to give us a perspective of how we, from a financial standpoint, can start to work together in terms of learning some best practices.
Now, can you guys hear me?
Hear you fine.
Okay, good. Yes. Again, thank you, Reverend Brown, for that introduction. One of the things I believe is that we can do, take, a quote from Booker T. Washington. He said, "At the bottom of education, at the bottom of politics, even at the bottom of religion, what we need for our community or our race is economic independence. And with that being said, you know, one of the things that we have to do when it comes to finances, we got to educate ourselves. All right. We need the financial education. All right. Because we need to know what's out there, what, you know, what information is allotted to us. Then secondly, we got to have a game plan. Okay? You can't be out there aimlessly at sea, because if you don't know where you're going, there's no goal. And then lastly, we got to have somebody that's going to hold us accountable. We need a financial coach. Okay, because here's the thing, just like, you know, when you go to the gym, right? We all go to the gym, but if we don't have anybody with us there to push us, we're going to slack off sometime, right? But if you got a trainer with you or somebody that you know that's better than you, all right, you're going to either try to match him at what he's doing, or he's going to try to push you to be where he's at. So it's very important that we take all three of those things, put them together, and we kind of sort of not be uniform, but unify. And there's a difference, because when you uniform, everybody's doing the same thing at the same time. All right. You know, and that's not the way we were built. That can't happen. When we unify, that means you do what you do best, I do what I do best. We come together for one common goal. All right. And that's just to stay alive. All right. And so that's what I believe that we can do as far as our communities.
Man, all right, shoot. I didn't mean for nobody to start preaching, but go ahead, brother. That you dropped some good knowledge on that. So that's great. Thank you, Brother Michael. Appreciate that. The next person that I want to go to is someone who I've known for a long time, Sister Tanya Morris. So glad to see you on this particular panel. And we've all shared some really, really good insight. So if you could also, Tanya, provide some background on some of the stuff that you do, but also building on what Michael has said. And I'm going to go back to some of the things that everyone has shared, so we can kind of all tie together how we move from this point and how might we collaborate to get to where we need to get to.
Well, I just want to kind of echo Michael's sentiments as far as the unification, because in my work, primarily, I've spent the majority of my career in nonprofit. And that's one thing that the nonprofit industry taught me a long time ago, was that we're more effective when we work together. We've always in nonprofit had to pool resources, develop partnerships. As I ran the Campaign for Working Families Free Income Tax Sites, that's what we did. We had the United Way, we had the Urban Affairs Coalition, and we all worked together to ensure that low and moderate income communities were getting the best service and receiving the most that they could receive. And so now in the work that we do now with Mom Your Business and working with mompreneurs or Black and brown female entrepreneurs in particular, during this time specifically, we've seen so many come together and collaborate as a part of their business pivoting structure, right? They've been able to put together opportunities to share their products, websites, to come and share space together. And so those are the kinds of things economically that I think that we have to continue to do, capitalize and reference the principle of Kwanzaa, of cooperative economics. I mean, if we're not talking about this cooperatively as a conversation and putting some legs behind it as a strategy, that's what it's going to take for us to begin to really move this thing forward.
Thank you very much for that, Tanya. And I should have also mentioned Tanya is also a proud graduate of Temple University. Hoot hoot. Yeah, to you. Which leads me down to my other proud Temple graduate, Ms. Gabriella Rasca, who has the fly background of the 2020 census behind her. Gabriella and I had the pleasure of working together around how to engage underrepresented communities in the census. So Gabriella, if you could go ahead and share your insight, and then we'll go back up to Natasha, and then another question I'm going to put around to everyone about how do we move from this point, and particularly as it relates to the census, since you all had to pivot and adjust and not have to, weren't able to go, door to door and things of that nature, and what can we do to continue to work together and making sure that we do what needs to be done in terms of being counted at this critical time.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. Great to see you again. Happy Juneteenth to everyone. It's really an honor to be a part of this amazing panel with all of you incredible people. So I am, my name again is Gabby Raska, and I work for Philly Counts, which is a temporary office in the Managing Director's office that was created to support the Census Bureau and ensure a complete and accurate count in Philadelphia. I think that one of the things it's important to note is that we consider these communities that we're working in historically undercounted, as opposed to a term the Census Bureau would use, which is hard to count. And I make that distinction because it's really not their job to be counted, right? Like it's the government's job to make sure everyone gets counted. And the results of an inaccurate count can really strike me because it brings me back to the 1787 3/5 compromise, right? If our people are not being counted, right, if they're being counted at a 50 or 60% rate, right, then the representation that we're getting, again, still is 3/5 or less, actually. So that's why I was moved and inspired to be a part of this work. Really proud of the team that was put together. I think it really reflects the city, and I think that makes a huge difference. And right now we're really trying to figure out what it means in a time of COVID and a time of racial tension. Doesn't feel like even enough, but in the times that we're living in today, how do we get an accurate count? What does that look like? So I'm hoping to get new ideas and inspiration from all of you today.
Thank you for that, Gabby. And last and certainly not least is Natasha Benjamin. Natasha is New York right now, right? Hey, big city, Big Apple, but she's coming to Philadelphia. She's a senior social media strategist for the Brownstein Group, one of our sponsors for our Reopening Philly Leadership Summit. So Natasha, particularly love to get your perspective, particularly on your area of expertise about things like how does social media enable to move forward, and how do we continue to collaborate to get there?
Yeah, first I want to say thank you, Reverend Brown, for moderating this panel, and thank you for everyone who organized to put this together. One of the biggest things about communications and social media that a lot of people sometimes miss is language, and how nuanced language is and how beautiful it is, but yet it can also be oppressive. And so the biggest thing in collaborating is understanding, okay, what am I using? What words am I using? What words am I communicating? And are these words infringing on a subset of people? You know, for me, working in this space, that's one of the things that I'm always constantly thinking about, the word choices, how they're playing together. Because granted, and I know a lot of us are talking about collaboration, when I think back to what Gabby mentioned about the 3/5, that was purposely written in the Constitution for a reason. And so when we take language and look at it, unpack it, and even unlearn some things, I think that's another way in which we can raise our community and honestly how we're communicating the stories that we really want to tell.
That's great. Thank you so much, Natasha. So one of the questions that I have for all the folks who are on the panel, and anybody can go on this, and is that why is it that we don't collaborate as much? I mean, I know there's been a history of distrust. I have had the pleasure of owning a business in Philadelphia for several years, and sometimes talking to my own people about, I'm good, give me the chance. And so to the point that we're all making, and even if I can frame it within the Juneteenth narrative, in that when all this happened, there was no choice. We had to trust each other. And as we started to kind of move into other areas, there were things like, well, we started trusting other people and not trusting each other quite as much. And I also give major props to everybody who's calling me Reverend Brown, but please just call me David. It's all good. It's all good. So whoever wants to take that first, because I think that one of the things that we need to talk about a little bit is culturally, how come we sometimes have an aversion to cooperation and collaboration, particularly in a time of desperation where things like the COVID or the social unrest is affecting all of us. Anybody who wants to go?
That's a great question.
My mom.
Here we go.
No, ladies first. Go ahead. I'll follow you up. Go ahead, sis.
You know what? And I just wanted to drop this here because I'm one of two people. Hey, Gabby, I'm representing government. And, you know, that idea of mistrust, right, is just something that, you know, government has grappled with, you know, for generations now. Particularly those of us who are in government and in positions of leadership with government, how are we, bridging those gaps and trying to build trust? And so that's, again, I really feel foundational to the work of my office and really, really crucial at this time. When COVID hit, we really had to take a step back on, how we're thinking of engaging our communities. All of our best laid plans for the next year, which did involve a lot of events, and that hand-to-hand, touchy-feely contact was, just not possible. But we needed to be able to provide life-sustaining information to people that they can trust. And so a lot of our efforts did shift to digital and just increasing the frequency of, materials and information and social media with, urgency and with speed to, really reflect, what the need was, right? And, another part of this work was, identifying other entities throughout the government in the spirit of collaboration, identifying how, other departments have been connecting to communities in ways that we have maybe forsaken and not really, done, but, pulling us all together to really try to leverage each other's assets and the reach and the creative ways that we would need to connect with communities with life-sustaining and life-saving information. And especially when, the news started to unroll about how the virus was impacting Black and Brown communities, the urgency just, completely intensified. And so, the urgency and the ways in which we're collaborating and attempting to leverage and attempting to connect, continues. And I can see it, continuing for a long time. In hopes, at the end of this, if that isn't even a thing, that there is trust that we're building, especially with the communities that, don't necessarily see themselves reflected all the time and don't find themselves at decision-making tables and tables of power.
Absolutely. I know that was a heavy question and everyone wanted to jump in. So Will, go ahead. I know you had a response as well.
This is probably not the most politically correct response, but my mother always told me, we as Black people have a tendency to think that the white man's ice is colder than our own. And oftentimes, instead of working together and collaborate, we backstab, backbite, because we're fearful that if one of us gets ahead, that the rest of us will be left behind. You can go into Willie Lynch, you can go into House Negroes versus Field Negroes, you can go into integration versus segregation. I mean, you can go to a number of things where you can even look at Reconstruction, where at the moment that we began to get a footwork and a stronghold in our own communities and make our own rules and build up our Tulsas and build up our Floridas, that what happens to us when we try to come together, the forces that be, the power that be, come against that, and we're not strong enough to remain united. And then we often find ourselves fighting for the same piece of the small crumb, understanding that government has a lot of money, politicians and politics have a lot of money, systems, institutions have a lot of money. So instead of us coming together to unify to get a larger piece of this pie, we find ourselves fighting for a smaller crumb. Fighting and backbiting has never got us anywhere. You can look at Juneteenth, you can look at even the Emancipation Proclamation, where certain people who were slaves did not want to be free. So the only way that we realize for us to come together and unify, I think we're starting to finally see after 2,000, 3,000 years, that we're not getting anywhere. We are pretty much in the same place, if not a worse space than we were when we were in segregation. And until we decide that we're actually going to make a consolidated effort to come together and realize that we have more in common that builds us than we have in common that breaks us. We have more things that bring us together that keep us apart. And we can't allow small things, small dollars, small crumbs to interfere with our bigger picture. And until we're able to make our own rules, until we're able to decide where we want to go as a people, there will always be somebody who's going to come in and infiltrate and destroy the things that we mean to build.
That's a great point. I know, Tanya, I know you wanted to jump in on this, and then I'm going to get to Natasha. Go right ahead, Tanya.
Collaboration, I think, is just such a critical part of how we operate, particularly in the space that I am in as entrepreneurs. One of my moms coined this term, and I think it's really pivotal that we begin to look at it from this perspective, that collaboration over competition all day. I mean, we have to get beyond that mindset that everybody, you study business to identify who your competitors are, but you have to be able to overcome that in business to be successful and learn to collaborate. And so it bothers me that it took a life-threatening crisis for collaboration and pivoting to become a natural way of life. These are things that we should have already been operating. We've really, really pushed that. We've put businesses together and said, hey, listen, let's work together so that we can begin to really build up our economic base as a people and as entrepreneurship and ultimately our community. If COVID has taught us nothing else, it has taught us that small businesses, and primarily Black-owned small businesses, are the lifeline of the community. If it's taught us nothing else. And then to have that structure be attacked again, was already businesses struggling to overcome COVID. And then here comes looting and rioting to put an even greater strain on those businesses. It's just heartbreaking. And so until we realize that we have to work collaboratively to recover and to restore and to ultimately rebuild and hold, and it starts with holding each other accountable.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead, Natasha. I know you wanted to jump in, and then I'm going to get to Michael and Gabby on two other things. I got you, Gabby. Go ahead, Natasha.
William brought up such a good point, and the issue with collaboration, and I think that we're not even realizing that it is systemic. Like when slavery happened, there were so many things that were put in place to keep us divisive. And in order for us to kind of make sure that we are collaborating, there are a lot of things that we're going to have to unlearn. And there are a lot of things that we're going to have to kind of break from that mental slavery. We're here on Juneteenth today where we're celebrating the freedom, but we have to realize that there are things still in place that are, again, systemic, institutionalized. And until we break that, it's going to be hard for us to collaborate. If you look at, like William said, the field versus a house Negro, that was there on purpose. There were laws in place even after 1860, the latter part of 1865, when the 13th Amendment was issued. There were laws put in place so that we would not be able to collaborate as a community. And so for us to fix it beyond, legal justice, economic justice, language, media, beyond that, I think the biggest thing for us is, what do I need to unlearn in my mind? What do I need to break from in my mind so that I'm not looking at my brother and my sister as this competition? Because none of us are competing here. We're in this together.
New York, dropping knowledge. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Definitely, it speaks to, a scarcity mindset versus one that says that there's enough for all of us. And there's
or even a zero-sum game that I have to somehow gain for you to lose. It doesn't work that way. So Gabby, I know you wanted to jump in, and then add another question for Michael. Go ahead, Gabby.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this has already been said, but I do want to say I think a lot of it is internalized white supremacy, and that, as Natasha was saying, these systems have been built specifically to keep us divided, in the sense that there are only so many seats that we're allowed at the table, right? So I got to get there before you get there. And I think the idea of collaboration over competition is really powerful, because I've always seen it as, you're in spaces and people fear in the scarcity mindset, right? That collaboration means subtraction, it means we have to divide our resources amongst more people, but it actually means multiplication. Yes, right? So we're all bringing our resources together, and now they can have more power, and that is a threat, right, to the supremacy. And so as long as we're in a world where it's acceptable to consider things that are white to be right, to be normal, to equate to success, then we're going to continue to try to fit into those spaces, and then whether consciously or subconsciously diminish the value of our own people and our own culture. I mean, it just goes back as simple as like the concept of oral tradition versus written tradition. I think if you just start there, you can start unpacking so many things, right? You go into the vernacular, into the grammar of it all, right? Into the sentence structures, and those things are so subtle, they're so nuanced, that language impacts us in so many ways, So I
absolutely
just add to that. That was powerful.
Thank you for that, Gabby. And I wanted to use brought up a very great analogy that I'm going to kick over to Michael about the whole notion of the table as an example that being able to, instead of being invited to the table, start building our own table. And I know, Michael, you had mentioned before about, financial independence need not necessarily be that I got mine, you get yours. So I'd love for you to be able to comment from a financial perspective what it is to collaborate in terms of sharing those types of resources.
Yeah, when it comes to as far as collaborating and being integrated into the table, I put it to you like this. During the time of segregation, I'll be honest with you, that's probably one of our best periods. And why? Because we had to depend on each other. Okay. So like one of the brothers mentioned before on the other talk, I think it was Brother Prince.
Yeah.
He was talking about we had trades. We need to go back to the grassroots, right? So because we had to depend on each other, we needed blacksmith. All right. We needed plumbers. Okay. We needed people that can do carpentry. So I think, we built this country, and because we built this country, guess what, guys? We got the blueprint.
Yeah.
And because we have the blueprint, we can change it however we want to change it, So I think, it's time out for us to try to get a seat at the table and really bring our own table, to the picnic, basically, and for me, I get excited because I know as African Americans, what our buying power is. Our buying power is worth $1 trillion. Okay, so anytime corporations want to see if something is going to be good in the economy, guess where they put it at? They put it in our communities. All right, and when we buy it up, and if we buy it up, okay, guess what? They know it's going to be a hit. All right. So again, I believe that when it comes to entrepreneurship and trying to get a seat at the table, I just believe that we just kind of need to do our own thing, because when we start to do our own thing, we start to ruffle some feathers, and when we come really strong. So that's my take on it.
Absolutely. I mean, y'all are. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who was somebody going to jump in?
Sorry. That also prompted me to say that it's important to recognize that we do collaborate as well, right? And that obviously when we come together, those successes are destroyed. And so I think we still have to talk about the legislation part of it too, that protects us and our rights at equal access to this success, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely right, Tanya. Yep. And I was thinking that, one of the things, and I'm hoping you guys, if you guys are on social, you guys have put some great things out there in terms of just some analogies and quick hands. And we're going to be running out of time. I knew that we would, but if we try to ask one question, then I'm going to ask everybody to wrap up. And that is, there's been a thing that's out there: never let a good crisis go to waste. This time that we're in right now is a resetting. So I'd love to get everyone's perspective of how we can kind of take all that we shared today and be able to not only, take advantage of the moment, but be able to have that moment to have momentum going forward that we can sustain. So anybody wants to get in, and I'll get us into a 60-second wrap up. Anybody want to take that first? How do we take advantage of the crisis? Yeah, go ahead, Tom. You're good.
So I was just going to say that, it's important. What I've been doing is every email I see where somebody tells me that that Black Lives Matter, I'm going right back to them with an ask. It's just really just that simple. Me, I'm going right back to them with an ask request. And we're gonna see if you're gonna put your dollars where your mouth is, or your expertise where your mouth is. It's as simple as an ask for me.
Right.
Wonderful.
I would like to piggyback on that, because what I was saying is a difference between a moment and a movement, right? This is a movement, and Tanya mentioned the ask. Now it's time for the big ask. Now it's time for the ask that we wasn't going to ask for before. You know what I mean? Now that you are awake, that you're paying attention, that you are saying that Black Lives Matter, you got a little cute little T-shirt, you want to raise a little cute little fist. Okay, let's see you go put your money where your mouth is, and you're going to put the actions behind your reaction. So now it's time to really go for the gusto. And if nothing else has shown us that now it's time to collaborate, I don't know what else is. The time right now is right, and we need to maximize on this crisis, as you said, brother.
And I have to uplift something, Will, that I heard you say at a protest a couple of weeks ago, like the importance of organizing and focusing. with this collaboration, which can be a messy, thing, but organizing and focusing and, getting together what our agenda is, right? And coming together unified so that we can apply the appropriate pressure at the appropriate time to get the desired result and meet our goals. And I just think, this is a crucial moment for us to really bring what we all have to the table and, really just try to coalesce around, so many different things that will hopefully and ultimately result in all of our freedom. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Gina. Hey, good, Natasha, sorry.
And even to Gina's point, the part of collaboration is understanding, well, what is my gifting? What am I good at? And so there's so many of us in so many different arenas. Like for us to get true liberation, it has to come from every different industry sector. We keep talking about finance, that's economic justice. We talk about housing, real estate development. Who owns the land makes the rules. And so for us, I feel like we're in this space of, with this, like William said, this is not a moment, this is a movement. And there are some people trying to figure out, how can I contribute to, what is your talent? What are you gifting? Stay in that space and work together in a group so that we can target these different industries rather than, I work in the media space. I might not know much about legal, but somehow I'm trying to target the legal aspect. I think that's where we do ourselves an injustice when we're not using our gifting in the right way.
I have to jump in there. Natasha, you were finished?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Just because when you started talking about gifting, it reminded me of the gift economy and this group that we're working with called GingMe, which is all about skill sharing. So I'm really excited to see, people want to come together and support each other in this moment. And so what can government do? What can technology do to facilitate these collaborations? So I think this app is a really good example. Another thing that is always a great ask is just the redistribution of wealth. So I find a lot of conversations where people are like, allies are like, I don't know what to do. Things are so bad, it makes me sad. I don't know what to do. I'm glad that you're sad. Redistribute the wealth, right? Whether get to individuals that who may or may not be struggling, or organizations that are doing the work, like please. And the last thing I'm going to say is civic action, right? Because our leadership matters a lot. Representation is so important. And so please complete your census and vote, of course, right? Run for office, right? I mean, we should all be on the ballot. Like, it's the only way we're going to see real sustainable change. So
absolutely, Michael, I know you're itching to get in, so go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I would just say, just going forward, I'm putting on my finance hat. One of the things I always recommend people take advantage of the market right now. Right now, things are low. I mean, like low. The object of investing is to buy low and sell high. And I'll add one other thing too. When it comes to the stock market and understanding finance, right? It's a game that we all got to get into, because guess what? It doesn't care what color you are. The only color that the stock market or the money game really cares about is what? Is green. So guess what? We can all, that's a playing field that's even, and that's important. All right. So that's my take on going forward.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. I know we only have about 2 minutes left, so I can't give everybody 60 seconds. Does anyone have 15 or 30 seconds worth of knowledge that they want to drop as parting words before, because the other panel is going to be swooping in here in a second. Does anybody want to share?
I think now more than ever, oh goodness, and now more than ever, we need to stop using that phrase. Now more than ever, number one. Number two, I feel like in all of our work, and I feel it acutely within my space, is just the importance of listening and really demonstrating that we are hearing, what people are saying and crying for what they want and what they need, and figuring out ways to respond to that. And I feel like that's where I know I sit within government, within the mayor's office. And that's just something I'm taking as a personal and a professional charge. And I would definitely encourage us all to do that in our own ways.
Good. We are at 1:30. I apologize, but I want to thank you. I also want to thank the folks who organize this. And I'm glad to be one of those persons, because this subject and this topic and this movement, to Will's point, needs to continue. So I saw everyone sharing their information. Please stay connected. It's very, very important that we find ways to continue to collaborate. I really appreciate you all spending your Juneteenth time today and being able to share this type of information, this type of knowledge, this type of resource, and we're hopefully going to be able to continue to do so going forward. So thank you all very much for serving.
And if we can remember, the old systems weren't working, so let's be creative about our new systems.
All right, good, good. Bounce forward, not just bounce back.
Thank y'all. Thank you so much. That was, of course, as expected, a dynamic presentation, dynamic dialogue. I want to thank everyone, all of our panelists, for hopping on and participating. David Brown, thank you so much for coming up with this amazing idea, which has morphed and evolved over time. And as we prepare for our next set of panelists to come on stage, I just want to share with you that there were a number of very, very strong threads throughout that conversation, as David so eloquently and concisely pulled together, as he always does. Collaborative economics, it's such an important theme, especially as we are on Juneteenth, we're in Juneteenth, right? So there's so many different ways that you can support our community. Each of our esteemed panelists represent many organizations that they spoke about and spoke on. Reach out to them. You know, we have quite a wide array of people from different organizations here represented. So you can, many of them have already placed their social media into the chat feature, and you can follow them and engage with them in that way. We are coming up on the next panel, which is going to start at 1:35 with Next Steps for the Black Community with Solomon Jones. And as we prepare for that panel, I'm just going to say a few remarks to thank our sponsors. We'll go back to this slideshow from our very first panel of the day. We know it's 6 hours, y'all. We don't expect all of you to stay for the entire event. Pop in, pop out if you want to, but I promise you that every single one of these panels is worth paying attention to. All right, let me share the right screen. Here we go. So our very first panel, just as a bit of a recap, our very first panel was with Rushion McDonald, and it's called Money Making Conversations with Rushion McDonald, name of his show, which he's brought so graciously to us for today's programming. And we want to also thank our partners, our sponsors, the Brownstein Group, who has played an integral role in producing and planning this event, Tyranny Advertising Agency, who has also played an integral role in supporting this event financially and planning this event. These wonderful, beautiful slides are actually created by one of their designers, very talented designer. Healthcast Media, another one of our financial partners and sponsors. Eatible Delights Catering, yet another financial sponsor. For some reason, I cannot get that word right. And Juno Search, yet another financial sponsor. And thank you to Temple University and David Brown, who we just heard from, for all of his ideation around this and help with pulling together a dynamic panel. For the money-making conversations, we heard from host Rushion McDonald, 2-time Emmy Award-winning and 3-time NAACP Image Award-winning executive TV producer, as he spoke with local power couple Prince Donnell and Dana Chanel. Prince Donnell is co-founder of Jumpin' Jack Taxes, serial entrepreneur and social media influencer. Dana Chanel is, of course, the creator of Sprinkle of Jesus app and co-founder as well with her husband of Jumping Jack Taxes, serial entrepreneur and social media influencer. We have Nehemiah Davis, who is an award-winning author, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, and also a mentor for those of you who are interested in creating multiple streams of income. We all see how vulnerable we are economically when we find ourselves in these unprecedented times. So he will help coach you on a personal level, on a business level, on how to create those economic multiple streams of income, and David Sims from Eatable Delights, amazing food. He's been a partner for Radio 1 on many of our events, and we just love him. Thank you for being a financial sponsor as well as a great engaged member of our Philadelphia community. You can find Rushion McDonald on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Rushion McDonald. Prince Donnell, he is, as I said, a social media influencer, and you can find him on Instagram and Twitter. Dana Chanel, also on Instagram as Dana Chanel. On Twitter, she's the Dana Chanel. Nehemiah Davis is on Instagram and Twitter at NeoDavySoul. And David Sims, of course, of Eatable Delights Catering. It's Father's Day coming up, so if you don't already have your Father's Day meal planned, reach out to David. Cooperative Economics. So without further ado, I'm going to go back to our room and see if our host Solomon Jones is here and his audio is connected. How are you doing, Solomon Jones? How are you doing today? Oh, we got you. I got to unmute you. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing amazing. So let me just hold tight for just a minute because I have to pull the rest of your panelists into the room. Just as another note, for those of you who are panelists, if you are logging in for the first time today, you might have to change your name. For some reason, it's showing many people as Quentin, right? And I know that I didn't sign in that many times. So let's see if we can pull you in here. I'm gonna just share my screen for just a second as we find our host, our panelists. Just hang tight for a second.
Sure.
Francia is here. Francia, let's see. Okay, there. Francia, thank you, welcome. We are just waiting for a couple others. Charito, I found you. Angela Ivers. Angela Ivers, I just spoke with her, so she's running a little bit behind. There we go. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys in just 30 seconds, but let me first introduce this panel, Next Step for the Black Community. Here we go. So our esteemed panelists, of course, we have hosts Solomon Jones, Angela McIver, Charito Morales, and Francia Moore. Solomon is the Director of Community Engagement here at Radio 1. He's been a personality with us and also currently has a show on WURD, and he's a columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Solomon, I'm going to turn it over to you at this point so that you can engage with the rest of our panelists and they can introduce themselves or however you want to go take it. All right, I'm out.
All right. Thank you, Quentin, and good afternoon, and welcome to the Reopening Philly Virtual Leadership Summit. This panel is called Next Steps for the Black Community. I'm your moderator, Solomon Jones of Classics 107.9 and 100.3 R&B. I'm also an author and columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I'd like to introduce our panelists. Charito is a community organizer for the Providence Center in the Fair Hill community and a nurse serving those who are struggling with addiction or housing insecure. Charito Morales, I want to welcome you to the panel. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hi, Solomon. How are you? Hello, everybody.
I'm doing well. Francia Moore is an activist, public figure, and philanthropist. Her ability to enact the intuitive power of manifestation has allowed her to establish various organizations to serve the community. Francia, good morning. Good afternoon, rather.
Good afternoon. Glad to be here. Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
Yep, absolutely. Angela McIver is a national leader and advocate for fair housing for all. She joined the Fair Housing Rights Center in Southeastern Pennsylvania in 2007 as CEO. In 2016, she was appointed to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. In 2018, she was elected to the board of the National Fair Housing Alliance. She delivers housing commentary on national and local issues. Angela, good afternoon. Okay, so we will get to Angela in a minute, but I do want to talk about where we are now, because we can't talk about next steps in the community without acknowledging where we are right now. We have just gone through and are continuing to go through a period of protest and uprising. People are standing up and demanding reform, most prevalent in policing, but in many other things as well. Franciria, when you look at this through the lens of activism, is this something that that you have seen before in terms of activism? Have you seen this same kind of energy, or is this time a little bit different?
Thank you for that. I would say that this feels very familiar, but it feels very different. I think that within the Black community, we have a responsibility to understand our history. And so when you understand your history, you understand that this is a very familiar place for our people. But when we look for the future, we start to see a larger portion of non-Black folks who are starting to join the chorus and join our voice and strengthen the voice of the Black community by saying, now we get it, now we see it. I know that many of my peers and colleagues feel similarly, like it's never quite been like this, but we've always had our allies. I do think that one of the largest differences is the presence of the internet, the presence of video, and that persistent, even if we were to start with the case with Trayvon Martin, there has been a constant piling on of emotions and feelings. And I do think that we've reached that precipice of change that has allowed us to call in allies and understand where those allies should stand in proximity to us as African Americans in this movement and this push forward.
You know, it's interesting because you mentioned the internet, and technology always plays a role in any movement, whatever the technology might be. Ida B. Wells had her newspaper. The civil rights movement had televisions just becoming more prevalent in every home. And now we have the internet and social media. But it's not just about this one thing. It's not just about policing, to your point. And so, Angela, I want to ask you about how other things, including housing and the use of space, and who gets to use space and who gets to be in what space, has brought us to this moment.
Angela is having a little bit of technical issues getting logged in, so I'm working with her right now to try to get her signed in.
All right, that's fine. We will move to Charito Morales, because when we talk about policing, people are looking at what happened with George Floyd and what happened nationally, and Alton Sterling and Rekia Boyd and Breonna Taylor and so many other names that we see on the national level. But there are some things that have happened here in Philadelphia in terms of policing in Black and Brown communities. And Charito, you know some of those things firsthand.
Of course. Let me start with this. The fight and the battle from the African American descendants, the Black community, is our battle too. As a Latina African descendants, enslaved, my family was slaves that came to this country, and also indigenous, is our fight. Because if something is happening and it's affecting the Black American and African American descendants, it's affecting us because we are descendants. You know, and we have to keep in mind that we are the allies, and we have to be in the front fight with you guys. You guys are not alone. We are 100% in there. And what is happening right now in our communities is this is overdue. This is overdue. We've been oppressed. We have a lot of austerities going on. And in our community, it's a lot of things going on, especially with the police. Police brutality. We have a lot of females like me. We are being under the custody of a police officer, and the police officers can walk away by saying they're under the custody, we consent sex, and they raping our females. They raping us, you know? And that's not fair. We have to do something. We have to fight for that. We have to speak about that, because it's something that it's happening and nobody's paying attention to that. Our police officers are raping us and abusing us, besides the males too. And nobody hasn't stand up here in Philadelphia and the state of Pennsylvania and talk about this. This is affecting us, and we have to do something about it. We have to fight. We have to come up to that together, and we have to place a reform.
You know, abuse comes in many forms, and we saw what happened with George Floyd. It was a stark reminder of where we are as a country, and where we are with the criminal justice system, and specifically policing. And so in his case, it was physical abuse, as people stood by and begged this officer to stop for 9 minutes. He kept his knee on his neck until George Floyd stopped moving, and he died from his injuries from that. But there's also the sexual abuse that you talk about. And here in Philadelphia, there was a squad of police officers that were under investigation for that. They went to court for that. Many of them got off for that. And that happened in our Latino and Latinx community. Talk a little bit about that specific case, Charita. What happened?
So let's say we have the stop and frisk in our community. The police officer with another coworker says, hey, we got to stop this female. And this female looks suspect, or they just come up with a crime that you haven't committed. Say, hey, I saw you walking out of Walmart, and they called that you took something from the store. We have to search you, right? I'm talking about my case. I was like, really? No. He said, yeah. So they put him in custody. They drive away with the vehicle, and the next thing you know, they are saying, well, guess what? You look really pretty. You got a nice body, and guess what? You're just gonna have sex with us, and then we're gonna walk away with that because we're gonna say that it's consensual. I give you consent to that. And then when you call the police, because it's the police who's doing that to you, who you gonna call? You call another coworker. You go to the police district and you make a report. You complain about that. They say they are going to call the external affairs, but guess what? Nothing happens. And if you go to court with them, they walk out of court like a big raper, free, using the uniform, using their badge, using the law power they have against us. And they say, well, she was under my custody, but we had a hot conversation, and she consents to have sex with me and my coworkers. And it's nothing you can do because it's your voice, your word against the police with another police officer as a witness. And the next thing you know, they never even make a police report that you was in their custody and they stop you because you did something that you commit a crime. They never put that in records. So basically you look like that you are lying, that you're making all this up. And what you're gonna do about it is nothing you can do because it's police versus the community. It's police versus females. And that's why we had the Me Too movement, but the Me Too movement is kind of a little bit different because they don't go over a specific what happened when a female, Latina, or African American are under the police custody, how they raping us, and it's nothing we can do because we feel alone and we don't have no support.
Yeah, yeah, and part of that is a result of the power that is given to police through the systems that enable them to do these things and get away with them. Things like qualified immunity, things like the arbitration system, which allow them to get their jobs back, things like grand jury investigations that are secret and not open to the public. And unfortunately, this is not something that just happens to women, the sexual assault. That's something that has actually happened to men as well. Angela McIver, are you able to hear us now? Okay, let's unmute.
Oh. Okay.
Now you're muted again. Let's try to unmute Angela. There we go. Okay.
Alrighty. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Right now I'm shocked based on Charita's remarks. I mean, I'm almost speechless. I know I have to speak up to talk about housing.
Yeah.
But what she said was so compelling. Yeah, it just strikes me in a way that's hard to even put words around. I'm just emoting right now.
Yeah. And I think that's, and you know what, we should feel like that right now, because these are the real things that people are going through that you don't hear about, that you don't see on a loop-in video because there is no video. And it's one of the things that the system allows to happen because there is no real mechanism to hold police accountable, not only for that, but for the violence that we see on video. Franciria, you're nodding your head. How do you feel about what Charita just talked about?
Absolutely, I think it's an atrocity. I am not shocked by it, to be honest. I'm not shocked by it at all. I almost expect that was the case. And unfortunately, because it does not fit into the narrative of the larger white American media agenda, we don't hear about those stories, unfortunately. And so I'm not shocked by it. I'm disgusted. And I don't expect anything right or just from the system as it stands now. I only expect for a system that was bred out of slavery, a system that was bred out of capitalism, a system that was bred out of individualism to produce this type of vile response to people that they should care for the communities that they are put in charge to care for. And so I am disgusted by this. And I will also be lending my voice to find out what we can do to support not just communities in Pennsylvania, but across the country on how we bring these instances of sexual misconduct and sexual assault to light, because they deserve that. And I would like to add just a piece as we're talking about the Me Too movement and how what our next steps are for the Black community. I do want to raise the point that it's going to be very important for us in this time to not be distracted with things that they are giving us. You know, a lot of companies are now coming out and they want to recognize Juneteenth and they want to give us Juneteenth off. We want to take down monuments, and all of those things are right and it should have happened already. But that's not what we're asking for right now. Right now, what we are asking for is liberation. And we should move by what our definition of liberation is and not the crumbs that they seek to give us in order to buy our silence. And so I think it's very important as we're moving forward with the momentum that we've gained over the last few weeks to stay focused on our definition of what liberation is and not settle for distracting tokens for our silence.
Yeah, absolutely. And that brings me to the point that I would like us to come to in terms of this panel. We talked about coming up with 3 or 4 concrete demands that should come out of this movement. Because when you talk about what's next, we've acknowledged what's happening now. We've acknowledged some of the things that have brought us to this point. But now there have to be concrete demands. Power concedes nothing without a demand. And so we hope to bring 3 or 4 of those out of this panel by the time we reach our conclusion. And so we've talked about policing, we've talked about some of the sexual assault, we've talked about some of the violent assault, but you alluded to it earlier, Franciria, that this is about years and years of oppression. This is about things that go back hundreds of years. And part of that is housing. Part of that is where we live, why we live there, why there is no investment there. And so, Angela McIver, I'd like you to speak to that issue because that's part of the rage that we see.
Absolutely. We know for a fact that the system of chattel slavery helped to make the South the 9th wealthiest area in the world. So it was in the United States, but it became the 9th wealthiest part of the world off of free labor. And once that system ended formally, we know that it morphed into something else, but I'll talk about it ending formally through the 13th Amendment. And then, you know, people were then left to their own. Free people wanted land. They wanted to cultivate their land. They wanted to build businesses. They wanted to participate in banking. They wanted to be seen as human beings fully. Unfortunately, every step of the way they were undermined, and all of the energies that went into chattel slavery was then transferred into real estate and related industries such as insurance. And as time went by, there were things like restrictive covenants that emerged in different states. And I know people who are aware of racial covenants that they have found recently. In other words, while going through documents related to their home or somebody else's home, they read the content and discovered a racial restriction that said no Blacks, no Native Americans, and perhaps others could live in the address. We know the story of Raisin in the Sun that most of us, know so well from either literature, the play, or the movie. was really about the house. When Lorraine Lansbury wrote that, she was writing about her own family's experience that ended up going to the Supreme Court, and we can thank them for helping to remove those racial restrictions and other covenants related to real estate. So transferring all the energies into real estate and related industries brings us now to the 20th century, in which the Roosevelt administration had to look for ways to save the entire economy. And in saving homeowners from going under, they created the Federal Housing Administration, which then helped to establish the Homeowners Loan Corporation, also known as HOLC, H-O-L-C. And it's those HOLC redlining maps that many of us are aware of. And if you haven't seen a redlining map of Philadelphia or Pittsburgh or New York or Chicago, Detroit, and cities all around America, you really need to take a close look at those maps, because they were started in 1936 or 1937. And even though that was decades ago, the legacy and the vestiges, the policies, the practices, the attitudes towards the people who were redlined into communities exists today. For example, there was a grading system, so it was letter grades A through D, along with coloration. Green meaning best, blue, yellow, then red. Red oftentimes indicated dangerous, hazardous, risky. Gee, haven't we heard those same terms related to people of color moving into communities? There goes the neighborhood. Or it's a good reason why some people don't want to invest in neighborhoods, who divested from neighborhoods, or who say things like this, and this is probably my favorite: you can't throw money at certain problems. Mm-hmm. Giving up before we start. Why? Because there is a sincere desire not to recognize the humanity of people who have been subjugated and relegated to the bottom of the racial caste system from 400 years ago until present. And I'm so thankful to God that we are where we are right now, where we are not ready to just sit back and to be distracted by this idea of, oh, we'll give you a holiday, or we'll talk about reform, but absolutely demanding it. We will go as far as we imagine at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we talk about these spaces, we talk about the communities and the redlining, and I just need to add that the real estate industry and the government work together to make sure that Black people and brown people were herded into certain communities. And then the banks decided we're not going to invest in those communities. There will be no lending. There will be no money. And so when you see these communities falling down, it's not just because the people are lazy or the people don't invest in their house. It's because they cannot get the money they need in order to fix that community. And that is by design. And so we're talking about systems. We're talking about systems. Angela, go ahead.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I get a little excited. Yes. So, 2 years ago, Reveal and Center for Investigative Reporting shocked the country because they were able to release their study on modern day redlining. So the very things that fair housing advocates like myself and others all around the country, or activists or concerned citizens, have been saying the entire time, Reveal was able to back up with the figures. They were able to show that after running 31 million mortgage applications and then isolating that for 6 million conventional, that there were 61 metropolitan areas around the country where there was a lot of modern day redlining against African Americans, Latinos, Asians, and Native Americans. And Philadelphia ended up going to the front of the class because the redlining in Philadelphia was 3 times that what was happening around the country. Now, again, let's go back to those redlining maps and think about the gentrification that has happened in the recent decade. If you take those redlining maps, gentrification maps, you'll see how they line up with one another.
Right.
Much has not changed. In fact, in areas that are targeted for redlining, we also see over-policing. We see health disparities. We see failed schools. All of these are conditions that are produced by people. You talked about systematic and systemic. It's because there's conscious and unconscious efforts that go into that stuff.
Right. Now I want to kind of put a pin in it right there, because I want to get into these communities that have been created, by outside forces that say, okay, this is where you can live. You can't live anywhere else. There will be no investment. And by the way, we are going to over police your communities, not bring services, but bring policing. And so that is kind of the condition that has put us where we are now. And we got about 15 minutes to break this down and figure out what demands we now have, given that the work that you refer to, the work of Aaron Glantz at Reveal News and others, given that these conditions exist, these economic conditions, these housing conditions, these abusive conditions, all of these things exist. Now, how do you deal with that? What demands do you have now that we are in the place that we are in? I want to start, Franceria, with you. We have seen George Floyd die and so many other people die. We have seen it on loop, on video. We're traumatized by that. But people have stood up and have risen up. And now, to your point, they have decided that we're going to give you these things, but we really have to decide what it is that we want. What is one demand that you think should be made right now concerning what's happening and what we want going forward concerning policing?
Thank you. I would like to say that I don't typically spend a lot of time speaking about policy or what people external to our community should do. I like to spend my time speaking to Black folks about what we should do in order to provide space and grace for one another as we move forward on this journey. And so I think the first thing that I would ask of an external community is for them to take the time to educate themselves genuinely, not a disingenuous type of educating, but a true, honest educating themselves about characteristics of white supremacy. I would offer for anyone who's interested the characteristics of white supremacy culture from a workbook called From Dismantling Racism, a work of social change by Kenneth Jones and Tamai Okan. They list out several characteristics of white supremacy, and some of them are perfectionism, senses of urgency, defensiveness, quantity over quality, the worship of the written word, meaning if it's not written down, it doesn't count, whereby we get, if you want to hide something from a Black person, put it in a book. See, these are all different types of characteristics of white supremacy. And so I would say to the external community, if you are looking to be a part of this, it starts with educating yourself and owning the history of your ancestors. Because despite my willingness and my desire to be free and liberated in this country, because of what was done to my ancestors, I have to do work. And so now it is their turn to do the work. So my first demand is for them to do the work necessary to dismantle those pieces of white supremacy and white supremacist culture. And then the next thing I would say is for within our community is for us to understand where we are at the stages of trauma recovery. There's some work done by the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in 2019 that lists out 3 phases of trauma recovery. The first one is safety and stability. I think that we've kind of gone through that as we move through the Jim Crow era, and even as we are commemorating Juneteenth, we found a way to assimilate in some way within this white supremacy culture. The second phase is remembering and mourning. I believe that that's where we are now. I think that evidence of that is by us constantly saying, say their names, remember them, let's make murals of them, let's not forget where we're coming from. And so I think we're there. But the final stage of trauma recovery, because we've truly been traumatized as a community. For over 401 years, we've been traumatized. So I want us to be patient with that. But the final stage of trauma recovery is reconnection and integration with ourselves, getting to know who we are as not second-class citizens, but fully standing up in our true citizenship if we choose to stay here. But I won't go there because I'm a little bit radical. So I think there's a 2 sides to this coin. There's work that needs to be done externally, but I do want to remind us that to be gentle with ourselves within this community as we're going through trauma recovery.
Mm-hmm. Charito, what do you think needs to be demanded in terms of changes going forward that will really impact experiences that are abusive, that are murderous, that hurt Black and brown communities? what do you think those demands need to be? Give me one.
The first demand that I will say right now is I would like to talk to my legislator to choose life, not money, over our people. And they've been doing that forever. We also need to work to end mass incarceration, especially for people of color, due to the unjust drug laws, mandatory minimum sentences, unfair administration of justice, including over-policing, catch bails, and prosecutorial overreach. We are being overreached. Educational inferior education, poor access to employment, and devastated communities like ours. We've been already been devastated by economically, and we don't have a lot of access to health. We only have access of 4% in education and health. I also need to see more employment communities, and it's also I would like to create a program to promote rehabilitated prisoners and assist returning citizens, support expungement classes or clinics throughout the Philadelphia and the state, which is necessarily, and also dismantle life without parole, which for me is really important because we are being also and the highest number and being incarcerated for life for something minimum that somebody who is white descendants or Caucasian get 10 years and we get life without parole, which is not fair, especially the African Americans and the Latinos. So we have to end that. We need a reform. We need to fight for that. And also I believe the reentry mentoring program for men and women and also let them know the consent sex under the custody of police is rape. It is rape. And also I would like to see women and programming for reentry programs. We have a lot of females that has been in prison for years and has been neglect and abused. We need to bring that to our community. We need to talk to our legislator. We need to fight equality for health access and equality when it comes to reforms for our people that has come back home in our city and our communities, especially also for the addicts. That is our people, most likely African American. I have something to say. When my people, the African American descendants and the Blacks and the Latinos was using crack cocaine and heroin, nobody hasn't talked about this. It was no crisis. It was no drug crisis. And now when we see all these people coming from the suburbs, mom and dad are judges or doctors or nurses with money, or they come to our high schools or colleges nearby, they ended up in the drug market down here because they are American. Now it's called emergency. Now it's called, we have a crisis, a drug crisis, an opium crisis. But what happened when our people, what happened when our people was dying and, they didn't get no dignity and respect? What we didn't get access to rehab? We need to bring a reform. We need to fight for that. And I think this is really important that we need in our community, and we need to have it now because this is a movement. This is not a moment. This is a movement that we have to continue.
All right, so Angela, in terms of police reform, because I do want to bring it back and kind of focus on that. What demands do you think we should have going forward? Give me the most important one. What do you think?
Oh, Solomon, you asked for the most important one. They're all important, but I'll say this much. Because housing determines so much about us, we know that policy got us into this problem, and it's going to take policy to get us out of it. In Philadelphia, Councilperson Good Jr. Several years back had written great legislation on community reinvestment in Philadelphia, saying that we will not use lenders that redline. And we are aware of who's redlining, but yet that legislation was not passed because the banks got in front of us, our own demands, and stopped that from happening. We have the power to be able to control how they interact with us by punishing them. If they are unwilling to stop violating us by prohibiting us from gaining credit to be able to purchase homes, remodel our homes that we've had for long standing so that many of our seniors don't have to turn to reverse mortgages and lose their homes and not pass those legacies along, I say that at a minimum, we can start with anti-redlining policy for Philadelphia. And I have a whole lot more to say, but you said the first most important thing.
Well, the interesting thing is that when you said that, I kind of smiled because I worked for Councilman Wilson Good Jr. I was his legislative aide and dealt with some of that policy. Now, one of the things that he pushed was that if these banks do not invest in communities, then they would not be allowed to be city depositories. What that means, and it's brilliant, because what it means is, all right, y'all don't have to invest in the community, but you will not be someplace that holds our city money. And that's how banks make their money. They hold your money and then they lend it, they make interest from it, they make money from the money that you deposit in their bank. If the city said, we're not going to deposit the billions of dollars that run through this city in your bank, guess what? You lose a whole lot. And so there was some negotiation around that. And I think that there was some effect to that. But to your point, there could have been more.
Absolutely could have been more. I mean, the idea that the banks then went to Harrisburg to try to stop what the people needed.
Right.
When the banks had a track record of not providing credit to low to moderate income persons, low to moderate income communities, anywhere in Philadelphia where you see a so-called hood, I can assure you it is a community that's redlined. In fact, you'll be seeing billboards from the Fair Housing Rights Center on 95, 76, bike shares, and mobile apps soon. And during my research, I discovered that not only were our most redlined communities over-policed, but then the type of writing that you find on the internet about them, the baddest, the worst, the most ghettoized. I mean, that kind of narrative in which people turn folks off of people, and again, taking away the humanity of others just through the usage of word and then through action by not empowering them with the precious resources that we need. And two, the point about us healing for ourselves, I am all for that. We have to take time to go inward, to mourn with one another, to be kind to one another. And, not only do we want to gain access credit through the banks, but we need to build some of our own communities too, because in some instances, that's going to be the only way that we insulate ourselves from some of the attacks that occur. We have the capacity to do it. Let's build new communities. And I tell you something, in instances where people refuse to meet us halfway, go start a new community.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, Francira, you wanted to say something about that.
I 100% agree again with Angela that the power rests in our pockets. If that is the language that they choose to speak, I believe that there is a lot of power economically that communities of color could use if we were to pool our resources. But I do want to say, even to that point, I would be careful to expect that all Black people will want to do all things in the same way. I think that we have to release that expectation. And so while some Black folks might want to go buy a few corner stores, and some Black folks want to get into real estate, and some Black folks want to join some of these, white institutions and change them from the inside out, I think that we have to be open to attacking this thing at all fronts, at any front, at any point that will get us closer to the victory. And so I do think that we have to release the idea that all Black people are going to want to do these things the same way. But I absolutely agree with Angela that the power lies in our pockets right now. And so I am a firm believer in cancellation. If I get one email or text saying, hey, this thing is canceled, I'm on board. That's just how I function.
All right. So there are a couple of things from a policy standpoint that I think the people need to understand and really put on their list of things that need to change. One of them is what happens with district attorneys. Now, district attorneys work closely with the police on all kinds of cases, right? And so when it comes down to a case of somebody being abused by the police, the same DA that works closely with them and depends on them to get convictions in other cases is the same DA that's going to be working on that case, right? Normally what happens is the DA will do a grand jury investigation. That's secret. Nobody knows what happens in the grand jury, and only one side of the case is presented. So if the DA doesn't want a conviction, the DA presents the case in such a way that the grand jury is not going to give him a conviction, right? Because only he is presenting the case. That needs to change. Police need to go through the same system that everybody else goes through, where it's public and everybody sees it and both sides are presented, and however it falls, it falls. That's one. The end of grand juries where police shootings and other abuses, sexual assaults are concerned. That's one. Two, you have in Pennsylvania this thing called Act 111. Act 111 is a deal where police and firemen don't strike in exchange for having arbitration handle all of their disputes. And you have to stick with whatever the arbitrator decides. So if the arbitrator is in the pocket of the police, guess what? He's always going to side on their side. Act 111 and other arbitration systems like that need to change. And then I think the other thing that needs to change in terms of what happens with policing is this thing called qualified immunity. Qualified immunity allows government officials to perform functions and be immune from civil suits unless the plaintiff can show that there's a clearly established pattern of somebody else being sued for the exact same thing. You know doggone well everything is not exactly the same. To your point, Franciria, we're not all going to do things the same. And when they do stuff to us, it's not always exactly the same, but qualified immunity lets them get off. So in my view, it's three things. It's Act 111, the arbitration system. It's grand juries, these secret trials. And it's qualified immunity that says you can't sue them when they do stuff to you. No, those three things, I think if those three things can change, and Francira, you made the point, it's about the money. If you got to start paying out of your pocket when you do stuff, if you got to start going to jail when you do stuff, guess what? Your behavior going to change just like that. And so those are three things that I see that need to change. But I want to give you guys a chance to wrap up. We got a couple minutes. I want to give you guys a chance to wrap up. What is the final point that you need to make? Charito, I'll start with you.
Wow, what we need to do is, as a community, get together, trust each other, become ones. I don't want to keep seeing difference between one community and another. I think we are all in this, and I would like to see more reforms that we can take overlook of the cases. We need also to bring to Philadelphia the community to become more aware of what is going on and how they can participate in cases. I would like to see more jury that is from the community, not the one the actual court select. They are friends. They already know they've been on jury before. I've seen people in different cases more than 15 times because the police has picked them, not because they are from the communities, because they are friends of them. So we have to change that. We have to speak up. We have to let people know they need to participate in a jury. They need to get involved. Really, this is really important, and that will change my life, everybody else's life, especially the minority's life.
Okay, Angela, we'll go to you. You got about 45 seconds. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, no, help the Fair Housing Rights Center in Southeastern Pennsylvania help you. We're a qualified fair housing enforcement organization, meaning we can help people investigate and file complaints. And we don't charge you for that because we get assistance from the federal government, but there's a huge gap in our budget that the government doesn't fill. And meanwhile, I'm watching other nonprofits that can't do a portion of what I can do, receive funding, and then look like they're so great when they're not really serving people, especially in the housing space. And I want to call my brothers and sisters out in the housing space that oftentimes line up for the funding first, but then come to us on the back end for consultation or guidance because they cannot do the work. You are failing the public when you behave that way. And if we're talking about dismantling structural racism, it also needs to happen within the nonprofit space.
All right, Franciria, you got about 45 seconds. Go ahead.
Absolutely. My message is very simple. And this message is for African-American people. This message is for Black people. This message is for those that understand that our struggle is one that is a long one, but it will be worth it. And I just want to remind you that being Black is a privilege. And I also want to remind you, if no one has told you before, that you are whole, that you are perfect, and that you are complete, and that none of us can be free until all of us are free. And the freedom of Black people, the payment for the freedom of Black people is long past due. And so we're demanding that the United States of America immediately remit that payment. Y'all be great, stay strong, and let your voices be loud. Happy Juneteenth.
Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody for joining us on this segment of the Reopening Philly Virtual Leadership Summit, Next Steps for the Black Community. I'm your moderator, Solomon Jones. Joining us, of course, was Charito Morales, Franciria Moore, and Angela McIver. Y'all be safe, peace, and happy Juneteenth.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solomon Jones, Franciria, Charito, and Angela. That was amazing. I appreciate your energy. I appreciate your wisdom. And thank you so much for taking the time to share with us and the community on this important topic.
Absolutely.
Always a pleasure.
Yep.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thanks.
All right. So we are going to switch over to our next panel. I want to, before I introduce our next host, I want to just really quickly go through the through line here. We have a slide that I would like to share with you from our last panel. The esteemed panelists with Solomon Jones. Can you all, I hope you can see my screen. Basically, try to get out of this. We have Solomon Jones as host and our panelists, Angela, Sharito, and Franciria. You can follow many of them on social media by checking out their Instagram handles here, Solomon Jones 1 at Instagram and Twitter. Angela, or AICMCIBER on Twitter. Sharito is not on social media, but you can follow Franciria on Twitter and Instagram. Before our conversation with Solomon Jones, we spoke with a number of really, really powerful speakers and collaborative communities, and that was with our one of the founders of this idea, actually, David Brown. He spoke with Natasha, Gabriella, Tanya, Anjana, Michael, and William. And so one of the things that they had mentioned was the need for collaborative communities, and I heard that echoed again in the panel that we just saw with Solomon Jones and the other panelists. I believe it was Franciria who said it's so necessary for us not to embrace the idea that we all need to be doing the same thing. We have different skills, we're in different parts of the community, we have different set of experiences, and collaborative communities spoke to that eloquently. Many parts, all of the segments of today's session, they're being recorded. They'll be made available to you on video on wethepeoplestage.com and also rebroadcasted on many of our Radio 1 radio stations in the days to come. It will be a compilation, so your sound bites are much appreciated. So thank you so much to our panelists. And I will stop sharing my screen right now so that we can get back to the show. We have coming up Emancipated Mind and Body. So for our panelists and our hosts that are on this, we can begin with having you share your video and unmute yourselves. Dr. Chris Purnell, how are you?
Hi.
All right. Dottie, what's going on? Glad to see you. I'm going to try to help out and start videos and unmute folks who might be lagging a little bit behind. Anastasia. Hey, Keisha.
Hi.
Hey, I think we just need one last person.
There are two more people.
Two more people.
Yeah.
All right. So while we wait for them, we are going to go to, Mark is calling me right now. Gonna have to get back to you, Mark. We are going to share this screen right here. And thank you again to our wonderful sponsors who have helped us put together this event. Thank you to the Brownstein Group, Tyranny, Healthcast Media, Eatible Delights Catering, Juno Search, and Temple University. This event is produced by We the People Stage, and it's brought to you by Radio 1, which represents 100.3 R&B, Hip Hop 103.9, Classics 107.9, and Praise HD2. Today we'll be speaking with our esteemed panelists, and each of them can also be followed on social media at the following handles. I'm going very fast right now because we're just a little behind schedule and I need to get Mark in the room, but I'll be sure to share their social media handles with you later in the program. I'm going to turn it over to you, Keisha. Why don't you get us started, and I'm going to get on out of this room and get Mark into the room, all right?
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. We're so excited to have you with us. As Quentin said, my name is Keisha. I am a teacher educator, and I am extremely thrilled to be in a room full of brilliant Black folks so that we can talk about the emancipated mind and body. Just a little bit about our panel. We're going to be thinking closely about how Black education and Black health are crucial aspects to Black liberation. And we're not only going to be highlighting disparities within the Black community, but we're also going to be thinking about like, what are the actionable steps that we could be using as you move forward. And so before we jump into this, a few things I want to name. One, just be very mindful that we really want you to engage with us. So please use the chat box as often as you can. I will be doing my best to look at the chat box and to answer any questions that you might have. And with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce our panelists. First, we have Anastasia Neely. She is an elementary school educator and founder of Ideation Tutoring. We have Dr. Chris Purnell, who is the Chief Strategic Integration and Health Equity Officer at University Hospital in Newark, New Jersey. Go off. We also have Mr. Fadeshola Ojekure, who is the Director of Curriculum and Instruction at Great Oaks Legacy Charter School. And we have two other brilliant Black folk who will be joining us, and when they come in, I'll be sure to introduce them. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the first question, which is really going to ground our conversation in, oh my goodness, here she is. I'll introduce her once she pops in. But hi, how you doing? So I'm going to introduce Dr. Marielle Bouquet. She is a psychologist and she is a graduate from Columbia University. Welcome, Dr. Bouquet. We're so happy to have you here. I was just about to ask the first question, so you came in just in time for that first question. So one of the things that I wanted us to start off thinking about is the specificity of Black education and Black health, and thinking about how all too often the unique needs of Black folk tends to be integrated, and I put that in heavy quotes, and to mainstream conversations about education and healthcare. And as a result, what we need tends to be erased. And so what I would love for us to begin thinking about is, when you hear Black education, when you hear healthcare, what are some of the specificities that come to mind when you're either defining or conceptualizing Black education and Black healthcare? Whoever wants to set it off, feel free to set it off.
So this is Anastasia, and like Keisha said, I'm currently in the classroom. I've been teaching elementary school for some number of years now. And what comes to mind when I think about Black education is just representation is the thing that's in the forefront of my mind. Like when we think about so many different curricular units, especially around social studies, we talk about Reconstruction and we talk about women's rights, but like Reconstruction was destructive for so many Black people. And women's rights was really about white women's right to vote. So when I think about curriculum and I think about planning for Black education, I think about telling the full story. Because if we teach children that, you know, the Civil Rights Movement happened and then the Civil Rights Act was passed and now everything's good, then today makes literally no sense to them. They're like, well, what do we still want? What do we still need? And it's like, we need everything. So I think about representation, and I think a lot about telling the full story when it comes to centering Black children in classrooms.
Beautiful.
And I just want to pick.
I'm sorry, before we move forward, we have Dr. Gooden who came, so I want to make sure that I introduce him. We have Dr. Mark Anthony Gooden. He is the Christian Johnson Endeavor Professor of Education Leadership at TC Columbia University. Dr. Gooden, thank you so much for joining us. We're starting with the first question, which is, how are we conceptualizing or defining Black education? I apologize, Dr. Chris, you can go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to build upon what my sister was saying. So in medicine, there's this concept, this notion of narrative medicine, right? The power of storytelling. And I want to tie that into lived experience. I've been a Black patient before. I'm a Black woman and I've been a Black patient. And I know how I had to fight to validate validate my experience, my even experience of symptomology, what I was feeling. I have a long-standing health condition, and at one point I was on disability, and both being a Black woman and my gender specifically, I felt led the health system to dismiss what I was trying to describe was happening to me. So there are specific needs that the lived experience of Black persons need to be heard, need to be validated, and need to be inhabited. And what I mean by that is that we need to say, how does the nexus of social construct, the nexus of cultural construct, the nexus of community actually impact who you are as a person, your whole person, and impacts your health, right? So the social determinants of health, where you live, work, play, and worship, and medicine and in healthcare needs to listen more attentively to understand the needs of the specific patients that are before them, and specifically Black persons.
Wow, that's powerful.
Absolutely.
Even hearing that, I think about, I really think about how the school, like when we think about education and the interrelation between that and health, and we think about how a school, especially since many of our students, many Black students are going to traditional schooling in a school building, the school space cannot be a place of fear for them, right? And the school place cannot also perpetuate the ideology that we've always been hearing about the school to prison pipeline, right? And so when I think about like what it means for Black education, I think that it's gonna be something about disrupting and reimagining what education for our students looks like. And so how are we dismantling systems of oppression? How are we, as Anastasia was talking about earlier, how are we making sure that our curriculum isn't weaponized against like Black students, right? And it is something that affirms their identity, it affirms who they are, and also so that folks who are growing up like Dr. Purnell and aren't thinking about how their identities are totally erased within the education system, right? I know that for me specifically, I've been doing a lot of work with some folks downtown in my old school district in New Jersey, and a lot of folks have been trying to fight to just get the curriculum done. And you have teachers who've been teaching there for decades saying things like, oh, you know, our curriculum is predominantly white, and it is totally okay to teach that. And we have 20% Black student population who is experiencing weaponized curriculum against them. They're getting thrown in detention, being suspended, all these different things that exist within the school system, right? And so I hear everyone's different pieces about like, how are we keeping mindful of health, right, as it pertains to our students, especially in just achieving their dreams and what they want to have and actualize for themselves, as opposed to folks telling them who they are and directing their futures for them.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I want to acknowledge the Jersey Connect. How you doing, Free City? So I just want to also say that along the same vein, it's very, very important, to understand that education systems are a breeding ground for trauma. Racialized trauma really in many instances starts within the education system. And, you're speaking to the fact that we need to understand how the education system is being constructed in order to develop a weaponized interchange and interaction with Black kids, those Black kids that we have now grown up to be as adults, right? And we're trying to help mitigate that transaction for the generations to come. However, the education system first needs to start from a place of acknowledging that it was constructed very intentionally to weaponize Black bodies and minds, right? And so until we can actually get to the point where we can say, you created this system in order to titrate us out and in order to traumatize us enough to make us unwell, and it is reflected in every single cell of this institution, then we can't start dismantling and disrupting, because what we need to do is to acknowledge the fact that we were embedded in a system that was created to re-traumatize us and to create trauma in a Black child's mind.
That acknowledgement is so key. It's so key.
Yeah. If I can just build on that a little bit, and also I think we have to start questioning some of these incongruencies in education. So for example, I don't think we ask enough deeper questions about, now there's a conversation about, should police officers be in school? I mean, we should have answered that question a long time ago. I'm looking around at folks who were here maybe 20, 30 years ago. I don't remember police officers being in school. In fact, when we had an officer-friendly program, and I always had butterflies around, so he was not officer-friendly because I saw what he did in my community. So why is he in the school? So we have really a generation, multiple generations of teachers and leaders who have adopted this belief that Black kids are criminalized and we can't control them. They're dangerous. So get us some cops in here. So we have to start really breaking down that system. I agree. It's something that we need to push against, you know, with anti-racist leadership. We have to deconstruct it. I love what Fadi said about reimagining. And I'll go a step further and say reconstruct, because there's a lot of work we can do within the system now. It's interesting how we have policies and practices that some of which are specifically aimed at Black children. Like you can't wear locks to school, or for Black girls, you can't wear natural hairstyles. I mean, these are written in the policies, and we have people enforcing those. And dare I say, sometimes we go through leadership prep programs. I train leaders, and we have a lot of our leaders who are not using a critical consciousness, who look like us, who are just applying that stuff without critically analyzing it and criticizing and say, this does not work for our kids. And we got to be honest with that, and we have to tell people that unless we have adopted the belief that our kids are criminals, and we have to really push against that. And we know other people, that's what they think about our kids, and they don't get any training in school that talks about anti-racist leadership, anti-Blackness. How do I really monitor that in my mind? So they come out thinking, the only thing I can do is put these kids in line, give them, you know, make them stand in line in rigidity, make them seem like they have bubbles in their mouth and tell them they can't talk, which again goes back to what Fadi said around this idea that these are like prisoners. We got to control them.
That's because Black humanity, just one line of that's because Black humanity isn't valued, right? We're dealing now with Black Lives Mattering, but I'm talking about Black humanity being valued,
That's
right? And being valued across systems, systems that should be public goods like education, healthcare, and things of that nature. And as part of an anti-racism agenda, and explicitly in my role, I seek to challenge our institution and just seek to challenge healthcare in general, that yes, hospitals, we now are comfortable saying we're anchor institutions, but hospitals should be hubs of racial healing. Yes. Right? It should be deliberate, intentional hubs of racial healing. And so and that healing has to happen at so many different levels. That healing is not just interpersonal between persons of color and white persons or majority persons at this point in this country, because that's just at this point. But it needs to be intentional healing internally, intentional healing across those different parameters. And it starts with Black humanity being valued.
Right. Yes. Right. First of all, I want to say, I don't think y'all need a moderator. I just think that y'all could like have this flawless conversation without me, because I'm just over here taking notes and being your amen corner. So let's start with that.
We need you,
but I mean, you're saying things that are like so powerful, like this whole concept of Black humanity versus the concept of Black lives, and how like we need to be having conversations about both. And I think you all are already starting to touch on, because Anastasia, you're talking about curriculum. Dr. Chris, you're talking about like how that whole hubs of racial healing, like absolutely phenomenal. Fade, you're talking about weaponized curriculum, which I think is such a crucial conversation. And Dr. Bouquet, you're talking about like starting with acknowledging, which I think is so essential. I think my skin crawls when I see people all of a sudden talking about Black Lives Matter, yet they won't acknowledge the silence that they've been allowing in their businesses and their institutions for so long. And Dr. Gooden thinking specifically about how teachers are trained to believe that Black kids are criminals. And so I think something that I'd like for us to think about collectively is, with the intersection of Black Lives Matter, the intersection of the current unrest in our society, and the intersection of COVID-19, what do you foresee is going to be next? Like, what do you imagine? If we're thinking about the reconstruction and the reimagining, what do you think in your mind, what could be next for health?
I think, you know, Black people are going to start holding everybody else accountable, right? Like, there is no more of this, you know, sitting back and, you know, trying to proclaim like, hey, my life matters. Can you acknowledge that? Can you affirm that, right? There is an uprising, a revolution, and people are being very intentional about making sure that that statement, Black Lives Matter, that is embedded in the very fabric of the society that we exist in, and that it is no longer casted aside, right? And so I think that it's a very important thing that we need to consider in terms of, I work with Black minds, right? So within the Black mind of a child or an adult, it's important for us to be able to unlearn and re-socialize ourselves and re-socialize the next generation to understand how much we do indeed matter. So
Right.
much so that we don't have to, you know, continue to proclaim it to the masses and try and be heard and be murdered in the process.
Yeah, I feel like what I'd like to see going forward, going back to your idea, Keisha, that Black Lives Matter now. Like if Black Lives Matter now, then you have to ask the question, will Black Lives Matter later? If people can say Black Lives Matter, then infinity is implied. But this idea that Black Lives Matter right now is so fleeting, and it honestly scares me, because when I see companies like Band-Aid saying, oh, we're gonna make them for brown skin now, and when I see Netflix saying like, oh, now we have a curation of shows that you can watch to understand the Black experience, I'm like, how long are you gonna have these things? Like, how long are you gonna have this banner, this special genre? Because my Black life is gonna continue to go on. All of our Black lives are gonna continue to go on when this moment passes. And so what I'd really like people to remember, Black people especially, and I don't think we ever really forgot, is this idea that like these moments of social upheaval and rising, like they're energizing, but the real work happens in between those movements. Like the real work happens when you're writing legislation, when you're writing new textbooks, when you're rallying around your administrators and holding them accountable for the Black students in your school. And so I think if we get too caught up in this rah, 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 I'm in the streets, we lose some of the energy that we need to make the sustainable long-term change that we need for our community. And so what I'd really like to see is like a dual understanding of both like activism, the activism that's happening right now that feels new and fresh, and the activism that's been going on for generations in our community. And I'd like to see some of that energy flow freely between both camps.
Yeah, if I can build on that point really quickly, I'm hearing now, and it's really powerful that people are, Black people are asking the outcomes question, right? And so that for so long we've allowed, not allowed, but we have people who want to say, this is how I do anti-racist leadership. I mean, I read a book and I have a book club and I talk about it. And we're like, no. What are the outcomes? What have you done? People in higher ed, folks are saying higher ed for years have been saying, oh yeah, we can't find it. And now they got an anti-Black, anti-racist statement. And then it's like, so what about the percentage of your faculty? What about the percentage of students who get admitted? And then they're quiet, right? So we're getting to define what that really means, and it's outcomes based. So building all those points, I think if you're not doing that, I think that's what people have to ask you. What are the outcomes, one, and then what are the quality of the outcomes? Are there things that we want? Maybe we don't want a Netflix curated series. Maybe we wanted some director power. Maybe we want some money coming back to us directly.
I'm saying, yes, that's what we want.
Or maybe we want it all.
Maybe we want it all.
Or maybe we want it all.
Come on, Dr. Chris.
Yeah, or maybe we want it all, because I think that goes back to this point about Black humanity being valued. Black in the United States and frequently the globe is not permitted the full expression of what is our human existence. Right, we're not permitted that, and it is in its expansive nature. And I can tell you from the perspective of medicine, when a whole self can show up to a doctor's appointment, or when a whole self can sit back and say, what are the factors that make me healthy? And many of them are not medical at all. That's when we begin to achieve the outcomes, Doc, that you're calling for, right? And I believe what this moment, the energy, like I love energy, okay? You can tell by I'm moving a lot. I used to dance, I do spoken word, and I'm a physician. But what I would like to see happen from this moment and these moments weave together is that from our babes to our elders, we have an understanding of what a system is. And if we have an understanding of what a system is, we can begin to interrogate that system, because the systems, that's what racism is, right? It is the system of structuring, as Dr. Cameron Jones says, the system of structuring opportunity, right? And assigning that opportunity based on someone's phenotype, whereby certain people are advantaged and other people are disadvantaged, but it saps the strength of the entire society. And that's what we need to cultivate in the understanding And this is what I'm looking for this anti-racism awareness to do, that you can't be your whole self if I, as a Black woman, can't be my whole self. We can't be the full vigorness in this nation if Black peoples, brown peoples, if we're not fully inhabiting the ideals and the rights, right? And so I want our babes to understand how to go in and say, what is the system that's operating here? Who are the design winners and losers from these systems? I want our babes to be able to say, what are the pain points? Because those pain points in the system are opportunities or gaps where we say, what are the levers? What are the policies? What are the laws? What are the behaviors? What are the norms that we can begin to deconstruct and then intentionally design?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hopeful for, that there is an awakening, and the awakening isn't necessarily happening in brown and Black spaces.
Mm.
The
Say more
awakening
about that, Dr. Chris.
Yes, the awakening is happening outside of what we have already known and affirmed and have been screaming and have been shouting and have been living. And what is now is it others are giving themselves permission to listen to Black stories, to listen to Black leadership, to listen to Black thinkers, Black doers, Black ideas. And I'm hopeful that this really is a turning point. But for any system to have a turning point, it needs tipping point leadership to tip and turn over tables. And I'm hopeful that this is a tipping and turning over tables moment, not just for our community, but for our nation and for this world.
Right. Fade, your work is primarily focused, and I don't want to like pigeonhole you, but I'm curious about what you think about next steps, because your work is specifically about curriculum and instruction. And so I'd be curious to know, like, when you think about next steps for Black education and Black liberation, how do you see it within curriculum and instruction?
Yeah, so I think when I think about it in curriculum and instruction, I oftentimes am at this like crossroads between like, yeah, it's great to just say like, here is like maybe the Amistad curriculum in New Jersey. Here's a thing that's been created that has Black history and whatnot. But like the resounding thing that everyone has already spoken about is like this internal work that one has to do in the space that they are in first, before they can then even think about like, how are you then delivering any type of materials to kids, right? Like they're like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm sure that many folks have experienced this where they go to class and they hear maybe about the civil rights movement. It's like a week-long lesson, right? And a school district will say, you know what, we did a week-long lesson, that is fine. All the schools in the school district will have done the same. And like that defeats the purpose of what folks are asking for, which is this internal ideation and just like like exploration, right? For what was your purpose when you got into education? Was your purpose to not teach all the kids? Was your purpose to actually say like, you know, these are the kids who I'm going to teach. Here are the kids who I'm not going to teach. And then I'm going to then weaponize, as I've said, by ignoring them and then silencing their voices, which is what I see happened in my experience with conversations with other folks in different districts about like what it means when we have curriculum and instruction, and how do we then pull back and unveil what the truth is, right? The truth is of Black history, and kind of like move that in within, starting at the leadership and then bringing it down to, you know, teachers.
Yeah.
If I can add a real quick point to that, I definitely agree with that. I think the other part too is we have to realize that we've experienced a white cultural norm of learning and a way of creating knowledge. And that's not always our way. You know, we have steeped in terms of this thing about knowing yourself. And one of the things, you know, that's interesting that I get, and my white educators are the most resistant to this, is doing a racial autobiography, right? Because they don't want to think about race. And when they think about race, it's your stuff, Black people. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But when white people can surface that, then it's something that they see. And I think it's also helpful for us to find out where we are and find out how much of that stuff is seeping in our brain and making us sick, right? So I think I totally agree with you. This whole thing about meditating on a racial autobiography or exploration of who you are before you start trying to intellectualize something and go in and teach the Civil War and be, you know, very like, I don't have any feelings about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you have any? Oh, there you go. I was like, do you have any thoughts about it?
Thanks, Isha. So yeah, whenever, you know, I just in listening to y'all, especially, you know, but in my own reflections and thinking about, you know, the ways that we have transitioned through the educational system and that the current youth are transitioning through, you know, I always think about Lauryn Hill's album, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, and the ideas around being miseducated about who we are as people. And now, Mark, you know, as you're making the statement about the autobiographies that white folks need to create for themselves in order to have some self-understanding, right? Because we talk about self-knowledge, especially in the scope of hip hop, as being, you know, the fifth element, if I'm not mistaken, and one of the most critical elements in being able to elevate our people, right? But are we talking about the fact that we have all been miseducated, because white people have also been miseducated in believing that they are superior to us?
That's right.
So how is it that they need to engage in some aspect of self-unlearning in order to also be a part of the collective emancipatory process, which is incredibly important for us to be able to do in order to also be able to sustain our wellness as people, as a collective human species, right? And that starts obviously with being able to see the emancipation and the freedom and the freedom of self-expression and the self-knowledge and learning of Black folks, right? It starts there. However, people in every other identity, whether racial identity or intersecting identities within this entire society, also need to do the work in order to unlearn, and also unlearn the ideas that we are inferior.
Yeah, that's really powerful, Dr. Bouquet, because that actually takes me to my next question. The title of our panel is The Emancipated Mind and Body. And something that I'm interested in hearing you all speak about is like, what does that mean to you? If we're thinking about the emancipated mind and body, whether it's a Black body or another racialized body, what does that actually mean to you?
I mean, to think about.
I say, was that question that deep?
I mean, yes and no. Like, when I think about Black schools, when I think about Black kids in schools, we are attempting, we set this goal of nourishing both their mind and their bodies, right? And so like they learn in the classroom, and we are supposed to be teaching them how to make friends, how to get along with others. We also feed them lunch, and we provide physical education programs. But we know that in a lot of our schools where our students are suffering the most, PE programs are cut and the food is low quality. So schools are, like it's already been said, schools are this site where they can either build you up or they could traumatize you for life. And we can't forget that even if we were to create the perfect school for Black children tomorrow, parents are still dealing with trauma. So parents are still going to be hesitant to come to parent-teacher conferences, to come to curriculum night, because they have trauma. So we can't just start with our kindergartners, with our pre-K kids. It's got to be intergenerational. But to get back to mind and body, I worry deeply about how easy it is to destroy a Black child, because you have them at school for 8 hours a day. That's more time than they'll spend anywhere else over the course of their life. And so if it is not a place that nourishes them, if it is not a place that teaches them how to take care of themselves, if it is not a place that tells them that the pain they feel is valid, and there's a historical reason for why they feel it, then we are doing them a huge, huge disservice.
Yeah.
Sure. I was just jotting down some things because I think this is a lovely question, right? And it's so loaded with opportunity to share. So what an emancipated Black mind and a Black body means to me is going back to that understanding. I'm a public health physician, right? So going back to that understanding around social determinants of health or community foundations of health, like where you live, where you work, where you play, and where you worship, and how those things impact your health and well-being more so than medical determinants, right? So I'm thinking about exactly what you said about, access to food, right? Where Black communities are not saddled with food insecure environments, meaning food insecure environments are either food swamps where the proliferation of unhealthy food, or food deserts when you're looking at it from the aspect of the lack of healthy foods, right? That no matter where I live by zip code, I still can have access to that which will nourish my mind and my body. So I'm thinking about neighborhoods. I'm thinking about access to green spaces, thinking about environmental racism. Do I live and breathe clean air? right? We we know asthma is directly tied into toxins and pollutants in air and things of that nature. That's what an emancipated Black mind and body. I have the opportunity to live in a neighborhood where I can breathe clean air. It also means, do I have economic and social mobility? Because I know that's going to impact my access in so many different ways. Do I have the ability to accumulate and generate wealth, right? In the state of New Jersey, we have one of the worst disparities between Black wealth and white wealth. And if that's an emancipated mind and body, when I go to healthcare, when I go to the healthcare system, do I see practitioners or providers who look like me, who reflect me? Do I have practitioners who understand my lived experience and listen to my symptoms, right? And not minimize or devalue my humanity? Or is medical research and medical science being done about the conditions that affect my people and my community in particular? And that's a few of the things I think I look for as a public health physician when I think about that emancipated Black mind and Black body. And finally, to have the fullness of expression of mental health and physical health parity, right? That there isn't this separation that one is more important or less important, that they're integrated, right? And do I have access to that? In that emancipated world, I do. I have unfettered access to the type of care and the nurturing that I need.
Chris, that response was so lit. I just want to right off of your response. That was
I'm out here like furiously trying to take notes on everything.
I'm like, woo, woo. I'm over here like on mute, just like my life. I want to add safety to that, right? Anastasia, I think you started us off even, with the idea of, basic needs and safety, and even just the idea to just kind of bring it into, the mental health realm, the idea of being safe in our own bodies, right? If we experience the world, the external world as being unsafe and being perpetually a place of threat, then how is it that we can ever be in a place of peace within our own bodies and minds, right? We understand that Black individuals are plagued with hyperarousal. That is a direct consequence of racial trauma, right? That we're always looking over our shoulders, hypervigilance. We're always trying to dodge the next bullet, physical bullet, right? Or dodge the next bullet in other respects, systemic bullets, like however they may be conceptualized, within the systems that we're a part of. And so we need to think about how we can also embody safety within our bodies and experience our bodies as a place of safety, experience our communities and our families and the internal worlds that we have as places where we can actually rejuvenate and reconstruct ourselves and reboot, and then go back into a world that, unfortunately, as it stands right now, is completely unsafe for us. So I think a big piece of also how we can, become emancipated is through acquiring that safety within ourselves.
I can just build on that. That's beautiful to say it. I would just add that I think that there's that phrase that says, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean you're not watching me. And in the case for us, people are always watching us. And even when we do good or bad, people are always, so that really wears on you, right? And you seem paranoid sometimes, but like I said, it's not because we're awful, we're crazy. It's because this is how we're treated in the society. So this whole thing about really for Black people getting back to centering the self, understanding one model I'm working with, playing around with is this idea that taking into meditation, not just to study yourself, find out who we are. People are not going to tell us who we are, right? And if you imagine a triangle, at the base of that triangle is this whole piece about meditating. Moving up is the education piece. How am I moving from that place of taking care of my mind and spirit, then educating myself about me, right? And then how I've been thought about in history and how people are going to continuously attack me. So many folks are shocked, white people are shocked about what they're seeing. Now, we know there's a history to that. We know about lynching. We know that that's in our body, right? And then at the bottom of that triangle, it'll be demonstrate. How do I demonstrate that every day with my people? How do I demonstrate that with folks I love and support? And then if white people want to get it, how do you demonstrate that? How do you go out and protest? Differences now we're seeing in marches, white people are going out, great. Some of them are being cracked over the head, great. You're experiencing now what we've been experiencing for years. And all of that is undergirded by a moral foundation. I think we have to really work hard to understand that we are attacked in a lot of ways, a lot of times, and mentally that wears on us. And I don't think we come back to how to, not only are those things that we should be doing, but it's just right for us to take care of ourselves. And people make us feel bad about just taking care of ourselves. Everywhere you go, as Derek Bell said, racism permeates all aspects of American life. For white people, it's just a matter of consciousness. For us, we just know it. Now, some of us are in denial, but for the most part, we got it. You know, we got the third eye consciousness. We live it. And if we forget, just wait a few days. You'll get it. Right.
Right. But Dave, do you have any thoughts on the emancipated body and mind?
It's, you know, I'm just floored. I was muting and just like listening to all the voices and hearing like everyone's just thoughts and just being moved by it. I always struggle with this fight for the emancipation of mind and body, literally because I think of like being in my context, working in schools, and thinking about how, especially when majority of teachers in the country, 80% are white, and all these teachers are oftentimes like they're coming into spaces. There are some who are learning about themselves, who are empowering themselves, and then learning that they actually it is their duty to then empower their students, including their Black students, right? But there's also a large majority of them who are the process of shackling the mind and body. And so when I think about the opportunity to almost as our communities and our families and just how we are figuring out how, especially during COVID, we are creating new spaces and new ways to connect with one another, to learn from one another, to create a space so that we can all play a part in what Dr. Mark was just speaking about, which is like the idea that our communities are a source of how we're going to emancipate one another, right? Yes, like we understand that schools are like a really big part in building up students. It could be a real part in also tearing down students, but then how are we also creating spaces for our children so that they can learn about who they are, learn about and be empowered to choose exactly what they want to be in life, but not be like hindered or destroyed by, honestly, the society at large.
Beautiful. And so then that brings me to, because we only have 10 minutes left, that brings me to two last points, and you can decide which one you want to respond to. One, I think, extending the conversation about how are we reconceptualizing Black education and Black health, but then also thinking about the audience out there, like what are some of the things you want them to take with them in terms of action? Like Dr. Mark Gooden, you were speaking about like what is the action that comes along with moving forward, and many of you spoke about like what is the accountability that Black folks are now expecting. So either you can speak on like how are you reconceptualizing Black education and Black health, or you could think about like what might be the call to action to our audience as they're moving forward when we're thinking specifically about Black liberation through education and through health. Who has some thoughts?
Sure, I'll take a go at that. I've been, thinking out loud a lot lately. I think this is what sessions are, thinking out loud, right? Thinking aloud a lot lately. And we're seeing the nexus of two pandemics, right? So one was a slow pandemic and one was a fast pandemic. A fast pandemic was COVID-19, meaning in the space of 2 months, we've seen the disparities that have been described in decades worth of research literally blossom before this nation's eyes. You cannot deny that there are disparate health outcomes, and this pandemic did that. I lost my own father during this pandemic. And, as a Black woman who's in the healthcare system, in the epicenter here in Newark, New Jersey, at University Hospital, and seeing the trauma associated with the loss of Black lives, the loss of Black economic mobility, the trauma of those as a system caring for them. Like, how do we reconceptualize? How do we resurface? How do we become resilient and then think about healthcare differently? We're being very aggressive in our posturing around what health is. And if I could do anything, is to impress upon my people, all people, the understanding of how you build a healthy person. And it's a lot of the things that we don't explicitly think about: what we eat, our sense of movement, our physical activity, our mental well-being, our access to care, and to begin to advocate and agitate for access to those very things that build a emancipated and a whole and a healthy person, so that when scenarios or crises happen like COVID-19, where the nation was slow to respond, that we don't have as much disparate outcomes that we have experienced. And then the slow pandemic is racism, because racism has been here as long as this has been a colonized settlement in a nation, right? It's in the soil. And beginning for everyone to understand the impact of racism. And so many of you said it today, racism doesn't just impact Black and brown folks. Racism impacts white people as well, because racism affords you with a false sense of what you are capable to do, right? Privilege makes you believe that you are capable and you should have rights to do things that become aggressive, because wherever your rights usurp my rights, then your rights are aggressive and not just assertive. So I'm constantly rethinking what's the role of a hospital, because that's in my position, right? My seat. What is the role of a hospital to help build health? Not just to take care of particular conditions, but to build health in communities, and that's partnering around housing, that's partnering around access to food. And what is my responsibility just as a human and as a Black woman to empower, or I should say share power, to educate on what makes you healthy and understanding how to manipulate those determinants, and what are the access points in government, what are the access points in policy, and what are the access points in practice to help a person become more whole. So I've constantly been going on social media and just talking extemporaneously about what I know and informing people so that you know what I know and you know where to focus your power. And together we have currency, a social capital. There's a power and a value in this network so that we can equip those who are disenfranchised and more vulnerable than we may even be ourselves.
Wow, that was powerful.
I would like to answer that question also. Just thinking about I want to kind of circle back to some of the things that have already been said. And especially today is Juneteenth, right? And thinking about what Dr. Mark Anthony Gooden said about outcomes, asking about outcomes. Imagine if when they'd read the Emancipation Proclamation and be like, y'all are free, they'd been like, but what does that mean? Because what if they had told them, it means sharecropping and it means 200, 400 more years of just absolute struggle and poverty. I wonder, if we had asked that question, there are a lot of reasons why we didn't, right? But if we had been able to ask that question and assert some agency, would we be in a different space than we are now? And so now we know better and we have the tools to do better. And so I really would like to see, and I'm going to speak directly to parents for a moment in terms of education. I really would like to see parents asking more questions about outcomes, because education is your child's right in this country. Regardless of citizenship, the fact that they are here, they have a right to an education. So if the school that you send them to is not meeting the needs of your child, you have every right. In fact, other families are depending on you to stand up and say something. So when schools are saying oh, we're gonna work on recruitment, first of all, schools will tell you yeah, we do recruitment. So it's gonna be real interesting now for these schools who are yeah, we're gonna double up on recruitment. Because you told me you were working as hard as you could to find more Black teachers to put in the classroom. So I'm interested to see how you can work even harder than you could before. I digress. But it's I want parents to walk into their schools and not just to the teacher, go to the principal, go to the superintendent and say, this is what we want in the curriculum. This is what we want in terms of faculty and staff. This is what we want in the library. And don't ever feel scared to do that. Because if we had done it on Juneteenth, we might be in a different place now. And it's your right. It's the rights that we fought so hard to win. And so we really have to take advantage of them. So what I'd like to see is just additional emphasis on outcomes, because emancipation, we're going to keep having to work on taking it.
Yeah. We have about 4 minutes left. Bidet, Dr. Bouquet, Dr. Gooden, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just jump in. So I love what I'm hearing. I like questions, and I love really powerful, well-placed questions. And I would just say, we got a lot of white friends, white allies, white conspirators, whatever they want to call themselves. But I think it's incumbent upon us to just ask our white friends, seriously, what are you willing to give up in this fight?
Come on.
Because it's always been about property rights, and those really have been white property rights. So that's been the historical thing. Every time we try to get something, it fails because white people, white innocents, as they're described by the law, they're having to give up too much. You should check out an article that I wrote with Dr. Green on Milliken versus Bradley. When they said you're going to desegregate schools in Detroit, which was like over 85% Black, the only way you could do that is pull in white folks from the suburbs. They said, no, those white people didn't do anything. But the state was found guilty of segregated with that. So how are you going to desegregate schools with just Black people, right? But it was always, because what won the day is white people can't give up too much. And we know that's a really lopsided equation. You got all this stuff over all these years, and you can't give up nothing? Don't let me bring up reparations, but I'll
Come
stop.
on, bring up reparations. Go ahead with it.
Minutes you have? I'll stop there.
I think it's going to be important because we're talking about the intersection of two institutions, the health institution and the educational institution, both of which have apartheids living within them. And, you know, I think it's going to be really important for us to understand, and how is it that the institutions are perpetuating these apartheids, and how is it that resources are being distributed, you know, between these two institutions, right? And so the ways in which the people that are in a position of privilege, like many of us that are, you know, having this dialogue right now, right? We have educational privilege, we have the privilege of knowledge, the privilege of understanding what is happening within these institutions that are perpetuating this discord and this conflict that exists between the Black communities and these institutions. We're gonna have to do whatever it is that is within our power to not only educate our larger community, which is a part of what we're doing here now, which I think is really beautiful, but also, you know, work within the institutions and even from outside of the institutions to disintegrate them and rebuild in a way that actually honors and affirms the humanity of every person that is involved.
Beautiful. Bidet, you're gonna close this out, brother.
Just real quickly, you know, I think when we talk about education for liberation, and I think about how, like, during this entire time, I've seen so many folks in New Jersey really gather, communities of white, Black folks literally gather to say, hey, listen, we actually understand we're not willing to sit by and be racist. We're actually going to take a stand and we're going to be anti-racist, right? And that, yes, again, once again, means like going in and looking inward to find out like what it is that you need to do to then go on that journey and then start to dismantle the system. But also folks are just going out here, making action and just collectively gathering, whether it be election, whether it be on school boards, whether it be holding your schools, your institutions to task, holding your universities, because that's also where it's a big part that I didn't even get to talk about. Because if universities are like churning all these teachers out and these teachers are then going into these communities and then saying, well, this is what I learned in university, then something's wrong with the system, right? And so we need to really honestly think about how we as a community are going to all collectively put our foot down and say, listen, if we are all recognizing that these institutions are racist, then we all have to understand that by doing nothing, we are just playing into it. And so thus we have to then, as Ibram X. Kendi, then decide to be anti-racist.
Beautiful. Okay, it has been a pleasure. I feel like we should go on the road. We should do a tour. We should write a book. We should do a show. We could do a talk show. Like I'm here for all of this. You know, moderate-ish because y'all really didn't need a moderator, but I am so grateful. Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Thank you, Bidet. Thank you, Dr. Bouquet. Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Dr. Gooden, I'm so grateful to have these conversations with you. If you want to learn more about them, please get their information from wethepeoplestage.com. It has been a pleasure. Quentin, I'm going to turn it over to you. But thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Happy Juneteenth to everyone.
Happy Juneteenth.
Juneteenth.
Yes, happy Juneteenth.
Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Happy Juneteenth.
Bye.
Y'all did an amazing job. Thank you so much for putting your energy in the room, putting your wisdom. You are breaking barriers. Yes, girl. Yes, Keisha. You did the damn thing. All right, Chris. All right, Bonnie. All right, Mark. Dr. Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to turn it over into our next panel in just a moment. But before we do, I really want to continue to thank our esteemed panels and our sponsors. So what we just witnessed was the emancipated mind and body. And this was made possible by many of our partners. The Brownstein Group has done an amazing job with supporting us with financially. They've supported us with some of their donating and volunteering, some of their employees to the cause who helped organize this event such an amazing way. Tyranny likewise has helped with the design of the event and supporting infrastructure. Healthcast Media is one of our financial sponsors. Eatible Delights Catering. as well as Juno Search is two of our additional financial sponsors. Temple University and David Brown. David Brown pretty much came up with this concept, which morphed into the Reopening Philly Leadership Summit, which is now produced by We the People Stage and is brought to you by Radio 1, which is hip hop 103.9, R&B 100.3 R&B, Classics Philly 107.9, and Praise HD2. You heard from Keisha Howell, Dr. Marielle Bouquet, Dr. Mark Anthony Gooden, Dr. Chris T. Purnell, but Betty, I'm gonna mispronounce that, and Anastasia Neely. You can follow them on their various social media handles, which again, as Keisha had mentioned, will be also made available on wethepeoplestage.com. But for your benefit, if you're still watching as we transition into our next panel, you can take their social media down from these slides that I'm sharing with you right now. I know I'm going fairly fast, but we have an action-packed day for you for this virtual Juneteenth event. So I don't want to delay because we've got another powerhouse panel on the way. What's in store for everyone is dating during COVID-19, dating nightlife during COVID-19, hosted by Mina Say What. All right, Mina Say What are you in the house? I see you, Mina. What's up, homie? How are you? All right, I'm gonna unmute you. There we go. You are in the process of being unmuted.
Hello.
There we go. Hey.
There we are. How are we?
We are doing wonderful. So before, we've got just 60 seconds, so we're gonna get the rest of our panelists on video. I just want to, I know it's a 6-hour-long event. Thank you for all of you who have been with us since the beginning, and those of you who may just be joining in. But it's so important that you recognize that this is a movement, right? And we've been seeing that movement today. Mr. Rushion McDonald kicked us off with money-making conversations with the powerhouse couple, local couple, social media entrepreneurs, and co-founders of Jumping Jack Tax, Dana Chanel and Prince Donnell, award-winning author, entrepreneur and philanthropist Nehemiah Davis, and of course the founder of Eatible Delights Catering, who talked about financial ways that we can begin to reopen Philly, but also look at the opportunities that exist as a result of us moving more towards digital. And a couple of those businesses, actually I believe every single one of those businesses represented, experienced an increase in business because they positioned themselves financially for a digital and social media landscape. Then we went into collaborative communities hosted by David Brown, who talked about ways that we can, cooperative economics, that we can continue to pool our resources. And then we went to our next panel of Next Steps with Black Community, hosted by Solomon Jones, where yet again, they talked about holding accountable law enforcement and looking at the institutional racism that exists within the system that prevents us from attaining fair housing, attaining resources, which touched on what Gabby had mentioned about the census and the importance of us having our communities counted and represented for fair and equitable distribution and redistribution of resources and funding for our communities. And we just ended off with Emancipated Mind and Body, powerhouse, amazing intellectuals talking about the necessity for us to not just think about COVID-19 from a physical standpoint. And Dr. Chris Purnell, I am so sorry for your loss. She mentioned that she had lost her father due to the pandemic. And it's so important for us to think specifically about the outcomes of Black bodies and brown bodies within the healthcare system that is inherently institutionally racist. And also think about the mind. How are we educating and liberating and emancipating our minds? Because the education system has been weaponized to neglect the narratives of Black and brown people and Indigenous people from the pages of history. So we go into this next panel of dating Nightlife during COVID-19, knowing that this is a movement. There's many moving parts. It's, of course, related to COVID-19, but it's also very much of the moment, because so much of what we do and behave with right now is really determined by the current climate. So Mina, I will turn it over to you. I'll stop talking. I'll leave it to the expert, my homie. Welcome to the table.
You're doing just fine. Do you want to do my part?
No, I'm out. Peace.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mina Sewa. I'm a radio personality, also a TV media host. I'm on 100.3 R&B Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So welcome to the Dating, Nightlife, and Entertainment in the Current Climate panel. I really want to tie in what we're doing here today with what Quentin just said. A lot is happening right now. There's COVID. There's a lot of racial tension out in the world right now, and mental health is definitely a big thing that we have to focus on right now. And part of having mental health is just being a well-balanced person. You know, recently, because of COVID and all the restrictions and a lot of the protesting and some of the dangers that are out in the world, our mental health is suffering. Our social actions are suffering. In order for us to be healthy, balanced individuals, we have to communicate with others. We need to see one another. Human contact is very important. So we haven't had a lot of that. And now that we're starting to move into different phases, as different states start opening up, we're dining outdoors. It is really important that we start talking about our social lives, our dating lives. How have they changed? Entertainment, a lot of concerts, a lot of different events were canceled. So I want to introduce our panelists at this time, because this is going to be a very convoluted conversation. I first want to introduce Mercedes Smith. She's a public relations professional and founder of Care More. Hello, Mercedes.
Hello, Mina. Thank you so much for having me.
So do you want to let us know a little bit more about your background, Mercedes?
Sure. Would love to. So aside from being a founder of Care More, a nonprofit, I am also vice president of public relations at Tyranny Agency. We're one of the biggest creative and media agencies in the city of Philadelphia. So that's what I do. So I'm very excited to be a part of this conversation and be here with the panelists and get into it with you. So thank you for having me.
Up next, we have Erica Ray. Now, Erica is a creative director of the event Parlor. She basically puts on events. Hi, Erica.
Hi, how are you, Mina? How's everyone? How's it going?
We're good. Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth. Got the braids, got the hoop.
We see, girl. You ready? So tell us a little bit more about your business.
Yes, so the event Parlor is my baby. I'm super duper proud of it. I founded it 4 years ago, so we're 4 years old in the game. We pretty much just help people have luxury events. We're all about the details, and that's pretty much my business in a nutshell. It's a distinct focus on details, and being a Black entrepreneur means so much these days, and today of all days, I'm so thankful for all the support we have received.
I love this picture. Yes, for the hair.
Thank you.
And up next is the extraordinary Lord Strayhorn. He's an astronumerologist, an author, a media personality, a TV and radio personality, and he tells us about the stars. Hello, Lloyd. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Lloyd. Turn yourself on. There we go.
Did it work?
Well, it worked. You're here.
Hi, ladies. Thank you and happy Juneteenth Day. For those that don't understand the significance of this day, maybe they should do some homework for a change, other than us explaining every year and every situation what it's about. And actually, Black history is American history. So be clear. So since we got here since 1619, not to go off tangent, but people need to put in perspective that this is not just a new thing. So happy Juneteenth.
Yes. So I want to start off a conversation about how the coronavirus has changed how we interact with one another. Because at the essence of this panel, it's really, how do we talk to each other? How do we touch each other? How do we communicate with one another? Whether it be your family, your friends, strangers, a loved one. That's really what the essence is. How are you interacting with people, and how has that changed? And you guys can just jump in whenever you want to go.
I'll kick it off. I know for me personally, not focusing so much on dating, but just my client basis relationships, making sure that they're still intact, even though I can't physically touch, I can hardly see any of them. A lot of them care for their elderly parents and such, so they don't want to come into contact with anyone, but being able to keep that line of communication open, let them know that I'm here for them, I'm supporting them in every way, every single facet, making sure that their events can still happen, even if it's just at home. One thing I did appreciate about this pandemic was the fact that we can focus on family. We can focus on immediate family and love on one another while within the same household. So I emphasize that to all of my clients and made sure that during the pivot of my business in particular, we can still communicate in this way. You can still celebrate in this way. Let's do it together. Small, intimate thing. Stay 6 feet away from me, but keep close to your family and celebrate and love each other.
You guys can just jump in.
I love that. I think for me, it's been all about communication. Just being a VP, being in PR, communication has always been key. But I think now more so than ever, it's really been important, whether it be with family, with friends, especially now that we're looking to reopen and get back into the world. We really have to be open with each other and figure out what each other's comfortability levels are. What are you okay with? What are you not okay with? So I found the levels of communication that everyone has been really elevating, very refreshing for me, especially.
Lloyd, we can't hear you.
How's that?
Yes, good.
Yay. Okay. You know, it's interesting, human nature. When it's cold, we want it warm. When it's warm or hot, we want it cold. When we're with somebody, we want to be by ourselves. When we're by ourselves, we want to be with somebody. When we're at work, we want to take off to take a vacation to do whatever we want to. But when we shut down for 60 to 90 days, we go bonkers. So go figure. You know what I'm saying? So it's all a part of human nature. But I tell you this, dating has taken on since this pandemic and being shed in a whole another level. First of all, if nothing else, you get to learn yourself, who you are, what you're about. Sometimes because of day-to-day activities and this, that, and the other, we get distracted and really don't take time to know ourselves, who we are really, much less the person we're about to interact with. From my perspective, like right now with this COVID-19, and it is still very active and it's going to be active for quite some time. That to me, the dating would depend on a couple of things. One, if you're online dating, I would say right now, keep it to a minimum like 0, okay? You know, if there's somebody you got a history with, a past history, and it's been pleasant, maybe that will be something. But I think it is of human nature to touch, to hold, embrace, to encourage. Only in places like Thailand where people bow, China where people bow. But here in this country, we touch and we hug and we hold, as at least African Americans do. That's how we roll with this, okay? And I'm sure most people do, but with us, it's definitely one of our signature pieces, getting together at reunions and whatnot. But because of this COVID, we have to be a little bit more careful and more cautionary, using common sense. So for those that are newbies, in other words, let's say I'm starting to date one of you ladies, then first of all, you don't know me that well, and it's nothing personal because that makes common sense. I remember a time where there was a phase where people wanted to know what your STD status was, your sexually transmitted disease status was. Do you have herpes? Are you free of this or free of that? Well, it don't work that way with this virus. And so what are you going to do? I'm going to date you and show you my certificate that I am virus free.
Yes, yes, Lloyd. Show me your test.
yeah. I mean, that's how it's going. So I'm saying that it's going to be a minute before we get back to the normalcy of it, unless there's somebody you have a past history with, there's somebody you've always known and had a long relationship with, to develop the friendship where you feel comfortable enough to them to be in those personal, intimate moments, if that makes sense.
The reason why I asked that, because even myself, I find myself really just looking at human interaction differently, this whole coronavirus thing. I mean, I am a little bit more reserved now than I was before. I am a hugger. You know, I'm Spanish. We hug people, we kiss.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do that anymore. It's a cultural thing. So I have to find myself really adjusting how I even greet people, you know, and then even bigger than that, when you're stuck in the house for 2 months by yourself, you know, there is a renewed sense of urgency when it comes to dating. You know, I've always been very work oriented. So for me to sit in the house by myself and only have work and cooking and that's it, nothing else, you know, I have been one of those people that has been more interested in dating, but how do we date now? You know, and then how do we even embrace our loved ones? You know, I find myself around my mother. I will wear my mask around my mother because I'm worried. You know, I've been out here protesting. And even though when I was protesting, I had my mask on, you never know the level of risk that you've put yourself through. I've had friends who have had, you know, gender reveals. And, you know, that now that we're starting to get out, you know, I do find myself being at least feeling a little guilty. Like, am I putting myself in a situation of where I'm risking me getting something and then possibly handing it down to my mother or my godson, people who might be a little bit more vulnerable, have different immune systems than I do. So this COVID thing has really changed how I am interacting in my life. Do you guys distinguish between the people in your lives, who you're going to be around, who you're going to wear a mask on? Are you wearing a mask around everyone? Do you feel comfortable taking it off at any point? Like, how do you treat the different people in your lives? Especially, I'm pretty, Erica, I think you have a boyfriend, right?
Yeah.
I mean, do you kiss him? I mean, have you kissed him? Do you hang out? You know, the CDC said we have to wear masks when we're kissing.
Kiss with the mask on?
Yes, that's what the CDC said. And they said we have to wear condoms and we have to limit the amount of activities that we do, you know, do with our mouths. Like, how are you guys distinguishing who gets what?
Well, I got to be honest, from a man's point of view, what we do is we cross our fingers and take our chances, okay?
That part.
That's how we do it. Keeping it real, all right?
That part, yes, definitely. For me, around my mom, around my brother who I live with, I do not wear a mask. Around my boyfriend, when it first started, we were really hesitant on, like, when he would come see me and I would go see him, do we take the mask off? Like, what do we do? Then after a while, especially knowing that we both were quarantined, it was just like, okay, like, we're just going to take the mask off. So we do not kiss with the mask on. That, first of all, that sounds weird to me.
Right.
And I honestly feel like that would be spreading more germs because your mask is out in the air. So why would I want your mask to touch? Like, that's
Good.
I don't know why the CDC said that. I'm like, have you tried that? That's probably
so weird.
Well, let me say this. Kissing with a mask on isn't, shall we say, as effective and as romantic as it would be all natural. All right.
Right.
So they're going to. So eventually, we will get away from that. You know what's interesting? When they talked about the flu epidemic of 1918, rather, you will see pictures of people sitting in crowded arenas with masks on. Way back then is the same thing that we're required to do now. So obviously at that stage back in 1918, when you look at some of those old photographs of people wearing their masks in public arenas, eventually they got out of it. Now, it's not going to take us 20, 30 years to get out of it and be back to normal. But what I'm saying is for those that are into instant water, this just said water, they're going to have a little problem. So certain states you see right now that says, listen, later the sun is out, let's go to the beach, let's hang out, you know. And again, because this virus cannot be seen, taste, touched, or smelled, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And obviously it's impacting a lot of people. So that's why I'm saying care, caution, little common sense still goes a long way. But for intimate moments, you got to know somebody. Yes, Mercedes.
Right. No, I was going to piggyback off of you. I think that it's, again, all about comfortability. And for me, honestly, I've been using the gram, Instagram to see, especially where my friends are. I kind of keep tabs like, oh, okay, so you around y'all in like a little apartment party, might have to stay away from you for a little bit. But I think that we just, from now until forever, we're always going to err on the side of caution. But I think when it comes to dating, that type of thing, it's all about also being very creative during this time. We know the guidelines, it's all about being 6 feet. So how could you create opportunities and moments where you can still potentially go out and date, but that you can do it safely? So going for walks, or, you know, staying 6 feet away from the driveway to the porch, having conversations and still getting that social interaction, I think is key now as we look to the future.
Yeah, but I think it's also it is human nature for us to be close to each other. This is why the children or infants that from 0 to about age 2 that has never been touched or held or caressed or loved don't grow up to be normal. So it is normal for us to interact. But in this case, with this disease, and at least the scientists, which some people don't believe in science, but the science says these are the factors that can affect us if we don't use precaution. So since I think all of us want to live a long life, a very healthy life, to me, it would be nothing to err on the side of caution and common sense as to say, listen, the weather is nice, I don't care what they say. And then the next thing you know, we're in a hospital with attached to a ventilator. And it's a little too late, if you don't mind my saying. So I think patience is going to play a very important part getting back into the dating process. So if you think it was like dating December 2019, excuse me, where just 6 months ago, you wouldn't even thought about this. 6 months ago, somebody predicted that 6 months up the road, listen, you can't touch, you can't kiss, you can't hug, you can't talk too close. People said, yeah, right. But this is the situation we're in. So we just have to be a little bit more patient to ride it out.
Yeah, patience is important. And then I also feel like communication, you know, I think different people handle this virus in different ways. Some people think it's more serious and some people take it not as serious. I mean, I've had people even judge me like, oh, why won't you come out? Because I don't want to get the Rona. That's why.
They didn't get the memo.
Like, right. Like, no, there's a stay-at-home order. What do you like?
Right.
Go home.
It's all about comfortability. Whatever you're comfortable with. I think everybody's gonna figure it out in their own time, but I do think 6 feet is a good caution.
I also think for me, myself, like I've had to really identify how to increase my communication with the people around me and just letting them know what I'm comfortable with. Like, I'm not comfortable with that, or I'm not going to do that. Or, hey, even if no one else is wearing a mask, I'm going to wear a mask.
And to that point, I think that, as I was saying before, it's been very interesting to see the enhanced level of communication that people are taking now, right? So now more so than ever, you'll see like, okay, make sure you bring these items. If you are doing, let's say, a layout with friends and it's only 10 of you, make sure you have your gloves, make sure you have this. We're staying 6 feet away on your blankets, right? And then also, I think for me, what has been very interesting is, as you were saying, Mina, the hugs and everything, but me and my friends, we give a head nod like, whoa, 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 or like, you know, chuck the deuce. They're like, I see you, what's up? So communication and the gestures is key.
Well, in my case with family members, like if my children or my brother or something, I mean, I'm going to hug them. That's human nature. But at the same time, I also make sure I spray alcohol on my hands. In fact, when I spray alcohol on my hands, I'll also rub my face. Why? Because it supposedly attacks the nose, the mouth, the eyes. You know, I'm not going to blind myself with alcohol, let's be clear. But the point of being as cautionary as possible, and that's with family members. So imagine with somebody you just meeting in a new relationship, or somebody you barely know in a relationship, or somebody you may have had a prior relationship with. Because of this virus, you don't know who is, you know, so it's kind of crazy. So I'm just saying a little patience. And if you got to wear a mask, it's not going to take away from whatever it is. Or if you got to wear gloves, so what? But again, I would rather err on the side of common sense and cautionary approach and then ride it out. So this way, when I do get back into the swing of things, okay, I ain't got to go back again, start back the process because I couldn't wait long enough.
Definitely. I can imagine all the stories of people who are actually out during the times where in the cities that are actually wide open and ready to go. Actually read a story earlier this morning where a young lady was out celebrating her birthday or a friend of hers birthday, went home, thought she had like a common cold, but turned out she turned up with COVID. So she is very much still real, and she had to start back over self-quarantine, and it's just like, it's not worth it at the end of the day.
Well, see, this is the case with the states that open up in Florida, Arizona, North Carolina. If you notice, all these things are peaking now. Right. And and one governor was just trying to say, guys, why don't we wait a couple more weeks? People's nature, by human nature, we get antsy. Listen, when I'm at work, I want to be home. I want to be anywhere from this job. So now that we've been off work for all these months, now we want to be everywhere except at home. So we've got to strike some kind of balance, or some kind of intelligent balance, so we have the best of both things. But yet, if something is worth the wait, if I'm loving you ladies or dating you or something like that, and I gotta wait, I think you three are worth it to me. Okay? So
you having three, Lloyd?
Look at Lloyd. Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd.
No, that sounded wrong. I'm not a player. I'm a good astronumerologist.
All right. You just crush a lot. You're not a player. You just crush a lot. Okay, Lloyd.
Let you ladies know what I'm trying to say, okay? Thank you.
We get
Don't
you.
so embarrassing. Thank you, though.
You know, that's the perfect segue, because I think at least even for like the age group that we're in, you know, there's been a lot of casual dating going on prior to the COVID, you know. How does what's happening right now, how does that change the way we've been dating, and how should we be dating to be safe?
Well, and the way it used to be, we could just be natural, be ourselves, take somebody out for a couple of drinks, a movie, dinner, whatever the case is, dance, then take it to the next level, whatever that level may be, depending on what rate of speed that relationship goes. But with this virus thing, it has just changed the whole flavor, but it's only for the moment. All we have to do is just be patient, do everything that is suggested so we don't contract it, because I don't plan to contract it myself personally, okay? And based upon the results of it. So why should I be impatient when all I have to do is just be a little bit more patient and ride this thing through? Then I get full blast. See, I'm back in stride. That would be the best way to do it. Other than I can't wait, and then I take what they say, 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, because that's what's happening in some cases like this.
I think for those who are in relationships, I think you just take time with each other. One, take the time to get to know yourself again, because as you're going through this process, if you're not living with each other, like in my certain situation, we're not living with each other. So it helped me to allow room for my area of growth and how I communicate, making sure that I'm showing affection, even if it's through a text message or a phone call. Leading up to his birthday, every day at the time, like his birthday is 5/20. So at 5/20 every day, I made sure to send a loving message leading up into his birthday.
He's so nice.
Right, where the ring at? Where the ring at?
Yes, relationship goals. Relationship goals.
Yes. So, I mean, he did a whole lot of nice things. He planned a virtual dinner where he actually cooked, and then he dropped the dinner off curbside, picked it up. I went to my room, hopped on Zoom. We had a virtual dinner together. So that was
and
you gotta be creative.
I was just about to say that, Erica. Creativity is key, and I've been seeing a lot of creativity from, even if you aren't in the same city, doing the Uber Eats, and the Uber Eats gets there at a certain time, and then y'all get on Zoom or Netflix. Technology is key in this day and age. Netflix has the watch feature where you can watch movies together and just be cute and do things. Yes, Lloyd, look, you gotta check that out, Lloyd.
Yeah, I gotta
Netflix party.
Yes, Netflix parties. So there's so many different ways, and technology really allows us to do that. So we got to be creative. There's no laziness. You can really tell who's lazy during this casual dating time, especially in the COVID.
Yeah.
So you're able to weed them out fast.
Yes.
And I would say for like anybody who's trying to get to know someone, just really take the time to get to know them. I think a lot of the times we skip steps, because when we get around each other, stuff happens, and you never really take the time to pump your brakes. This is the perfect time to do it the way it's supposed to be done. Get to know the person, talk to them on the phone. I mean, that's kind of like a lost art these days as well, with people texting so much, or, like I was casually dating this guy, and then the COVID hit, and, I felt like he was being very loose with the COVID. He wasn't really paying attention to it. He had a whole barbecue.
No, had to go.
Right. So it's like, really get to know what that person's, I guess, habits are. Do they pay attention to something this serious? You know, like these are all red flags. You're telling someone this is really important to me, and they're like having barbecues, you know? So it's like, just take your time. Like Lloyd said, patience, you know, we have to really exercise that at this point, because at one point it has to go from dating virtually to dating in real life. And that's the risk. You don't know where that person has been, who they're around, how serious they're taking it. Are they wearing a mask every time they go outside and, you know, engage in outdoor dining, or all the different things that are starting to open up? You don't know how serious they're being. So when you're coming in contact, you're taking a risk. Mm-hmm. You can't take these risks with everyone. Correct. You have to limit your risk taking. So make sure he or she is worth it.
And I have to agree with you on that, because everybody is not taking the same amount of care and caution. Right. Now, we men got this thing of being indestructible, nothing bothers me, which is why we wound up in the hospital sooner than you ladies, for example. But all I'm saying is, again, we men need to kind of like put the ego to a side a second. Yes, I know we're guys and we're machismo and all that stuff, but an illness is still an illness. And this thing does not discriminate because of gender. It focuses on certain ages more than others, but it has gone from children to primarily senior citizens, or whatever the case is. So I'm saying again, it's about just using, and I know I've said it again, common sense, you know, just think. And all you got to do is just be patient, do what you have to do. That is, if you care about yourself, because first thing is you have to learn how to love yourself. And so when you're doing things like that, I'm wondering, is that self-sabotage? Or is that a lack of love of themselves? Because you do have some people that think they are indestructible, like somebody down in DC that thinks nothing bothers them. But we know that's not true.
Unfortunately, people don't learn until they learn the hard way, if it affects them personally or someone in their family. And that's just very unfortunate.
That's true, Erica. Very true.
And I would also say, like, practice respect. You know, be respectful of how someone else feels about this, what their safety level is. I feel like there's a lot of like, oh, this ain't real. Or like some people, because they haven't been personally affected by it, they might not be taking the precautions. I know a handful of people that have had it. One of my mentors in particularly, she felt like she was gonna die by herself in her apartment. You know, and when you read these stories, I mean, today I read that Scarface, who's a rapper that had it, he said his kidneys have not fully recovered yet. And he hasn't, you know, he's gotten over it for a month. So the fact that a month later, his kidneys are still not there, where he has to undergo dialysis every day. You know, I read today that some woman in Texas got the virus again. Like, she got it in February. And now she has it again. So it's like, be respectful. Some people may not think that it's that serious because they haven't been personally affected by it. But if someone else is telling you, hey, this scares me, don't down talk that person or say it ain't real. Oh, you know, come outside. Like, just be respectful of other people's comfortability level.
You know, Mina, to just give you a brief example, I live here in New York City, right? When this was starting, about maybe March or April, when they really started shutting it down, there was an incident where there was a young lady outside the hospital with a mask on. There was an elderly woman with a mask also, but evidently she couldn't keep her balance and she got too close to the lady. The lady pushed her down, the elderly woman. The elderly woman fell to the ground, bumped her head on the sidewalk, and died. Now, that same woman, had she been patient, had she been respectful, and seeing it's an elderly woman, let's use some common sense with this, okay? If you're seeing a woman is obviously older or not as in their full prime, you try to show respect. No, she pushes the woman down, and now she's locked up, more contained. So here it is, she's trying to keep 6 feet of distance. Now she's going to jail and have no distance. Right. So this is where care, common sense, and respect for people come in. These are little things, and people should take some pages from these things that we read about and hear about so they can be better moving forward with whatever they're doing.
So just so you guys know, I'm taking notes so at the end we can recap. So guidelines when you're going out in these streets, you know?
Right.
I have to be honest, I was very diligent in following the rules. But then George Floyd was murdered. And I was so angry to watch that on video, and I was moved. So he was murdered on Memorial Day.
Yeah, May 25th. It was May 25th.
So that first weekend was the week where it started to get violent. So I was out there, you know, first Saturday after he was murdered, you know, in Philly at the art museum protesting. So my mindset kind of shifted a little bit, right? It went from safety, I got to stay home, I got to protect my loved ones, to I have to get out and do something. So I was around thousands of people. We all had our masks on. I will say that. I was very impressed that the majority of the protesters had their mask on, but my priorities changed. You know, my priority was to go out and protest this injustice that I've seen. I think the Monday following that, after all the rioting and the looting, my priority was to go out, you know, and clean up, you know, 49th and Parkside, because I had heard that 52nd and Parkside was ransacked, you know. I mean, the videos were like, God, you know. So it's like, how now do we balance COVID and what's going on racially in our country?
I think first we have to start with not judging people who decide to stay in. Like me, I didn't go out and protest, but I did protest from within my home. I donated to different organizations. I let it be known on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, however I was feeling. I made sure to use my voice in the way that I best knew how. And the reason why I chose not to go out, I have a weak immune system. I'm anemic. I like literally everything. You touch me, I can instantly get sick. So it was just for me to, in the best interest, to stay home. So instead of feeling the judgment of I'm not doing enough, I made sure I still did my part. I raised awareness of what's going on. I talked to my white colleagues. I made sure they knew what was going on. I educated a lot of people. I made sure my job was well aware of we need to be able to use our voice as well. So I made it a priority to use my voice even though I was inside. So I think if we start with not judging people and how they protest, then we're on the right track.
But you know, that's interesting, Erica. I didn't even know people were judging whether you went in or stayed home. I mean,
Lord.
Now, I wasn't aware of that. But I mean, you know, because here in New York City, where I'm from, protest takes place on all kind of levels, from being in the street to communicating. So there's all forms. And like you said, in your case, Erica, you know, with your anemic situation, you decided to do another way, but it's just as effective for those that didn't go out. So we all make a contribution. And I think we should stop being judgmental too, because you and I don't know what's going on in each other's life in a private way. We could have a bad hair day, as you ladies say, or I'm not feeling my best. It doesn't mean that I don't want to get out there. It's just, that's how that happened. So, you know, so that's the one thing I don't do, is make judgment of other people, unless I'm going to point the finger at myself.
Exactly.
And I agree with that, Erica. I always say that I'm not frontline Sadies. I'm not the ones that be on the front line with picket signs and a blow. That's just not me. However, I do use the opportunity, especially being in corporate America as a Black woman in leader, to do my part and see how I can push the agenda from the back end. And then also, I think for those who are out there protesting and they have their mask on, like you, Mina, I think sometimes you have to put yourself in certain positions and say that, hey, this is bigger than me. So even though I know that this is happening in this world and I know that there's a pandemic, something in you moved you to be on those lines, and you took all the precautions that you needed to take to still make sure that your voice was being heard, but that you were being protected. So as everyone is saying, there is no right way. It's just really what you're comfortable with.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because I am a frontline kind of person. When Trayvon happened, I marched for that. That's who I am in my core. You know, if I wouldn't have been on the radio, I would have ended up even being an attorney or a politician. I would be fighting for people. I was going to be a sports manager, negotiating contracts. I was going to be fighting for someone to get what they deserve, you know? So that's just in my blood. So that's why it wasn't even a hesitation to me putting myself out there and doing these things. But with that, I did have to be cautious. I was around my family members this weekend. I know I've been protesting. I know it's only been like 2.5 weeks. I put my mask on because I'm worried about them. My cousin was like, no, you're fine. Take it off. No, I've been out. I know that. So just be responsible yourself to understand how you might have put yourself in situations that might have not been the safest. And that's your right to do that. But don't endanger someone else's health, you know, by not being responsible at that point. If you know you've been out here reckless, I know I've been out here reckless. I know when I get around people, I'm going to put my mask on because I don't want to, put them in danger. I also think that we need to understand that there's different ways of doing things. Just like we talked about, dating is now virtual. You know, online dating is happening. The app saw a boom. Understand that activism is also an online thing. It is a real thing. You can you can write emails to your elected officials, to the mayor, to the police commissioner. We're seeing all these videos. I see a lot of people tweeting and retweeting and contacting all these offices. That's a form of activism, or if you just want to donate money, to the actual activists this is their job. This is what they do for a living. That's okay too. But I put something up on my Instagram, like, let's not be judgmental of how other people decide or how they decide to be activists, because there is a coronavirus pandemic going on right now. And it's something that we have to consider. So here's a tough question. How do you currently date interracially with the current climate? Like, you have the corona, and then you're meeting someone of the opposite race inside of this very heavy political time. How do you do that?
I could take that. I think it's very important for me as a Black woman. If dating interracially, it's important for that person to have a level of understanding, a level of, I might not fully comprehend what's happening, but I am moved to learn more. I'm moved to educate myself. I don't think it should ever be a question of someone, how can I put this? Someone trying too hard or someone trying to prove themselves to you. Because I found that a lot, right? So people try to be like, oh, I'm here for you, or I am an ally, or I'm down with you. I think that you have to err on the side of caution with that. But it's even in allyship, even in friendships, right? I have a lot of white friends, white coworkers. It's all about the understanding portion of it, right? And yeah, so understanding is key here.
I would have to agree with that, because unless someone lives the Black experience as we have, for example, in a white household, a father doesn't have to explain to his son that if he's pulled over by the police, you keep your hand on the steering wheel, they never go through that. So when we talk about that, that seems quite foreign, but that is a part, that's how I grew up. That's how I taught my sons. That's how my father taught me, And so these are the things that people take for granted. So now with this mixing of cultures or ethnicities, we're all human beings in the bottom core. So it all depends on the cultural raising of that particular person. I was always taught that if I'm dangling from the cliff of life, does it really matter who comes to my rescue? Whether they're Black or white, fat or skinny, tall or short, rich or poor, Muslim, Jewish, whatever, all these hangups we get in touch with. In other words, it teach me how to be a human being, bottom line. But I will never forget who I am in terms of my culture, my history, nor will this country never make us forget who we are too. So over and above that, as Mercedes says, it all depends on the situation. Are they trying to prove themselves, or is it genuine and authentic? If it's genuine and authentic as a one human being to another, because love really transcends all of it. That's why we have so many flavors of complexions nowadays and ethnicities and looks, because of all of the interactions one to another, because love can be universal. But in this climate here in this country, they make that somewhat challenging.
Right. You have to check the heart posture.
Yeah.
You have
Thank
to
you.
see. Yep, that's it. That's it. Check the heart.
You know, I asked that question because I feel like there's a lot of heavy things to deal with right now. You know, it's the COVID and dealing with that, and your public health and your safety. And then there's racism and all these uncomfortable social interactions that we're having with people of the opposite race. You know, Lloyd, you're an astronumerologist. You know, what do the astros say about what's happening right now with communication and, you know, getting along?
Well, let me say this. First of all, this year numerically is where losers become winners, which it appears to be, and winners become losers, all right? This is a time where all of us need to humble ourselves, to be open in our approach, that we all come to the same source, we all go back the same way, that we all must eat and clothe ourselves. I mean, there's human nature that transcends all of these things. But basically, it is about showing an awareness of things. And with this cycle that we're in right now, it means that people have to be more structured, organized, have a game plan, and try not to do things impulsively, because this is not a time to be impulsive, but to think about what you're doing. And let me say this for what it's worth, ladies. This month of June that we're in, no less than 5 planets are now retrograde. Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter. Yeah. So, and especially Mercury. If anybody heard of Mercury retrograde, this is the worst time to try to communicate. So, for example, I have a client who is married. He has a girlfriend. He sends a text, but instead of the text going to his girlfriend, it goes to his wife. So I know he has some problems later on, okay? But this is the climate that we're in right now. Mercury went retrograde officially on the 17th.
What kind of friends?
Over there,
It wasn't me, it was a client, ladies. It was a client.
Ooh, I don't know if you should have shared his business like that, Lord.
I'm in the business where
guys, by the way.
if I had to write a book on some of the things that I've heard or clients told me, you would be absolutely amazed. It'll probably be a bestseller. But I'm just saying that I can pull experiences from the situation we're in now. So here's what that means. Since Mercury's in retrograde now to July 12th, we have to be careful of how we speak. What are our intentions? I can't assume. Mercedes says, Lloyd, meet me at 3. I says, no, Mercedes, you said meet me at 4. Me and Erica get into an argument. Then come July 12th, we try to figure out what we was arguing over, honey. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. So with 4 additional planets being retrograde, let June be a cautionary month. I'd let June ride itself out. And then after the 12th, when communication is back to normal, this is not the time to go into contracts, buy computers or whatever the case is. So, you know, these are some of the things. Anyway.
All right. So in conclusion, we're wrapping up. Here are my guidelines for dating, social life, and nightlife. Okay. So be okay with wearing your mask.
Yeah.
Even though other people are not. It's about your comfortability.
Yeah.
No hugging or kissing people that are not family members was what I gathered, you know, or don't hug or kiss no one. You know, it depends on, you know, what your comfortability is. Patience and wait, you know, get to know people. Practice virtual dating. Be open to different things and be respectful. Communicate your comfortability. You know, if you don't want to hug someone, be like, hey, thank you, but I don't want to hug you right now. I'm trying to, you know, practice social distancing. Care and common sense from the mouth of Lloyd. No judgment on who's doing what.
Yeah.
Worry about you. Don't worry about no one else. Don't be impulsive and be open and communicative. Did I miss anything?
No, perfect. Perfect.
All right. Any final words, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm just thankful, and this has been great, and happy Juneteenth, guys. This was awesome.
Yes.
I want to say thank you also. And if I'm not mistaken, Mina, you're born April 28th. Erica, you're born April 27th. I mean, Mercedes, you're born April 27th. And Erica, you're born November 1st.
Yes.
That's all.
1 Scorpio and 2 Tauruses.
Yeah. And y'all are big signs, which means when y'all are focused, y'all are focused. Y'all are no joke. I wouldn't try to play you. That's all I'm saying.
Tell them, Lloyd.
Straight like that. Straight like that, Lloyd.
It don't work.
And I mean to say what, thank you so much for watching our dating, nightlife, and entertainment panel. Make sure you listen to me on 100.3 R&B Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Thanks.
Thank
Zena,
you.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks so much, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. That was exactly what we're all talking about. And if we're not talking about it, we need to be talking about it. So just as a PSA, these are not consistent. These are inconsistent maybe with the CDC guidelines. Our job really is not to offer PSAs, it's to offer real talk about what we're going through right now in COVID-19. So I appreciate you, Mina Say What, Lloyd, Erica, and Mercedes for keeping it 100 on this panel. We are about to jump into our next panel. And as we wait for our next panelist to hop on the line, I want to take it back to our wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much to the Brownstein Group for all of your support throughout this whole process of creating this event. Thank you to David Brown from Temple University for coming up with the idea as it morphed into this new and very dynamic reopening Philly Leadership Summit. Thank you, Tyranny, for all of the support as well as the graphic designs that you offered to the cause. Healthcast Media, thank you so much, financial sponsor. Eatable Delights Catering. If you guys are looking for something to order for your Father's Day meal, then reach out to David Sims at Eatable Delights Catering and Juno Search. Thank you so much for being a financial supporter of this event, as well as of Radio One, a Black-owned and operated media company. We just heard from Mina Say What, radio host, TV host, and all-around dope person, activist. She's down for the cause. Lloyd Strayhorn, astronumerologist, author, lecturer, professor, and media personality, president of Numbers and Media. Mercedes Smith, who wears multiple hats, founder of Care More and vice president at Tyranny Advertising Agency, and Erica Ray, CEO, creative director of the Event Parlor. So y'all looking for a way to, really engage, especially during this age of COVID-19, Erica has a solution for you, so check her out. Remember to follow them on social media, Mina Say What on Twitter and Instagram. Lloyd Strayhorn is on LinkedIn. You can find them, Numbers and You. Erica Ray is The Event Parlor on Instagram. And Mercedes Smith is simply Mercedes C. Smith on Instagram. So just to bring it all home, I think we are still waiting for a couple of our panelists to join the line. But we have gone through a journey here, all right? We've gone through already 5 sessions. We have 2 more in the wings. When first kicked it off with Rushion McDonald, Money-Making Conversations with Rushion McDonald. Spoke with Dana Chanel, Prince Donnell, Nehemiah Davis, and David Sims from Eatable Delights Catering. We then went into collaborative communities with David Brown, and we spoke about a lot of the ways that we're pivoting in this age of COVID-19, a lot of the ways that as governmental agencies and communications companies and churches and nonprofits, we are learning to engage with one another in a much more collaborative way as a result of these different digital spaces like this one right here. And then Next Steps for the Black Community, hosted by Solomon Jones, with Charito Morales, Franceria, and Angela McIver. They spoke about the importance of really holding accountable those various law enforcement who take liberties, right? Sexual harassment, sexual misconduct from law enforcement is real, and we need to hold them accountable. It's been happening since history, right? It's happening in slavery. Police officers and certain law enforcement still feel that they are above the law. And so when we think about social justice, it's important to think about the gender nuances within that as well. And what are our demands? Solomon Jones synthesized it really well for us at the end of the conversation with what were the demands that each of those individuals on that panel felt were necessary for us to leave the conversation with, which was very valuable. And then we went into emancipated mind and body and spoke to a number of very, very educated individuals, a number of doctors and educators. Rushion McDonald, if you are in the room, your name may be different than what you want it to appear as, so please make sure that your name is appearing the way that you, or raise your hand rather, that would probably be easier for me to identify you. Let's see. All right. Got a hand raised. Here we go. I'm gonna bring you to the room. Most panelists. All right, do we have Mr. Stephen A. Smith in the room? Raise your hand. And Mr. Dontre T.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Rashad.
Can you see me?
Not yet, but we'll get your camera working. So, Mr. Smith and Mr. Whitfield, please raise your hand if you're in the room. All right, we'll get to you. We'll get to you.
I just sent Stephen A. the password. It was asking for the password.
Okay. All right, well, how you doing, Rashawn?
Awesome, awesome. Ready to get my friends on and we can all talk as Black men.
Yes, sir. All right, well, I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Is Dondre on?
I don't see him. Dondre, if you're on, raise your hand, please. I'm gonna try to get Stephen in the room.
Cool, thank you.
All right, Dontre's coming off of CNN, so he's gonna be just a little bit late. And Stephen is on his way. He's having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Yeah, I had to send him the password. You just text me.
Okay. How's the rest of your day been, Rashawn?
Cool. I'm very comfortable. Been waiting on this show. I had a great noontime with Dana and Prince and David and Nehemiah. I thought it was fantastic to kick off the leadership summit. So now I just want to, just a whole different version of life here about Black men, and we are under a lot of dramatic physical and mental strain. I've been a Black man all my life, man. So and people are starting to understand the stress that we have to deal with, which in turn has lessened the lifespan of Black men.
Yeah.
Stephen A. said that password is not working.
All right. It's been working all day.
Yeah. Well, it was letting me in without a password. So.
There we go. There we go.
You got it?
How are you, sir? How you doing? Let's get you unmuted. Hold on one second. There you go.
You got me?
Yes, sir. Stephen A., how you doing, my friend?
I'm all right. Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn. I don't know all of this Zoom stuff and all this. Y'all gonna learn one day. Y'all gonna learn. I don't even know why. It's like 15, 20 minutes. All you had to do is like Sumatra, get there, do something. I don't know this stuff.
Well, look.
Stephen A., Dondre is coming off of CNN, so we're going to get started. I have Quentin here. Really, Quentin is the executive producer of this reopening Philly Leadership Summit. He won't say that, but I got to tell you that. It's been going on all day. I kicked it off at noon. It's the reopening of Philly Leadership Summit. And our segment really delves into the next steps for Black men. And I thought there was, you and I, we talk on a regular basis, 2 or 3 times a day sometimes. And you and I both have been under stress just looking at the black athletes, looking at the civil unrest due to the when they said murder of George Floyd. I just want to kick it off with you in this statement here, Stephen A. When it comes to sports, who do you think are making a big difference right now? I'm talking about right now. The black pro athlete or the black college football player?
Well, for me, it's the black pro athlete because of LeBron James. Certainly, we agree with what Chubby Hubbard did. Chuba Hubbard did at Oklahoma State, bringing attention to the transgressions of his coach. We can appreciate that. We can certainly appreciate Bubba Wallace with NASCAR and what he facilitated in terms of them removing the Confederate flag. These are incredibly significant issues. But for me, what LeBron James is doing with Juneteenth and with his movement to get out the vote, more than a vote per se, elevating voter registration and things of that nature, I think that speaks volumes, because what he's basically trying to enlighten us all about, which we all know, but he's re-emphasizing, is that you can't expect change if you're not willing to go to the polls and assist in making that change. The very, very people that you're asking for assistance from ultimately are people that are in elected office. They're the ones legislating laws. They're the ones that are funding the police departments and things of that nature. They play a pivotal role in the imagery and the tenor that exists within our society. And when they're not right, when they're not on the up and up, and they don't care about our interest, then we have no hope whatsoever. And so LeBron James putting forth a concerted effort to bring attention to that cause, particularly with an election coming up in a matter of months, I think it's incredibly pivotal, and I applaud him for his efforts on that.
Thank you. Now, Quentin, when you look at the black athlete, and you're a young man, you're in the streets of Philly, you live there. Stephen A. myself, I don't live there. I live in Georgia and I live in Houston, Texas, 2 states, Texas and Georgia. But you live in Philly, and you see black athletes standing up for a cause, and where you've only seen them as just physical giants. What does that mean to you as a young black man?
Well, it means something, because imagery is important. When you can attach an image to something, particularly as it pertains to black empowerment, that's a beautiful thing. Just think about what we reflect upon when we think about the past. It wasn't just that Muhammad Ali refused to enter the army to participate in the Vietnam War. It was also footage of him saying, "No Viet Cong ever called me the N-word." It was him saying that I will not go across the ocean and go against suppressed colored people when we as black and brown people are oppressed here. I will not participate in that. But that's video there. But also you see the footage of him with Jim Brown sitting next to him on one side, Bill Russell on another, Lou Alcindor and them, Kurt Flood, John Wooten and others. And so when you see that picture, and you see that level of black empowerment and the support that he had rallied around him, then it speaks in a very, very profound fashion, because it reminds you that as we stand together, we're incredibly difficult to knock down and steamroll over. And I think that's important when you're talking about black empowerment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I echo that entirely. It just makes me think about when Colin Kaepernick really stood his ground and started kneeling when no one else was. He was raising awareness when no one else was, and he was amplifying the voices of the boots on the ground when very few other people were. The majesty, the glamour of the black athlete holds a power to amplify voices that may otherwise just be operating in the margins. And we idolize our black athletes. They are a ray of hope for us, and for many of our disenfranchised youth, athletic programs are oftentimes the only opportunity that many of them see as a way out of their situation. So when a black athlete adds voice to something that is on the periphery, it causes the mainstream, it brings that idea, that thought, that challenge, right, that fight into the mainstream. It becomes part of the mainstream conversation, and young people start talking about it because Colin Kaepernick kneeled, because LeBron James did so-and-so.
Well, I think when you look at Colin Kaepernick, one of the things that people don't realize, so many people talk about his courage, his willingness, and the leadership role that he played, and they keep omitting a very important word, and that's innovative, because he was innovative. Who was thinking about the national anthem before Colin Kaepernick took a knee? Let's just think about that for a second. We took it for granted. If you asked us the additional verses to the national anthem that obviously have been omitted because of its racist context, we didn't even know what those lyrics were. When you asked for its interpretation, we paid no attention to it. It was the Star Spangled Banner is the national anthem. It comes with being a civilian and a citizen of this country, and we simply took it for granted until he felt the need to bring attention to it. And so remember, it's not always about, oh my goodness, this is what's going on. It's right in front of our face. Everybody knows it. Who's going to have the courage to stand up? Sometimes it's about, we didn't even think about it. It flew right over our head. We had no idea it was an issue until somebody brought it to our attention. And so to me, that's what Colin Kaepernick needs to be applauded for more than anything. It was his innovative vision as it pertained to that, bringing attention to that, along with the fact that not only did he protest, but he protested in violation of nothing. He didn't violate any laws. He didn't even violate any bylaws of the National Football League. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it really was no excuse to ostracize him the way that they did. Now, I've always and will never waver from holding him accountable for not having a plan thereafter. Okay, now that you took a knee and you said what you were oppressing, what you were fighting against, what are we going to do about it? What do you think we should do about it? Where do we go from here? There was no definitive answer on his part. I'm also not going to let it go that you barely hear from him. You hear from his camp, his girlfriend, and other people, but you don't hear from him. I'm also going to hold him accountable for that. But I definitely applaud his willingness to take a knee. I definitely don't believe he did anything wrong. He never should have been blackballed by the NFL. He clearly was blackballed by the NFL. Right. And we all need to stand up religiously, vehemently, and consistently, and never waver from supporting him in that regard. He never should have had to suffer what he suffered from because he did nothing wrong.
That's Stephen A. When you say, 52% of your audience for First Take is African American.
Yeah.
Okay. You deliver sports. You're opinionated. You're authentic. What is your role in all this?
Well, my role is specifically what you see me doing every day. I'm giving a voice to the voiceless. I'm a microphone per se. I'm speaking on behalf of those who cannot be heard. I'm reaching over 50 million people a week. And I make sure that I surround myself with people who are smart, who are vibrant, and more importantly, who have the same kind of stuff in their soul that I have, in order to march forward and do whatever's necessary, like yourself, Rushion, like so many others. Right. The fact of the matter is that, when LeBron James talks about, more than a vote and empowering Black people to get to the polls or imploring them to get to the polls or whatever, I'm the guy on camera and in front of that microphone, reaching 50 million people plus a week, letting them know, excuse me, LeBron James is right. You need to do this. Here's why. I'm the guy that's talking about Colin Kaepernick has been blackballed. It's wrong. What you gonna do about it? Here's why. I'm the guy behind the scenes that's getting information from the NFL, from the NFLPA, from Rock Nation, from a host of agents and things of that nature when Colin Kaepernick had his tryout and some of the ins and outs that's going on. I'm the guy that highlights, I'm one of the guys, meaning, who highlights the pitfalls, the minefields, where they're located, why they're located there. How do you navigate yourself through that terrain and around that terrain so we can survive and live to prosper another day? So many times people are about hooting and hollering and making sure that you hear them going off. But then what else is there? And oh, by the way, it's always a marathon. It's never a sprint. I'm also there for that too. And so again, we all have different roles. You have people with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and things of that nature. You have Eric Holder, the former Attorney General for the United States. He had a role. His role was different than a Barack Obama. Their role was different than people on Capitol Hill in the Senate and Congress. Their role is different than attorneys that are in the courtroom. Their role might be different than somebody who's got the microphone in front of them like me. My role might be different than that athlete that's out there raising awareness and using their platform to elevate the level of attention that needs to be brought to something. We all play a different role. And I think that as Black people, we owe it to ourselves not to look at one another and saying, if you don't do it exactly our way, you're not making a contribution. That's not true. There are a multitude of avenues that you can travel to ultimately reach the same conclusion and address the same agenda with the same level of fervent tenacity that it needs. And that's what we have to remember as a Black community, instead of willing to tear each other down just the second we disagree with somebody's method.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you raised a fantastic point with the multiplicity of the movement, right? And that's what today's panel and summit has been all about. We heard from doctors and educators talking about the weaponization of our curriculums and the need for Black educators to create curriculum specific for Black boys and Black girls, because we are omitted from the history. We're omitted from education. And it's great that athletics is oftentimes the avenue for Black children to find a way out of a bad situation, but that should not be the only option. Education is so important to our awareness, and we recognize that our education has been whitewashed or deleted.
Let's make sure that we...
Let me say something, Stephen, right quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Because he's talking about education, and I want to go back to you with education, because we saw the Netflix CEO and his wife donate $120 million to HBCU Spelman and Morehouse, and also another 200 million went to them. When I talk about the whole process of listening to you talk, you're an HBCU graduate. That is like a need that was happening, because guess what? They came about because they wouldn't let Black people in school in the South. In the North, there were quotas to let Black people in schools. What made you to go to an HBCU school, and what is the importance of HBCU schools?
Well, first of all, when I was young and ignorant, I went to an HBCU because I could ball, and I got a basketball scholarship from a living legend named Clarence Big House Gaines at the time. So that's why I ended up there. It wasn't until I got there that I appreciated the significance of being associated with an HBCU. And one of the things that I consistently bring up is when I cracked my kneecap in half and I had to have surgery and I was out for a full year and all of this other stuff. One of the stories that I rarely tell people is that there was an individual by the name of Theodore Heinzman. He was the head of the financial aid department. Now, if you know anything about the financial aid department, whether you're on scholarship or financial aid, it all comes through the financial aid department, because they're the ones that handle the dollars, okay, to make sure that tuition is paid and things of that nature. And if they're not on top of it, you're gonna get screwed over, even if you have a scholarship. Well, the reason why he was so important was because I was so frustrated, guys, and so heartbroken that my knee was so messed up that I couldn't play ball, that when the semester was over, I packed my stuff and left without saying goodbye to anybody, because I was that depressed. So I come back 8 months later. And the head of the financial aid department, who I knew very, very well, wouldn't even talk to me. He walked by me, I said hello, he wouldn't say hello back. And one day I just stood outside because I was so hurt, taken aback by this older Black man who was always a supporter of mine, supporting me. I couldn't understand, and I had to find out why. And I waited for him after work. And he said to me, "Why did you leave without telling me?" And I said, "I was heartbroken." He said, "Let me tell you what you did. You lost your basketball scholarship because of the injury, but you had an academic scholarship waiting for you because you had the grades. You just didn't know because you left without telling us." So I missed out on a semester of school, and I missed out on an academic scholarship because I forgot to reach out to the people who were supportive of me and my education. And he said, "So let me get this straight. You just left and quit school because you couldn't play basketball? That's all it took? You trying to tell me you're going to throw away your future and your life and the education that you had available to you because you didn't even consider any option other than basketball?" And that was really where it hit home for me. Those words right there. You didn't even consider an option other than basketball. And I remembered that. And I held on to that for dear life, because he proceeded to lecture me for the next hour about the importance of education and how the likelihood is that you ain't gonna be a damn thing in this world without your education. And there's so many people that don't get what they want. And because they don't get what they want, they don't consider the value and the tentacles that you'll be able to spread and stretch and ultimately reach because of your education. So many times we gloss over that and we let that go. And I've always remembered that, and I swore I'd never forget it again.
You know what? I want to speak to that, if you don't mind.
I make an error on that Netflix donation. It was $120 million.
Yeah, it was 120.
Okay. And it was 40 million to United Negro College Fund, 40 million to Spelman, and 40 million to Morehouse. You can continue, Quentin. I want to get that correct out there. Information out there.
Absolutely. Correct. So you mentioned something, Stephen, that is so important: mentorship. And I don't know if you remember this, but we actually had an encounter. I used to work in Two Penn Plaza in New York City, WABC right next to ESPN. We had an encounter. I was riding the elevator with you. I was so nervous to be in your presence. I was probably 24, 25 at the time. You spoke to me. You said, "Good morning, young man." You probably didn't say "Good morning, young man," but you said "Good morning."
I didn't say young man, but I said
no. You said "Good morning," and I was nervous to talk to you, but you opened that door, and I just felt like you were a regular person at that point in time, and that sticks with me to this day. That was 7 years ago. Mentorship is so important because, and we're talking about next steps for Black men, because there's so much that we can learn from the older generation, the younger generation. All of that, comes together for the movement. It's not just the young people on the streets. It's not just the sports athletes in front of the microphone and in front of the camera and on the field or the court, but it's that cross connection, right? And so one of the things that I appreciate about another statement that you had made about the Star Spangled Banner is the innovation of Colin Kaepernick. He was raising awareness on something that we were all blind to. It was like the water we're all swimming in, so nobody really saw it. Institutional racism is insidious because it persists. Nobody sees it until somebody who has that vision, who is willing to be an innovator, who is willing to step out and take that first bullet to make a statement about this stuff that we've been dealing with, because we want to continue like it's business as usual. And so I just want to say that, like mentorship for me has helped me, and I recognize that you mentor people. I've seen you on Dana Chanel's videos as well. I appreciate what you do and what you pour into the community.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Well, the interesting thing about Stephen A. is that I've known him, since 2002. And has always been the first to raise his hand. When I was managing Steve Harvey at the time, would come to the camps. And it was hot at those camps, okay? And he was not the star at the camp. He was there to talk. And he's coming to the Disney Dreamers and the HBCU week, the platform where this past September, where he just gave his time, called Magic Johnson. He called Magic Johnson to be a part of that live broadcast, which was unprecedented for ESPN. 1,200 scholarships registered for HBCU students, nearly $4 million in scholarships, full and partial dollars. When you see things like that, that is mentorship. That's a role, but it's frustrating when I see this, it's almost an acknowledgement about Juneteenth, when you've been acknowledging 4th of July all these years, but not acknowledging that we were freed in 1865. And now Juneteenth, you have to acknowledge that as a national holiday, because it's an acknowledgement of what you did to us. But if you ignore it, that means that what's the problem? What's the problem? Right. And so when I say Happy Juneteenth, I've been celebrating it in Texas since I was a kid.
Yeah, but I think it's important to recognize the fact that, once again, we go back to education, because yes, I'm here to tell you, Rushion, throughout my childhood, I was never taught about Juneteenth, ever. Yeah. Not in any classroom. It was never, ever broached to me. I'll go a step further. It wasn't even broached to me at Winston-Salem State, because we weren't in school in June.
Right.
Semester ended in May. And so as a result, when you think about it, I mean, again, the Emancipation Proclamation was put forth in 1862, ultimately passed in 1863, ultimately put into effect in 1863. And obviously, there's federal law coming down from the President of the United States that slaves would be free. It wasn't until 1865, because Texas, the Union troops and what have you were pretty small, and the fight that they had on their hands, it took them a little while longer to get the locals to ultimately go along with the Emancipation Proclamation. And so it took like almost 2 years later for them to pull it off. The point is, that's very near and dear to the heart of any Texan. But outside of Texas, then you didn't think about that, because you stopped at the Emancipation Proclamation. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it speaks to the absence of knowledge that we all have to some degree. There are things that I know that you guys don't know. There are things that you guys know that I don't know. Well, that's where the power of togetherness comes from, because there's always somebody that knows something that you don't know that will enlighten you, which ultimately empowers you. And once you're empowered together for a common cause, that is what makes you most lethal. What if we really want to look at what white America has done to us, right? The greatest sin outside of the actual physical and spiritual damage of slavery, of course, but a close third or fourth place to all of that is the fragmentation that they provoked. We were all over the place. It's almost like it's almost biblical, like the Bible says, folks will be wanderers in land that is not theirs. If you don't know where you come from, if you don't know your history, if you're shredded of any knowledge that would allow you to connect the dots and identify with a particular culture and a particular history, then ultimately they've succeeded in keeping us lost. And so as a result, we don't know what we don't know. But when you come together, everyone doesn't have to know. What you got to be able to do, like in the world of business, I'm sitting there going like this. There are things that I don't know. So I have Rushion. I trust him. I have this person. I trust him. So what I don't know, I know they know. And they know when it comes to media, when it comes to disseminating a message to the masses, when it comes to various other things that involve the media industry, they know that's my level of expertise. Right. And that's where it all comes from. The problem is that I think as a community, and even pastors have alluded to this, guys, there's no success without a successor. And the Black community, to me, has not done a good enough job of really, really imposing that reality. If you don't have a successor, somebody to pass along your knowledge to, and it doesn't mean somebody younger or older or whatever. It could be from industry to industry, platform to platform. It could be anything. If you don't have somebody to pass it off to, and you believe that the way to do everything is by yourself, you are ensuring your futility and your failure. And that's one of the things that we got to get around. And my brother DeAndre Whitfield, I was told he was supposed to be here. He and I were hanging out together this summer. And I love this brother. I love his intent. I love his mindset. I love his intelligence, the whole bit. And I love his wife because I've known Sally for years. And they're just so smart and they're so thoughtful about so many things. But those are the kind of conversations that we were having, because there's not enough of those conversations amongst us, y'all. There just isn't.
You know, Quentin, you met Stephen A. on the elevator. He said some things to you, broke the ice for you. And you mentioned the word mentor. What does a mentor mean to you? A mentor mean to you? And why is it important for you to have that mentor? Talk to us.
Absolutely. A mentor, to what Stephen had said, it's someone pouring into another person. And I have a couple of my mentors on the line with us today. This event that we're hosting, what is possible through mentorship. David Brown, I consider to be one of my mentors, and this was his idea. Dana Asewitz, one of my professors at Temple University, and she just had me on yesterday as a guest lecturer. She invited me in to be on the cover of our local advertising communications publication for diversity and inclusion. And so the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of opportunities, and also edification, right? So when I make a mistake, or when someone else makes a mistake, then I need to pour into that person in a loving way, in a constructive way, in a way that they would be receptive to the message and say, hey, you know, there's a better way to go about this. Or, hey, take a look at this opportunity over here. Because for me, if someone's mentoring me and I'm the mentee, my awareness is only on what I've experienced so far. So the mentor has, in many cases, such a wider lens of what the landscape is, right? And it might just be in one sector, it might just be in media, it might be in other places. Ezio Torres, the general manager of Radio 1, is yet another one of my mentors. Sean Sams, another one of my mentors, who can say, hey, you should focus your attention here. It's an opportunity. I see your skills, and let's build this together.
Well, let's hold on that thought together, because Stephen A., you know, my minor is in sociology, my degree is in mathematics. When I took Black history, I came to tears based on the lack of information. I was not educated in my middle school, in my high school. I walked into college a very ignorant man, okay? But I had to read and I had to understand that there's information out there that is being denied of us. Now, when I look at the Black Lives Matter marches, I'm seeing young white people. I'm seeing engaged in the process. How important is that, Stephen A?
I think it's pivotal because if you look throughout history, particularly the civil rights movement, if white folks weren't standing side by side with Black folks, I'm talking some because obviously not all. If some white folks weren't standing side by side with Black folks, willing to put themselves on the line for what was right and what was just, we might not have had it happen. And I think that we have to recognize that. You know, I think that one of the things that we have to be very, very careful of,
right.
You know, when you talk about the United States of America, this is definitely a white man's world. There's no question about it. There's 60% of the population. They control the strings to some degree, the power strings that there is. We are no longer even the dominant minority as African Americans. We make up about 13% of the population. The Hispanic population makes up about 17%. According to the Census Bureau reports, by the year 2030, the Black population will increase by up to 15%, and the Hispanic population will increase to about 30% of the American population. Well, what does that tell you? Their numbers are going to jump 13 points. Our numbers are projected to jump 2. That means they're anticipating we will be incarcerated or dead. And so when you see that reality and you hear Black Lives Matter, you're going to have folks on the other side that are claiming it's like a terrorist group and all of this other nonsense. No, it's a disenfranchised group of people, okay, that have been disenfranchised, that have had to experience racial oppression, racial inequality, and things of that nature for so long. They said enough's enough. We matter too. And so regardless of its origin and what people want to debate about where its origin lies and all of this other stuff, when folks are in the streets preaching about Black Lives Matter today, they're essentially saying, we matter. How dare you treat us the way that you have been treating us? How dare you try to strive to continue treating us the way that you've been treating us? Something needs to be done about that. And so for me, when you have white people standing on corners in Atlanta with signs that says Black Lives Matter. I saw somebody in New York City the other day with the same sign, white dude, standing on the corner, Black Lives Matter. And the list goes on and on. That's why you see the commissioner of the National Football League saying it. That's why you saw a Republican senator from Utah named Mitt Romney, who's a former presidential candidate, marching and saying Black Lives Matter. It's why you're going to see a plethora of others doing the same thing, because the people that they go home to, the people that they communicate with, the people that they've allowed to ingratiate their inner circle is saying these kind of things. And they know that if they don't as well, how they're going to look, how they're going to be seen, and how ultimately they're going to pay a price for it as well. And so I think that's why it's so important to see white folks standing up. I don't care what progress we hope to make. If some white folks don't stand up and stand by our side, it's going to be division, it's going to be anarchy, it's going to be violence, but it's not going to be togetherness, and there's nothing that's going to be successful for this country unless Black and white folks are standing together for something.
Now we're talking about, Quentin, I'm going to ask you this question. We're talking about, you know, Black Lives Matter. We're talking about, we're right now in the middle of a pandemic. COVID-19, you know, it has affected Black people overtly. When it happened in your world, Quentin, what it affected the most in your world other than stay-at-home order? What did you lose when during this COVID-19 period that we're still living under because there's no vaccine? So what did you lose?
The biggest thing that I lost was a sense of fear, because I recognized that regardless of police brutality, there's this invisible threat that can take my breath at any moment. And so when George Floyd was murdered, it was a call to action for me, a silent call to action that I have been feeling in my heart for years. I've been an activist, a documentarian, a poet, and speaking out on a lot of these issues. And my father is actually a retired FBI agent in New York City, so you can only imagine the tension that caused in my own family. But I definitely lost a sense of fear. I lost a sense of my own meanness, in a sense, because I recognized that George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Rashard Brooks, Eric Garner, it's not the individual. It's something that could happen to me, right? These people, our lives have been threatened for centuries. And you talk about togetherness, you talk about institutional racism. Well, education has been taken from us from a very, very early period of us being here in America. It was of course illegal for Blacks who were enslaved to know how to read. And there's a good reason for that, right? Because when we talk about language, which Natasha Benjamin spoke about on the Collaborative Communities panel, this racism was institutionalized through the language. It was written into the very fabric of our country. It was written into the very, very anthem of our nation. And so it's important for us to have those mentors who can still pour into us and share that oral history, because our culture historically from Africa was so much based and founded and lived in oral history, whether you're talking about the fifth element of hip hop, or you're talking about spoken word artists, or what you brothers do on TV and radio. It's this sharing, this pouring into, and then the solidarity. What we're doing here is so important because it's adding so many layers of complexity that might have been missed from people who are well-intentioned, who have good hearts, who are not Black, who are not living this experience and don't know the nuances of the Black experience. And we are shining a light on that right now, which allows for our allies to really stand with us in greater solidarity and greater understanding.
Stephen A. Smith, COVID-19, your world. What did it do to it?
Well, it ravaged the sports world from the standpoint that there's no sports games. There were no sports games being played for a couple of months. I never thought that the day would come where I'd wake up and there wasn't one single sporting event to look at. I never saw that coming. No tennis, no golf, no basketball, no football, no baseball, no boxing, UFC, nothing. And so, we had a decision to make as a company, being at ESPN, being the #1 show in the morning. They said, what are we going to do? And I said, there's still lots to talk about. Right. Because the things that are not happening are just as important at times as things that could potentially ultimately end up happening. And so we have to be mindful of that. And plus, this is not the end all be all. And so as a result of that, you end up getting in that conversation, and it's all meshed into one thing right now. For example, you can't sit up there and say talk sports, not politics. It's intertwined. Sports, not social issues. It's intertwined. There's no way to escape it. And as a result of that, you enlighten yourself, you heighten your level of sensitivity, and you move forward. On the sports channels, we've been talking about George Floyd because the sports world wouldn't let us forget it either. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing because we see their impact. So, just like Quentin was talking about in terms of, okay, the pandemic, it eradicated my fear. Similar feelings for me too, because it's like during a time like this, if I can talk about something every day pertaining to the world of sports where there are no games being played, what on earth can stop me moving forward? Plus, it gave me the license to venture into realms that normally we would not venture into. Just this morning, I'm having a conversation on the show, and listen, you, Quentin, everybody else, we all know what time it is. Put on your mask. Put on your gloves, wash your hands as much as you possibly can. Engage in social distancing. You know me, Rushion, I'm happy. I didn't want nobody in 6 feet in front of me anyway. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't want nobody in front of me anyway. So nothing pleases me more not to have to shake everybody's hand or having them breathing in my face or shaking my hands and their hands are sweaty, feeling like a sponge, knowing I'm going to get sick with that nastiness. I know, all right? But here's the flip side. You've got people that are saying, well, we just got to stay out. We got to be prepared to sit out. Excuse me. There is an economy that exists in a capitalistic society.
Yes.
Yes, I'm making some money and I've been fortunate and blessed enough to be successful, but everybody ain't me. Everybody ain't you. Everybody's not a host of us. What are you going to do about the average dude out there that has to work the 9 to 5, or the average woman out there that's got to work a regular job every day, pound the pavement, grinding, doing whatever it is that they got to do if they don't have a job and they can't pay their bills? What the hell are they supposed to do? There's nothing that they can do. So ultimately, we have to understand that as Black people, we come out of the womb having to embrace risk. We always got trials and tribulations to overcome. We always got an uphill climb with the coronavirus affecting our community more than it's affecting any other community in this country. Obviously, that's relevant as well. We can't escape that. But in the end, what it comes down to more than anything else is that they are going to make you go back to work. Why? Because there is no vaccine, just like you said, Rushion. We don't know when this vaccine is going. We don't know when the vaccine is going to be provided. You can't. It'd be one thing, for example, guys, if they came out and Dr. Fauci and those folks came out and said, we will have a vaccine by March 1st next year. Okay, then we can have a discussion about, okay, there doesn't need to be any football or baseball or basketball or whatever. You calculate your potential losses, your projected losses, you move forward. But when it's indefinite, when that's going to happen, when we have no clue whether it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, as to whether or not we're going to have a vaccine, what do you expect people to do? Stay at home? It's not going to happen. Right. That's the reality. And when that's the reality, I think our society, especially our community, is very good about, yo, this is our challenge. This is what we got to overcome. All right, I'm fine now because I know what odds are stacked against me and why, as opposed to it being open-ended. And I think that's a very important point to make.
And you make it very eloquently. I look at it, I have my mask, I got my rubber gloves when I go to the gas station, I got my hand sanitizer. That's my kit. But these businesses out there wasn't prepared for that, like barbershops and barber salons. That wasn't part of the budget. And restaurants, they weren't ready for the curbside. They weren't ready for the app because they was making a living that way successfully. But what has the pandemic done for the Black community has opened our eyes, especially from entrepreneurship, that we have to do better. We have to advance ourselves in technology. We can't keep doing business the way we've been doing business because guess what? The system, like you said, there's no date of when they're going to get a vaccine.
That's right.
When they say 2021, they just say 2021.
That's right.
They don't give a month in 2021. And Dr. Fauci, he is on his own YouTube channel now. He's not even talking publicly anymore. So when I see information like that, that tells me there's an uncertain future.
There's another thing that's very important to bring up. There's another thing that's very, very important to bring up in context of this conversation.
Okay.
Health.
Okay.
Guess what, man? I mean, I just had knee surgery, so I'm a bit slow for the next couple of weeks.
Right.
But what was I doing every day before knee surgery? I was on the Peloton, I was on the treadmill, or both. Okay. Right. Before that, I was jogging in the streets until my knee came out. Guess what? Part of the thing that you have to do is buffer your immune system by getting as healthy as you can and not doing anything to compromise your respiratory tract, as Quentin alluded to earlier. Guess what? If you got the coronavirus out there, you don't need to be smoking. If you got the coronavirus out there, you don't need to engage in the kind of habits that will lead to you having debilitated health, because you're going to need to get stronger in the event that catches you, because we just don't know. I know that I wash my hands, I wear gloves, I wear a mask, and I tested negative for the coronavirus because I had to get tested before my knee surgery.
Let me ask you this right quick. Yeah. When you tested, when they were testing you, what was running through your mind? Was there fear running through your mind when they were testing you for COVID-19?
Not at all. Not at all, because I think that I'm in pretty good health. I mean, I don't smoke. I'm a casual drinker at best. I've never dealt drugs. I've never done drugs, rather, or dealt, to be honest with you. But the point is that I've taken relatively good care of myself. My habits is that I'm addicted to sugar. That's what kills me. Sugar. I am a sugar addict. Fruit Loops, honeycombs, sweet and sour patches, Nestle's Crunch and Bunch, Crunch berries. That's my problem.
I think that's Black people problem. I think that's Black people.
But that's what I have to overcome. But that's my only vice. And so for me, I pay attention to my health. And when I was in there, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't advise anybody else to feel this way. Please don't get me wrong. But I've been supremely confident that even if I came down with it, I'd overcome it because of the things that I refuse to put in my body. And as a result, that makes me feel like, okay, well, if I got it, I'm not encouraging anybody to get it. I'm certainly not encouraging myself to get it. But I am confident that I'll be able to overcome it. but I'd still have the antibodies in my system, which potentially make me less prone to it. But I was thinking along those lines to answer your question directly. I wasn't scared at all.
You know, because, you know, I've not been tested. And so I like to believe I don't have COVID-19, because some people say sometimes you have it, don't show the symptoms.
Right.
But I know when I go to the grocery store and I don't see people wearing masks, that bothers me. I don't know why.
It bothers me too. It bothers me too, because you know why? Because they've already made it very, very clear that the danger is not just in the disease; it's the fact that it's very contaminating, and you can contaminate somebody else. So the level of selfishness, when we think about this, in a day or so, or tomorrow to be exact, we're going to see the president have a rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they talk about 100,000 people going to be in a 5-block radius, and I'm like this. I have no problem with it if all you have to worry about was yourself. But if it's the kind of virus that is easily contracted, how could you be so thoughtless about other people? It's like that's the level of selfishness sometimes that exists in our country is what really, really, really is so alarming to me. Okay, fine. You want to support it. You're the president. You want to build support with your constituency. There's no crime in that. But you know what times we're living in. You know that people could potentially get sick. Why would you do that? And why would they show up when you know that you could potentially contaminate somebody else? It's just some of the most thoughtless stuff that I've ever seen, and I think it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I want to say something on that, because and answer one of the questions that's in the Q&A. So Jay Dixon has said, people manage to incorporate masks into their daily lives quickly. How can we get people of color to stay on track, especially with parties going on in Atlanta? And so, Stephen, you had also asked a question about what can we do in these times? I think that as far as health, knowing better, when we know better, we often do better. But it's also about support, because we don't always do better when we know better. But when we see somebody else doing better, we're more influenced and we feel more supported. Oh, I can make a smoothie with my friend. Maybe we can have a digital happy hour with our smoothies. You know, let's share some smoothie recipes or whatever the case may be. It's the same thing with exercise. You know, you exercise as athletes together because it's encouraging. You amp each other up. You try to one up one another. And so with regards to what can we do next steps for Black men especially, and next steps for the Black community, I think it's so important for us to remember what was said earlier today during the first panel that you hosted, Rushion. You brought in Dana Chanel and Prince Donnell. You brought in Nehemiah Davis and David Sims, all entrepreneurs. Nehemiah coaches people on how to build multiple streams of income on digital, on social. There's ways that Black people, now the average person, could connect with some of these businesses, Jumpin' Jack Taxes. Nehemiah's business is already set up to help people develop these multiple streams of income. That's one thing. Social activism. Mina said on her panel that not everyone's going to be on the front line. I'm one of the people who's on the front line. I've been on the front line since I was in high school on many of these marches, but not everyone can do that. So there's real power in digital activism, sharing information, sharing social posts that are vetted, right? We don't want fake news floating around, but when we are having these sort of conversations, share it, right? Share it and let people know the nuances of what is happening, because when we do that here in Philadelphia, we demanded that the police be defunded. People didn't know what that meant at first, but when it was broken down, that the proposed budget for Philadelphia had defunded, literally put the budget to zero for many arts and culture programs, and put that budget into the police department, while the police department is not investing, or I could be misspeaking, but it didn't seem to have an obvious plan for addressing implicit bias and addressing institutional racism. So just a few days ago, they announced that they have defunded the police of that $33 million and reallocated it to arts and culture programs. So what we are doing is working. It's not just on the front lines, it's behind the scenes, it's digital, and it's also building up your financial house. through some of the means that you had shared today, earlier this morning, on money-making conversations.
Well, see,
we got a couple of minutes. You have a couple of minutes. If you could wrap us up, we got a couple of minutes left, sir.
Well, I think it's important. Once again, it shows the diverse thinking of folks within the Black community. Because I don't disagree with a single word that you just said, Quinn. But what I would tell you is this. If you get in trouble, or I get in trouble, we gonna dial 911 now. Let's make sure that when we take the positions that we take, we understand that we're disseminating a message to folks that we find law and order important too. Now, I don't mean law and order in the sense that it's being used in this day and age. Please don't get me wrong. I'm just talking overall. When I think about folks from our community, one of the things that, listen, I voted Democrat. I'm a registered independent. I might have voted Republican once in my life, and that was for the former New Jersey governor because I couldn't stand the Democratic governor. I thought he was a crook. And it turns out he got indicted on crooked charges, but that's a different subject for another day because I was right about that. But the thing about it is that, you know, we have, even as Black people, although we've been very favorable towards the Democratic Party over the last 50 years plus, we have a lot of conservative principles. We believe in discipline. We believe in structure. We believe in right and wrong. Think about what you described your dad to be and how he was a law and order kind of guy working for the FBI in New York City. You standing on those front lines and fighting the way that you fight. You know why you're able to do that? Because you're a principled man who knows how to act, who knows how to conduct himself, who puts others before himself, who fights for a cause greater than his own individual self, and is looking to benefit the whole. And so when people like you speak like that, we all in. But you got a lot of people that talk that talk. And unfortunately, their intent is far more insidious than that. And at least a small segment of them are a part of our community as well. And so when we're being real and we're talking, let's understand we're talking about what needs to be done. Let's understand that we're talking and we're vibing back and forth about different avenues and different agendas that can ultimately come as one, and we can accomplish the great things that we want to accomplish. But let's also recognize that while we have a society out there that's in our way sometimes from what's right and what's righteous, some of those things that are in our way are people sitting in our own community. And we need to be mindful of that, and we need to be ready to hold them accountable as well, because that's part of the process.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen A. Smith. Thank you, Quentin. I want to apologize. Dondre got trapped on CNN. He has a great book called Male versus Man. It's #1 on Amazon. Exciting. Again, Stephen A. knows him very well and the man he is. And how he's out there fighting the cause. This Sunday, he's doing a big Father's Day rally in Los Angeles. Dondre Whitfield is. Again, Stephen A., thank you. Your time is money, and you spend it well here, my friend. You spend it very well. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Take it easy, y'all.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Well, it was a pleasure sharing space with you. It was a pleasure sharing space with both of you. Thank you so much for all of the energy that you brought to this, the time that you brought to it. I know that you're busy. I know you're busy. And thank you for inviting me to be on the panel with you. I'm so humbled and grateful for this entire experience. From the very first panel to now has been absolutely incredible for a very important cause. That we're brought together is not incredible. We are dealing with a pandemic. We're dealing with institutional and overt racism. We're dealing with Black and brown bodies being put at risk and threatened, and the breath being stolen over very minor offenses. Forgery, falling asleep in a Wendy's parking lot in your car, being pulled over at a traffic stop, and lighting a cigarette. Sandra Bland, Rashard Brooks, George Floyd, Emmett Till, the 4 little girls who were blown up in that church. The list goes on and on. We come here today to say their name. We come here today to really shine a light on the complex institution of racism. Anything that has ever been put into motion will continue to be in motion unless another opposite force interacts with it. So like any other thing put into motion, racism has momentum. And what we are doing here today, what each one of the panelists and hosts have dedicated their time to, what each one of our sponsors have committed to by investing in this program, by supporting We the People Stage and Radio One, is actively working against the momentum of racism. I thank you so much for your time and your energy. We are going into our final portion of our event, which ends at 6 p.m. The storytelling and networking portion, we would like to hear from all of you who have been with us throughout the day. Grab a drink, kick off your shoes if they're not already off. I know you're at home, you know, put on some pants, don't get up and get a drink, and I don't want to see all your junk. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, you know, get relaxed. We're about to go and hear from some very talented storytellers in our community. Before we transition to this next phase, I am going to once again say a very heartfelt thank you to our panel, our hosts, and to our sponsors. Thank you so much to the Brownstein Group, who have been an integral player in putting together this event, which will hopefully turn into a series. You guys let us know in the comments section on WeThePeopleStage.com, any one of Radio One stations' Instagram accounts. Let us know what you felt about today's program. If this was a positive experience, then maybe we can continue doing it, but we don't want to do it if you guys aren't finding value in it. So let us know. Brownstein Group is Philadelphia's longest running communications agency and has been committed to bold, brave, and brilliant ideas since day one, just like this one. This includes a commitment to diversity as highlighted by multiple programs, including BG20 by 2020, a pledge to have 20% of staff comprised of talent from underrepresented backgrounds by the end of 2020. Today, Brownstein is proud to sponsor the Reopening Philly Leadership Summit, and following the example of the city of Philadelphia, has officially recognized Juneteenth as an agency holiday and as a day to honor our Black friends, colleagues, and affiliates. Thank you to the Brownstein Group for your financial contribution and for the volunteers of your employees to help construct today's program and today's event. Thank you to Tyranny, who has contributed design. We talk about collaborative communities. Well, Tyranny has stepped up in a big way and helped us design our visual aids as well as some of the branding, which our very dedicated creative services team at Radio One really led the charge on. But we appreciate the support, Tyranny. Healthcast Media, yet another financial supporter, sponsor of this event. Your financial contributions demonstrates a commitment to creating diverse communities, uplifting diverse voices, and supporting anti-racism. We really appreciate you. Eatable Delights Catering, financial supporter. Delicious food. If y'all are in the mood for some soul food now, you better call David Sims. Check him out on Instagram, Eatable Delights Catering. Juno Search, thank you so much for your financial contribution. We could not have done this without our partners. Thank you. And thank you to David Sims and Temple University Klein College of Media and Communications. This idea was originated from the brain of David Sims. We all know he's a fantastic guy and super brilliant. Well, this is just yet another thing another feather he can place in his hat. All right, I'm a little Southern. When I get a little tired and when I'm drinking, which I haven't been drinking, but when I get a little tired, I get a little bit Southern. So thank y'all for just putting up with that. We are going to introduce our next group storytellers for today. I see a lot of Quentin Williams in the attendees list, which means your name needs to be changed. If you are a panelist, you can also raise your hand so I know to promote you to a panelist. I see Michelle, I see Hector, and I see a Quentin Williams. I'm gonna promote you, Quentin Williams. You deserve to be promoted. Let's get a promotion for Quentin Williams. All right, you're promoted to panelist. Okay, anybody else? Anybody else? All right, Jimmy, that might be Jimmy. Is that you, Jimmy? You guys can unmute your microphones and turn your cameras on. Oh, Dr. Ramsey. Okay. Hector. Let's see if we can help out Michelle here. Michelle, I just put you on video. Hey, Michelle. Y'all can unmute your microphones. This is happy hour. This is a chance for us to engage with one another. Okay. All right.
My camera.
Who else is here? I'm gonna change your name to your proper name, Dr. Ramsey, right now. All right, here we go. Hector, I see that your screen is not on video. Are you gonna be on video, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on video. I don't know why it's not working. Where am I doing wrong?
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, well, let's try to troubleshoot that, but I really appreciate y'all being here. Jimmy White is also here. He is, I need to make him a panelist. So I will do that just shortly, but I want to give you the run of show. First, it's gonna be Dr. Ramsey, and we're going to Michelle, and we're going to Hector, and we're closing out with Jimmy. So We the People Stage is a storytelling and networking community. We believe that stories are the shortest distance between two people. And as we've talked about so much here in African-American culture, oral history is very, very important. So we like to connect to one another through storytelling. We the People Stage is a community media company, which basically means we're inclusive media. We provide a platform for diverse voices to shape and share their stories to create a more empathetic and connected tomorrow. So I appreciate all of you coming to the table to share a story. Our theme today is resilience, everyday resilience. The ancestors speak through you. You can choose to interpret that however you would like. I know Hector said, oh, I gotta go back to my Taino roots. Well, you can go back that far if you want. You can talk about your grandmother, you can talk about, but how does what your ancestors have instilled in you, how does that impact who you are, how you show up in the work that you engage in on a daily basis? So without further ado, we'll go to Dr. Ramsey. Why don't you kick us off, Dr. Ramsey?
Hey, Quentin, how are you doing? Hi, everybody. Quentin, I just dropped a music video today, and you know I wear many hats. I have I'm a writer, professor, and I'm a musician. I emailed you a link, a YouTube link, to a very appropriate Juneteenth video that just dropped today, and it's just under 5 minutes. It's perfect for today.
Okay, you can put that also in the chat box so that everybody else has the opportunity to go check that out as well.
Okay, I was hoping that you could play it from your screen. Just share your screen.
How long is the music video?
It's under 5 minutes. It's perfect.
All right. We do have a run of show, but you know, you're putting me on the spot, Mr. Dr. Ramsey.
Or I can just talk.
You want us to do this? You want us to do this before your story?
I think it's a great story. It's a story. It's going to replace my story.
Oh, okay. All right. I see. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Here we go. Can you see my screen? I need some affirmation. Can you see my screen? All right. Can you hear?
What a beautiful city. Oh,
beautiful city. Oh, what a beautiful city. 12 gates. 12 gates. Oh, what a beautiful city. Oh, what a beautiful city. Oh, what a beautiful.
I'm so sorry to interrupt this. I just got a message that some people cannot see the screen. So,
okay.
You panelists were able to see it. I don't think our attendees can see the video, so I'm gonna try sharing our screen a different way. Can some of the attendees please just enter into the chat if you were or were not able to see the video? Let us know either way, please. All right, some people could see it, some people could see it. So we're gonna start it from the top. Apologize for the interruption. What's up, Jimmy? What's going on, baby Jimmy? Here we go.
Look at that baby.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, we'll start it from the top.
Oh, what a beautiful city. Oh, what a beautiful city. Oh, what a beautiful city. 12 gates. 12 gates. Oh, what a beautiful city. Oh, what a beautiful city. Oh, what a It's a beautiful city. Three gates in the east. Oh, three gates in the west. Hey, three gates in the north. Oh, three gates in the south. Hey, yeah, yeah, three gates in the east. Three gates in the west. Oh, three gates in the north. Three gates in the south. 12 gates. 12 gates. Hallelujah. 12 gates. 12 gates. Hallelujah. 12 gates in the city. Ooh, ooh, 12 gates in the city. Hallelujah. Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? 12 gates to the city. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you wanna go? Do you wanna go? 12 gates to the city. Yeah. Hallelujah. 12 gates to the city. Do you wanna go? Wow, gaze to the city.
Okay, I only moved to Philly in 1998, so I didn't grow up here. I paid a lot of taxes.
Don't you wanna go to the city? Don't you wanna go to the city?
All right now.
You can stop it.
You can stop it.
Yeah. Well done, sir.
Thank you. That was my story.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that amazing story with us and creating that powerful piece of art. Sabrina says, wonderful video. Thank you. Did you want to add any concluding words on the inspiration behind that, or how that for you illustrates resilience and your ancestors speaking through you?
Well, of course, there's a lot going on there. First of all, that song is a Negro spiritual, and you know those have been passed down through oral culture since the time of the enslaved to the present. And we, as musicians, always return to them as a source of inspiration, not only to connect to the ancestors through cultural memory, but also as a way to address present needs. In terms of history and passing those things on, the singer happens to be my daughter, who is, singing those songs. And so I'm passing that idea about the power of music down through the generations. And lastly, in terms of ancestors, you can see that that footage is, or the photographs are from previous protests in Philadelphia from the 60s and the 70s. And what an amazing time to think about those people who were still fighting in the same way that we're fighting today. Yeah, so that's what I like to say about that music.
Thank you for sharing your art, for sharing your heart, and for bringing this to a historic place for us. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You know I do.
Yes,
and all the music, Dr. Guthrie and Dr. Ramsey. I didn't know he was a doctor when we first met at the LA Fitness on City Ave. We were workout partners. We were doing 30-day fitness challenge. He was pouring some wisdom into me. I was sharing, we got somehow started talking about music. I guess I came in the gym one day with one of my Radio 1 radio station sweatshirts on. And I think that's how we got into the conversation on music. And since then, that was more than a year and a half ago. Our friendship has blossomed. He had asked me to perform at a Father's Day amazing performance that he held at St. Paul's Church, where he is music director, correct?
Well, I'm not music director. I just pitch in.
Oh, okay, well, he did dang thing with that music program for Father's Day, where he had Darnell Moore, critically acclaimed author, as well as Ursula Rucker, famous poet, powerful poet, and I was humbled to share space. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing, Dr. Ramsey.
Yes, sir.
Next up, we have, I forget the order, I think I said Michelle. Michelle joins us from BPHL and Independence Blue Cross, and she is engaged in very, very meaningful and important work for our community by putting on a dynamic event, which she will maybe share more about, but we appreciate you being here and speaking on the theme of resilience. Your ancestors speak through you. So however you seek to interpret that, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Quentin. I have to follow the music video. I have nothing but myself. That's a lot of pressure, you guys. That was really beautiful and really amazing. And I did really come to talk about BPHL, which is an event happening in September. But
Speak
really
a little louder.
Oh yeah. Is this better?
Yep.
I'm usually so loud that I've never been asked to be louder. Okay. So I really came to talk a bit about BPHL, which is an event happening in September. And I wanted to share with this community in particular because it's about reopening. And this year we're focusing on reopening the city and recovery, but also we're laser focused on social justice and making sure that we're amplifying voices and keep the momentum going with everything that's happening right now. So I'll give you a little bit of background on what BPHL is. It's a 3-day innovation festival that we ran for the first time last year. And really it had 3 main goals. One was to highlight Philly as a world-class, world heritage city, right? So we're known for things like our sports teams and gritty and cheesesteaks, and those things are awesome, but we want to make sure people know that Philly has a lot more to offer. The second goal was to connect all of the people doing innovation work throughout the city. And that's really the reason I wanted to talk with this group. It's that connectedness piece and making sure that we give everybody the opportunity to be connected. And then it's about inspiring and igniting new ideas, which was the third goal. But something that Quentin said and shared really resonated, which is We the People Stage is a community media platform for diverse voices and to build empathy. And that really resonated because the innovation process is all about empathy and understanding others and walking in others' shoes. And that's what we really aim to do in all of the innovation work, which is my day job, but really also through BPHL and making sure that we are amplifying all voices and all kinds of people. So I wanted to just share a little bit about the festival and just say that we are really thinking about, how do we make sure we connect everybody? How do we make sure that when reopening happens, it happens for everybody? It doesn't just happen in Center City or downtown, but it happens for our neighborhoods, which are sometimes forgotten. And when we set out to build the festival, which this is only year 2, but one of the really critical goals of building the festival was this cannot be something that is a business conference that happens downtown, that happens for white people. And that was an express goal, right? We called it a festival because it's about music and art and celebrating innovation across all spectrums, including business, but across all spectrums. So I don't have a lot to share yet about this year's festival, but I have a little bit that I can share. So I'll give you a couple of highlights from last year to tell you the direction that we're going. So last year, our biggest keynote, we were so excited to have Tracy Ellis Ross talking about her life as not just an actress, but also an entrepreneur in creating pattern beauty. We had sessions on bias in design. We had the Opt-in podcast, which is really meant to highlight how white people can be better allies. We had the student loan doctor, Sonia Lewis, who's really incredible. So for this year, as we look forward, we're still building the program. But I think some of the ones I wanted to highlight that are already confirmed, we have Ernest Owens doing a session on networking. He just actually published an amazing article in Philly Mag. So really talking about how networking can benefit everyone and really focusing on networking in underrepresented communities. We have an amazing panel on overcoming disparities in housing with US Rep Dwight Evans and Andrea Custis, who's the president and CEO of the Urban League. We have a Temple University session. I know you're Temple made, me too. We have a Temple session on facilitating minority students into college. We have a self-love, self-care through mindfulness session. So we'll have a wellness session every day. So really just wanted to make sure that this community knows. The other awesome thing is tickets are totally free. It's happening September 15th to 17th. Any proceeds raised are going to the PHL COVID-19 fund. So I really just wanted to make sure the community is aware that they should register to attend. If you know somebody who would be an amazing speaker, we're gonna actually tap. But please reach out to me and let me know. You can register at bphlfest.com. And really, again, the goal is to just continue building connectedness across all communities. So I don't know that I totally stuck to the topic of my ancestors. I don't know that I got that memo. But I will say, I guess one line on my ancestors, I don't look it, but my grandmother is Native American. She grew up on a reservation down south. And I think that idea of resilience for me came through her. And that was really something that I grew up with. And I just really appreciate everything that everybody shared today. And I'm here to make sure that I'm a good ally and that I stand up and keep the solidarity going. So thank you so much for having me, Quentin. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for participating and for sharing with us that amazing event. You know, Jimmy is always looking for speaking opportunities. So, you know, he might be reaching out. Holla, holla. Thank you. That sounds like a wonderful event. I'm looking forward to going there. Maybe I'll spit some poetry, maybe. I can audition, right?
I'm going to ask. Yeah, the
Okay,
ask is coming.
right. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Going on to our next storyteller. We have Mr. Hector Nunez of Water Ice. What's going on, Hector?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, brother.
Good. Thank you for having me. First, I want to say happy Juneteenth. Everybody want to say it first, and also thank you, Q, for having me, and also the Radio One family. I developed a lot of great relationships over the years with you guys, so it was like an honor for you guys even to tap me for this. So I appreciate that. Want to get that out the way, and thank you guys.
Thank you.
So I guess like going on topic with the assignment that you gave me. So I had to sit with this one for a little bit, and I wanted to, you know, stay on course with this. And when you told me about what it was like to incorporate the ancestors, at first I was kind of perplexed how to like integrate that with what I want to talk about. But then I came across a quote by Colin. He just posted on his Instagram. The quote says, "We must take control of our narratives, the kind of control that can change the way we see the world and the way the world sees us." And as a person that owns a media platform, you know, as one of the, you know, like the go-to blogs as far as like what to do, things to do in Philadelphia, I wanted to create my thought process was that I have a media platform, so I got to control the narrative. And my ancestors or our ancestors didn't have opportunity to control their own narratives, which is why we arrived to where we are now with a lot of situations. So I wanted to create a platform that I didn't want to be a Latino blogger, but I wanted to create a platform where people that owned it, operated, that look like me, talk like me, and people that are tuned in can identify. Because a lot of times when you watch TV or you listen to things, like growing up, like for instance, like all the superheroes, all the protagonists, everything were all white. We couldn't identify. It wasn't until like Barack was president where you could be like, oh, you can be everything in the world you wanted to be. So I wanted people to identify with our blog and talk like us, because when I came in, I wanted to see what was happening in Philadelphia, where to go, where to think. Everything I saw on TV was more or less like soccer moms and things like that, for lack of better terms. Like I couldn't identify with that. So we created, you know, something that was like organic, grassroots, that people can identify with, and has grown tremendously over the last few years. So anybody who's watching that has supported us, we want to thank you guys. And I think going back on topic, in the recent times on the unrest that's going on right now, it's really given people opportunity to reflect and do some research. And we wanted to control narratives. Like for instance, like the situation with Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben's, the people like, I didn't know what the background was that for. So as a person of the media that can control the narrative, I want to tell those stories and those pictures through words and as well as inform them. So I take that upon my duty to help control those narratives and dig these truths. Even like recently, I found out about the ice cream jingle. I had no idea that the ice cream truck jingle was a racist jingle that was actually on Columbia Records, that was promoted. I won't say the name of the song. Is a very, very racial song. So that might be the next wave of things like that. I had no idea. So I got to help me to dig more and more, like what else did the media tell us? What else did they hid from us? Like for instance, like the whole thing on Twitter with Beethoven and like, was he African descent and things like that. Like, so imagine all these things that happened like over the years that were hidden. Like, I'm not saying he was or he wasn't, but like what has been hidden for us. So it's my job as a gatekeeper to present this information, to provide a platform, not only just for me to speak, but also for other people of color in the community. I make sure that entrepreneurs, a lot of times they don't have budgets or opportunity resources to tell their story, to promote their services. So we make sure that we go into the areas that they don't show on TV and things like that, that, you know, the hole in the walls at West Philly, or the great food, or the entrepreneur who's doing things, who's shaking and baking. We want to give them an opportunity to come on our platform, whether it be on video or one of our many podcasts or things of that nature, to shine a light on these people that can control their own narratives on our platform as well too. So we're you know, eliminating that that filter. So those are things that kind of tapped in, because like going back, like my ancestors, my father's from Dominican Republic, my mom was born in Puerto Rico, so they're essentially like immigrated here. Like Puerto Rico was, you know, like 1800s was incorporated into the United States, which was stolen by the United States to get more like soldiers to the war. So a lot of people don't know that. Farmers were taxed out of their land. So there's a lot of things that were going on back home. Like even the Willie Lynch theory, that came from the Caribbean. He was from the Caribbean. So like we were already implemented. So it's a lot of time to reflect on my people too, because there's a lot of colorism and racism within the islands itself that, you know, this helps shine a light on too. So it's not about hijacking the movement, but rather taking that momentum and taking it back towards us, educating our people. So I'm using this to, you know, again, to control our narrative, to use the opportunity to self-reflect, to educate, and to help, you know, that's the only way we can move forward. So I guess, you know, lack of better terms, I use my platform to control, you know, to use my words and pictures to help tell these stories, to help educate people. Because a lot of times people are either lackadaisical or they wait to be fed information through Instagram or Facebook and things like that. So, you know, I help, you know, provide that, but also want them to get a hunger for more, to research more, to like I didn't know these people were in Philadelphia. I didn't know these people did this or did that. So we help them, because one of the reasons why I created a platform, because coming out of school, people were like, there's nothing to do in Philadelphia. There's not really going on. I'm like, you don't know where or how to look. So we eliminated that process and brought those people and kind of put them in the light and show that narrative. And now I take that as, you know, as a gatekeeper. I take that very seriously as far as like helping us, because a lot of words, even before like growing up and reading the a lot of news stories, you'll see like words like, you know, like thugs or criminals or things like that. Like we want to kind of eliminate those kind of words that over time, it's like water on a rock. It's just going to kind of form and kind of like, you know, can like curtail. And like I even read a story recently about how like even mugshots were a form of, you know, to humiliate people. And there's one, I forgot what newspaper that said they're going to stop running mugshots. And that was another form of, you know, how, like communicating people of color. But even though, you know, other people that get locked up are also given mugshots. Those things that people don't know about their origins is things that we try to, you know, help shed light on, help, you know, with the people that don't have a voice. Like for instance, I give a quick example. Let's just recently, there was a restaurant, I publicized it, but I won't put it out there, that fired their employees on Instagram. That's the way they found out. And they were outraged. They even created a fund for these employees, and everyone's, we didn't get a dime. So they tagged us in the comments. We ran a story, ran a wildfire. Now all these people in DMs like, help me with my business. You know, like people, they did this over here. So, you know, it's like almost like we're helping people to amplify their voices, to control their narratives, to give a voice to the unheard, because otherwise that'll just be swept under the rug. So imagine all these people that we didn't hear about over the years, over the decades, that we're taking advantage of, whether, you know, people of color or like people in the workforce or things like that. So again, just to kind of come full circle as a person, you know, dealing with a media platform, it does help for me to help tell narrative, because going back, our ancestors didn't have the opportunity or the resources to show a narrative, to reach back into the community and help other people to tell their stories as well too. So that's pretty much like where my storytelling comes into place, as being a storyteller, and helping people to amplify their voices here in Philadelphia. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what I wanted to talk about. I didn't know if you had any questions for me, Quentin, directly and whatnot, but that was pretty much the gist of kind of what I wanted to share.
Thank you so much, Hector, for sharing your story, for your work, for uplifting those voices. Representation is so important in all that we do. And earlier today, we had a panel called The Emancipated Mind and Body. And it was a panel full of Black educators, Black physicians, Black therapists. Representation is so critical to the formation of who we see ourselves as American citizens, as Black boys and girls, as Black adults, as Americans in general. Because the removal of our narratives is not just the miseducation of Black people, it's the miseducation of all people. And then we all suffer. So thank you for sharing what you do and your constant work in the community. I appreciate you, Hector. Next up, we are gonna hear from Jimmy White IV, the one, the only. Jimmy White is I feel like I have to use a Barry White.
Barry White.
Jimmy White is a minister. He's a husband. He's a husband. He's a father. He's a son. He's a veteran. And I'm gonna butcher the rest of your lengthy accolades. So I'm just gonna turn the floor over to you and let you handle that, because I know you know how to talk, brother. So go, take it away.
I do. I so appreciate the platform. I appreciate you, Quentin, and all that you do. You've been a hardworking man today, good sir. You've been grinding since early this afternoon at noon to make it all the way to here. So I appreciate you. I love you. I care about you. Dr. Ramsey, yo, that's my new commute song. That's my new commute song. I'm riding out on that song. I heard when she would hit them high notes. Yo, that made my soul brighten up. So I appreciate you, and I love you and all that you do. And same to your daughter. She killed that song. Michelle, my leadership, Philadelphia family. I so appreciate you and what you're doing and everything that's going on. And Hector, yo, that term gatekeeper, that was like everything. To see another person of color turn around and say, hey, look, I have to be the gatekeeper. I have to be responsible. I had to take that on. Yo, that was so deep. And it's interesting. I like to say that our media is the mirror reflection of our society. But if you look at the media right now, it's completely distorted. So we see sensationalized, we see all these characterizations of who we actually are. And to hear that somebody in Philly is being the gatekeeper and spitting the truth, I appreciate you, I love you, and I care about you. This is, wrapping up this Reopening Leadership Summit. And the story that I'm gonna tell, the story is called Tilling the Field. So it's called Tilling the Field. And a little bit more about me. I'm a South Philly dude. Like the other day we did something where it said, how South Philly are you, or how Philly are you? Like, I'm so South Philly that I refuse to say sauce. Like, sauce has been taken out of my vocabulary. All I say is gravy. And there's only two types of gravies in the world, y'all. There's red gravy and there's white gravy. Like, either one, you add anything else to it, you mess it up. Like, I'm super South Philly. And I love Philly to death. I am a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. I am a Samaritan. I'm also a minister in South Philadelphia. And I have to be honest with y'all. Like, I am not okay right now. Like, I'm so encouraged by this leadership summit, but like on an emotional and spiritual level, I've been broken down to no end. And being part of events like this, seeing people step up and communicate and talk, to see young people out there on the street, to see my generation and older generations mentor people to bring them up. This is what it's all about. This is tilling the field. So what I want to tell you guys about is I want to tell you about the corner. So in my legacy and in my history and where I grew up in South Philly, it was all about the corner. It's about going, hanging on the corner, being seen. That was our stomping ground. That was where we ate at. That was where we heard the dirt that's on the street. That's where we did our dirt, was on the corner. And when I was about 13 years old, I'll never forget it. It was the NBA Finals. It was Jordan, Chicago Bulls against Barkley and the Phoenix Suns. And I remember it like it was yesterday. And I was standing on the corner with a bunch of dudes, and we weren't really up to no good, but we weren't really up to good. So I remember somebody was like, yo, there's about to be a shootout on the corner. So I'm from South Philly, shootouts ain't nothing new to me. And next thing you know, there's one dude on the far end of the street, there's another dude on the other end of the street. Next thing you know, South Philly turned into the OK Corral. And everybody ran into this house. And when I ran into the house, I remember looking up at the screen on the TV, and it was the NBA Finals. And I was like, yo, this is awesome. I can't wait. This is it. I've been waiting for this all day. And next thing you know, the shooting rang out. And again, I'm from South Philly, so shooting ain't nothing new to me. So we just crouched down and laid down and wait for the shooting to stop. And then for some reason, someone turned to me and said, "Hey, Jimmy, go outside and see what's going on." You know, like I was bulletproof, or like I was Superman, or like I was a doctor or something, but I happened to be the smartest person in the room, so they sent me outside. So I go outside, and I'll never forget it, and it changed my life. I was walking around, I didn't see anybody, and I didn't see anything going on, and I walked next to this parked car. And when I walked next to this parked car, a dude called my name, and he said, "Jimmy, yo, Jimmy." And I looked down, and there was a guy riddled with bullets. And I had never met this dude a day in my life. I didn't know who he was. I couldn't recognize him, but he said, "Yo, Jimmy, help. Jimmy, help me." And that moment sticks with me even to this day, because that was like the calm before the storm. Next thing I know, I see people running out of the house. People are screaming, people are crying. I hear sirens, I hear the ambulance, and I see my father. My father is a Samariner as well. I'm a second generation Samariner. My father is the coolest dude on the planet. I never seen him panic. I never seen him get upset to a certain degree. I never seen fear in his eyes or a tear in his eye, other than when his relatives had passed away. He came running down the block, and he grabbed me. And he said, "Son, I never want to see you on this corner again." And I turned to him and I said, "Yes, sir." And that was the very last day that I hung on the corner. And what I realized is that I hung on that corner because I wanted to be a part of a community. I wanted to be part of this culture. I wanted to be part of this people that showed me attention and showed me affection. So I had to find it in other ways. So I found it on the basketball court. Found it with music, with my brothers, my father, and my mother. I found a sense of community that wrapped itself around me to preserve me to be the man that I am today. But here's the dichotomy of the corner. You know, I grew up in South Philly in the inner city, but I was blessed to go to a music school. I went to Girard Academic Music Program in South Philly around 22nd and Rittner. And it was a diverse school. It was predominantly white. And I had benefits and privileges that other people didn't have. Look, I have no problem putting that title on me. Yo, I am privileged. Have I earned a lot of my privilege? Yeah, I've earned it, but guess what? I'm still privileged. And I remember after a basketball game, I was standing on the corner at 20th and Rittner, deep in South Philly in the Italian neighborhood, but everyone knew me from basketball and everything that I did. And the gentleman walked down the street while I'm standing on the corner waiting for the bus, and he had a pit bull. And I thought he was walking up to me and say, "Hey, I heard you had a good game," or you know, I saw your name in the paper the other day for scoring 20 points. Like I thought he came to give me some accolades. And when he walked a little bit closer, I saw hatred in his eyes that I'd never seen before. And he turned to his dog and grabbed his dog by the collar, and he said, sick that nigger, get that nigger." And it was the first time in my life that a grown man had threatened me. And I was literally standing there absolutely doing nothing. He threatened me just because of the color of my skin, and because I was tall and I was black, and he saw me as a threat. The crazy part about that moment is that even though he saw me as a threat, the dog didn't see me as a threat. The dog looked at me like he was crazy. Like, I ain't never done this before in my life. Like, I don't know how to sick you. His tail was wagging, his ears were flapping, his tongue was all out. He just wanted something to drink and he wanted to go home. He was on his normal walk in his neighborhood. But here it is, this gentleman that had hatred in me just because of the color of my skin, but his dog didn't react that same exact way. Why do I tell that story? I tell that story to young people all across the city and all across the nation. I tell them that this gentleman hated me just because of the color of my skin. And I tell them that, look, I grew up in South Philly where you had to knuckle just to survive. And you had to use these. And they say, yo, you from South Philly, yo, why didn't you beat him up? Like, why didn't you fight? And the honest truth is I was just in a state of shock. I didn't know what to do, but I challenged him. I said, yo, if that same gentleman did the same thing to me today, I was standing on that same corner, me, 40-year-old Jimmy White, standing there, and that guy did the same exact thing, like, what should I do? And it's funny because when I do that in the inner city schools, they all tell me the same thing. They're like, yo, it's time to clap back, it's time to use them hands. And I tell them, you know what? If I was in that same exact situation with that same exact individual where he called me the M word and he threatened me with his dog, I wouldn't show him hate. I would show him love. I wouldn't fight him. I would actually ask him for a hug. And the reason, and I learned it in the analogy between him and the dog, is that he was taught to hate me. Someone taught him to not like me just because of the color of my skin. Someone told him it was okay to act that way to a 13-year-old teenager that has no clue and never offended you. But he didn't teach it to the dog. He was trying to teach it to the dog that day. So my goal will be to teach him love. Because if you can learn hate, you can learn love. And love will always conquer hate. I tell the young people this way: kill them with kindness, kill them with love. Take it over the top. No matter how much someone puts you down, take you out, still show them love. Show them that you are who you are. Respect and love who you are, but show them love above. And I look at the uprising and the things that are going on in the city that I love right now, and I'm hurting. I'm hurting. I look at the nation and I'm hurting, but in the same breath, I am so proud. In the same breath, I am so optimistic. In the same breath, I am so encouraged and enriched by what is going on with this uprising and this swelling in this movement that is more than a moment. And I know a lot of people are angry right now. I'll tell you this: when it comes to tilling a crop, when it comes to putting a harvest together, when it comes to planting the seeds, the very first thing that you have to do is you have to burn down what is there. You have to rip it and unroot it, and you have to till the ground. Our young people right now are tilling the ground. It is up to us to continue tilling the ground and to begin to plant the seeds of the legacies that our forefathers had planted and given us to plant. The last thing I tell you, in the thing that I learned the most by the Leadership Summit today, is that we have to collaborate. We have to come together. And there's some amazing programs that I connect with that allow me to have a platform. The very first one is We the People Stage. We the People Stage has given me a platform to have my voice and to not filter it and not to make it something that is not, but to be in what I like to call a brave space. So Quentin, thank you for this brave space that you've given on to us. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak about Leadership Philadelphia. Leadership Philadelphia is an amazing program that brings leaders in the private sector together to build our community. And I'm so thankful for Jackie and for Michelle being part of that program. And you can see the seeds that are coming from that. You know, I'm part of a community now that gives me a platform that allows me to use my voice. I want to use that voice to connect with you. So now is your call to action. Now is your moment to do more. It's your moment to accomplish more. If at this moment right now, if you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Figure out your space, figure out your community, and step up and be part of the solution. Thank you guys. God bless. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Hector, for sharing your stories. Thank all of our guests, all of our attendees for being with us all day. For 6 hours, what a grueling virtual event, but we built some connection today. So I am going to transition this. We went a little bit over schedule with the storytelling, but that's okay. They were fantastic stories. We're going to transition into the virtual networking portion, which means that I'm going to invite every single one of our attendees into the panelist section where you can just turn on your microphones, turn on your cameras, and we can all engage. But before we do so, I'm going to give one final thank you for this dynamic day of programming, of education, of even entertainment at times. So let me go and share my screen so that I can properly thank our sponsors. We kicked off the day, just as a recap, we kicked off the day with money-making conversations with Rushion McDonald, and he brought a powerhouse panel. All of our panels were, I can't even, it's leadership, some of y'all. All of our panels were a powerhouse panel, including our storytellers. I'm actually just now beginning to process what just happened. So Rushion McDonald, two-time Emmy Award, I'm gonna speak, with some power now. Rushion McDonald, two-time Emmy Award-winning and three-time NAACP Image Award-winning TV executive producer, brought together this powerhouse panel of Prince Donnell, co-founder of Jumpin' Jack Tax, serial entrepreneur, and social media influencer. Go follow him at Prince Donnell on Instagram, over 500,000 followers. I follow both of them. Him and his wife, Dana Chanel, was creator of Sprinkle of Jesus app, co-founder of Jumpin' Jack Tax with her husband, and serial entrepreneur and social media influencer with over 800,000, I believe over 700,000, close to 800,000 followers on Instagram. I'm jealous. Nehemiah Davis, award-winning author, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, and of course, David Sims, proprietor and artist of Eatible Delights Catering, and one of our sponsors. We then went on to our panel of collaborative communities with David Brown, who is, again, creator of this idea, spoke with Natasha Benjamin, senior social media strategist for the Brownstein Group. Brownstein Group is also one of our sponsors. Gabriella Rosca, a new friend of mine. We connected instantly, from engagement manager from Philly Counts, 2020 Census. Tanya Morris, president and founder of Mom Your Business. Ajina Amir, director of the Mayor's Office of Public Engagement. Michael Warren, registered representative, managing Money God's Way Ministry. And William Bronner. We then went to a panel on, I think it was Next Steps for the Black Community. And that was with Solomon Jones, radio show host, TV host, CNN commentator, author, and columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Radio 1 community engagement director, community affairs director, and he has his own show on WURD. Then we spoke with Angela McIver, CEO of Fair Housing Rights Center in Southeastern PA, Sharito Morales, community organizer and nurse, Providence Center, Francia Moore, learning manager, Prosperity Agenda. It's important that we highlight these folks because they gave of their time, they gave of their expertise, they gave so much to this mission and made today possible. We then went into Emancipated Mind and Body, which is the brainchild of Keisha Howell and my bestie, Catherine Devereaux. Thank you so much for bringing us this powerhouse panel. Keisha Howell, phenomenal job as a host, teacher, educator, interior designer, and event planner at Bold Hughes. Dr. Mario Bouquet, psychologist and Columbia University graduate at Columbia University. So Dr. Mark Anthony Gooden, Christian Johnson, Endeavor Professor of Education Leadership, Teachers College at Columbia University. Dr. Chris Purnell, Strategic Integration and Health Equity Officer, University Hospital of Newark, New Jersey. And what I just learned today, also a dope spoken word artist and dancer. Fadi, I am going to sadly butcher your name, O.G. Carey, Director of Curriculum and Instruction at Great Oaks Legacy Charter School, and Anastasia Neely, Elementary School Educator, Ideation Tutoring. Then we have our last two panels. Next Steps for Black Men, which Rushion McDonald brought yet another powerhouse panel together Stephen A. Smith, journalist, Sports Center, commentator of ESPN's First Take. Dontre Whitfield unfortunately could not be with us today, but it was for a good cause. Emmy-nominated veteran TV and film actor of Stars and Queen Sugar on OWN Network and author of Male vs. Man, a critically acclaimed book that's out now and trending #1 on Amazon. Go and buy it. And then, of course, yours truly, Quentin the Poet, actor, activist, poet, and executive director of We the People Stage. So humbled to be in their presence. It was such a treat. And then we have our storytellers, which you just heard from. Michelle. Okay, here we go. Hector Nunez, founder of Water Ice. Go follow them on Instagram, listen to their podcast, dope. Michelle Histon, executive director of BPHL, an event that I think a lot of the speakers here may be interested in participating in, and director of innovation at the Independence Blue Cross. Jimmy White, speaker, advocate, veteran, and minister, also with the Travis Manion Foundation, and Dr. Guthrie Ramsey, who just dropped that really powerful music video, which I don't know if you premiered it here, but if you premiered it here, then thank you so much for that blessing. Musician of the album Musicology, phenomenal album, and professor at the University of Pennsylvania. So thank you once again to Brownstein Group, our sponsors, Tyranny, Healthcast, Eatable Delights, Juno Search, Temple University, and our community partner, She Will Win. Without further ado, I'm gonna bring y'all to the stage so that we can drink a little bit and engage. But actually, I just told a fib. So next steps, this is the Reopening Philly Leadership Summit. So this really is just the beginning. We have a lot of work still to do. And part of the mission of this was to convene leaders, convene our community, bring us all together, have the conversation that sometimes happens behind the scenes, behind closed doors, to the forefront, and share it with our community. Radio One is the urban media specialist, and as such, our mission is to inform, engage, and entertain. With We the People Stage, we are an inclusive digital media company at this point that seeks to raise up diverse voices in order to shape and share their stories to create a more empathetic and connected tomorrow. I believe we achieved both of those missions today. So what Radio One will be doing is editing this 6-hour program and rebroadcasting it in the days to come on some of our radio stations, which include 100.3 R&B, 103.9 hip hop, Classics 107.9, and Praise HD2. I will provide for you a couple ways that you can support We the People Stage. We have a short film that is premiering tonight called Breathe, which actually speaks to the social unrest that we've been experiencing and documents some of those protests and the leaders that lead those protests and some of the protesters themselves and their personal stories. You'll also have the option to support our community inclusive media company on Patreon at patreon.com/Quentin the Poet. You will have a chance if you become, sorry for going off screen, but if you become a patron of $30 or more, you can have one of these brandly, freshly minted We the People Stage t-shirts that say, speak up, stand up, speak out, and let your voice be heard. And lastly, you can, of course, purchase the shirt on our website at wethepeoplestage.co/merch if you just want to make a one-time purchase. It's a way to, all the proceeds goes back into the media that we create. So I just put that into the chat feature. Thank you to our sponsors once again. And now I'm gonna bring our attendees to the stage one by one. So please bear with me as I do so. Feel free to unmute yourself. Feel free to turn on your camera. Feel free to grab a smoothie or a beverage of choice, and let's chat. I know we're right at 6 o'clock, so I understand if people have to go. I would be remiss if I did not announce that 103.9 Hip Hop 103.9 is hosting a virtual graduation today. And it's a opportunity for us to celebrate. It's right on Juneteenth. We also want to make sure that our local graduates have a way to celebrate their success and their achievement with some really amazing and really special guests, which I will speak a little bit more on in just a minute as I pull up the emails that our dear promotions director, Anthony Sellers, sent over. Here we go. So don't forget to make your way to @1039 Hip Hop Instagram page tonight at 7 p.m. for the Hip Hop 103.9 No Cap virtual graduation presented by Boost Mobile and the U.S. Army, going down on Instagram Live, hosted by Paris Nicole, DJ Caution, DJ A Boogie, and music by DJ Brand. Plus, Yo Gotti, Sawadi, Chloe and Hallie, Vivio, Foreign, G Herbo, Bia, and Flip De Niro will be all tapping in to salute all 2020 grads. We are the culture. Thank you for that little promo, for bearing with me there as I struggled through that. I don't know some of those artist names, but I'm sure they poppin'. I'm 32, y'all. I'm apparently old. I don't know people. But Chloe and Hallie has a best-selling album that Beyonce just boosted and promoted. So I know y'all know them. They are beautiful young sisters that are also on the show Mixed Dish. My roommates are here. Hey. I don't know if y'all laughing at my silliness, but you know I get a little loopy at night. So bear with me. It's been a long day. All right. That's everyone. Hey. How's it going? Someone want to kick us off? Don't be shy. Come on, talk, engage.
I'm here. I'm always ready to talk. I'm ready to
talk. Come on, kick us off.
Today was a crazy day, man. Like, you know, one of the most powerful moments. And I don't know what you. I'm curious what you think was like one of the most powerful moments. But do you remember when Sharito, when she told her story about her being detained by the police and being sexually assaulted, and then there being no repercussions for it? Like that, like stopped me like in my tracks. Like, cause you hear about it, but when you actually hear someone's personal perspective about it, it became real, like right in that moment. That was like crazy.
Yeah, it's sadly a all too common occurrence. And from what I understand, as I said, my father is a retired FBI agent, so sometimes I heard stories from a very young age that maybe most kids aren't exposed to, but this has been happening since slavery, you know, rape from people in positions of power where the rape victim doesn't have a voice. Who are you gonna call? She said. Sharito said, who are you gonna call when you're raped by the very people that are supposed to protect you? And they have the ear of law enforcement, not just law enforcement, but of the legal system, right? So that was a very, very powerful story. It resonated with me too. I see you unmuted yourself, Hector.
I'm just taking it all in. I missed what like the other speakers, but I know a few of them personally. I know they do a great job, and they do a lot of community and outreach. So I thought that was real cool. I liked how you had everything eclectic and different points of view, different walks of life. So that was awesome. I can't wait to see the recap of everything.
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to that. That's what I'm really looking forward to check out. But yeah, I mean, I just appreciate everybody that tuned in. I got a couple texts and whatnot, so that was cool getting like some support and doing this. So I know, again, it was great of you even putting this together. You know, I know it's hard at working with people's schedules and things like that.
Oh yeah, brother. It was a little nutty, especially people working from home. They're like, look, bro, I got my cat in the background, got my dog, I got my baby on my lap, Jimmy trying to eat cooked food, you know. Look, if Stephen A. Smith just got done with knee surgery. Don Trey is on CNN, unable to join the call, but you know, all in all, it went smoothly. I'm grateful that it's done. I can go to bed. Liz and Connor, no, I have not been sleeping for a month. Oh Lord, but I want to answer your question, Jimmy. One of the most memorable moments for me was this powerful, all the panels were so powerful, and I felt that it was divinely ordered because each panel folded and built on one another. So starting with money-making conversations, COVID-19 impacting businesses, impacting each of us. I personally have experienced, received a 35% pay cut, but I'm better off than a lot of people who have lost their jobs. If you work in the restaurant industry, they're just beginning to open up, right? But still, it's limited capacity, limited seating. That means limited jobs. There's people, Dr. Chris T. Purnell, she mentioned that she lost her father due to the pandemic. And, you know, so there were conversations about, wait, what can we do now? Stephen A. Smith said, this is not a moment, this is a movement, but what's next, right? And I think that question was always coming up in each one of the panels. And so what I heard from the very first conversation, money-making conversations with Rushion McDonald, is Nehemiah Davis, he coaches people on how to build a business on social media and digital platforms, how to create multiple streams of income. So this can be an opportunity for you. Danish now and Prince Donnell mentioned that they have seen the most business than they have ever since their business was founded, because they were well positioned as a mostly digital company, and they only opened their first storefront shortly before COVID. So it was almost entirely digital. And David Sims also spoke to how his business has pivoted and enhanced their reach with their delivery service of their catering meals. So then it just built on that collaborative communities. Okay, how do we take these different skill sets and leverage each other's lane, right? We don't all have to do the same thing, but we need to do a better job at connecting with one another. And as a community organizer personally, it's so valuable, right? To have that skill of an organizer to help connect people and say, hey, Michelle, you're doing this fantastic festival. I know you expressed to me these needs and these asks. I know these people who fit right in. I think you guys should have a conversation. The city is doing that. Gabby from Philly Counts, they created the Community Response Captain program, which my nerdy self, you know, Connor and Liz saw me get all excited. Oh, I got this t-shirt. But they really created a structure for the community and diverse voices to share information about how to get the message out about the importance of the 2020 census, right? By involving people, by creating that collaborative space. And then we went into quite a number of things. I think I actually missed our dating panel when I was doing all my thank yous and stuff like that. But it just built one on top of the other. So when we ask the question, what more can be done and what more can we do? I think it really comes from these sort of conversations. It comes from collaboration. It comes from sharing the wisdom that other people share with us on social media. We share it through conversations, word of mouth. We share it by showing up for them. In this case, the Brownstein Group and Juno Search and Eatable Delights and HealthCast Media showed up financially and supported this initiative. It's a business. Radio One's a business, so if it don't make money, it doesn't make sense. So we all know that saying, and thankfully for our financial sponsors, this made sense for Radio One. I also, well, before we open it back up to discussion, I'd be remiss if I did not thank a number of individuals. This event was made possible through a communal effort. So thank you to Jay Dixon, our program director, who was a huge champion of this idea internally. Ezio Torres, our general manager at Radio One, who made this happen, who gave the final sign off and added a lot of ideas himself. Sean Sams, my direct supervisor, who has supported this event and me from the very first moment that we met, and now we're good friends. with Sam Omar, my brother, and mentee, Amir Foster, another Temple Made guy and online editor at Radio 1, Paris Nicole, for giving us a great idea of the dating, nightlife, and COVID seminar that Mina Say What hosted with Mercedes and Erica and Lloyd. Thank you to David Brown for the idea and for the support and the connections. Thank you to Melinda Ramos and Princess Cat, Melinda from Brownstein Group and Princess from Tyranny, who, again, tireless advocates of this concept and of this idea, who got their organizations to really support. There's no small thing, and institutional change is kind of difficult, right? We were talking about momentum. So to be able to have that support from an institution as big as those two is huge. And I know it was maybe not the easiest ask, but they got it done. Juno Search, Healthcast Media, thank you. Eatible Delights, thank you for sponsoring us. Temple University, thank you so much. Gabby Raska from Philly Counts, she's been a tireless supporter of our organization, We the People Stage. She will win. Thank you for spreading the word. BPHL, thank you so much for being with us. Philly Ad Club, thank you for sharing the graphic and this event in your newsletter. And hey, Gabby, I see you're back. Thank you to Rushion McDonald, Jason Harris, and Samantha Taylor for helping them bring together all of these amazing panelists. Thank you to Catherine Devereaux, one of my besties, who just has been fact-checking and proofreading and helping to format the websites and all the stuff that I am not good at. Thank you to Visit Philly, Andrew Bernardin, our strategist out in LA, also Temple Made, and to last but not least, Juan Pinto, Olivia McCormick, Chaz Gill, our intern and community coordinator, and DJ Banks, who have put in sleepless nights to make this happen and make sure that we were as on point as we possibly could be with such a short turnaround. So thank you all so, so much. I will shut up and get a drink, but I want to reopen the floor to everyone else. No one's drinking. That's kind of making me sad. I want a happy hour.
Liquor stores are like closed. It's tough.
Okay, Michelle. Yes, Michelle. Let me go get my beer.
There you go. I got a question. So we're talking about reopening Philly. Like, what is everybody like really like? What's your number one thing? Like, once it reopens, like I'm in it. Like I'm gonna be there. Like, what's your spot? Like, what's the number one thing you want to do when we reopen?
I would have to say probably either hit up like a beer garden, or when they have, I don't know if they probably canceled them already, but when they have the outdoor movies.
Oh yes.
But I wanted to ask people, like kind of like on a same note, kind of different twist, but what was the one thing you took for granted that now that we went through this, that before, like the small thing, maybe a small liberty that was taken away, that maybe you could get back now during this quarantine? That was the one thing. Like,
I would say Grindr.
Yeah.
I wasn't taking advantage of it. I was working too hard, and now that I'm single, I'm like, yo, holla at your boy.
Mine is grocery shopping. Like, number one, I don't grocery shop. My wife is amazing. She does the grocery shopping. But like one time I had to go grocery shopping and I got into the supermarket and like I saw people without masks. I saw people like they couldn't follow the arrows. Like, it's the arrows, like follow the arrow. Like, what are we doing here? And which I typically never get, I had like an anxiety attack inside of a grocery store. And I called my wife up and I was like, I just need to get out of here. Like, tell me what the most important thing is. I'm gonna get that, and then I'm out of here. Like, I can't deal. That was like the social distance. They messed up the supermarket for me. They messed up the supermarket. And I love food. You can ask anybody. Jimmy loves food.
I also like the movie theaters too.
I miss hugging people.
Aww.
Me and my people are huggers, right? So like, you know, the people in your life that you love and care about, when you see them from 6 feet away, and you know, that human contact is important.
That's true. Like even like for guys, like may not hug as much, but dapping somebody up, like what's up, man, going on, like that it's almost like a cultural nuance, like automatic. You and since you're a kid, it's instilled with you, like just dapping people up. And now it's like, like, are we ever gonna get back to that? Like, how's that gonna work? You know what I mean? Like now it's just like forever changed. It's never gonna be the same. So that's weird.
That's so weird for me too. I'm a hugger. I'm a cuddler. I also, you know, dapping and just like real casual touch. Like if I'm talking to someone, I might just be like, you know, rest my hand on their shoulder, or, you know, our space at We the People stage is also very, very affirming. So like the oral or auditory like affirmations and like, as you would say in the church, right, Jimmy? Can church just say amen? You know, that's great, but it's different when you're in your home by yourself. It's like, I didn't recognize I talk to myself so often. Maybe I need to work on that. So I miss the physical contact too, not just Grindr.
I was gonna be real shallow. I miss my hairdresser. You got some to my roots here. I miss my eyelashes. Like the men won't understand that, but whew, it's real.
Look, the shape up. You know, black men, we need to get that line up, real crisp.
My line is like, my line looks like Africa. Like this is like a
what?
The East Coast of Africa over here. Like I don't know what to do with this.
Oh, it looks like the continent Africa. I misinterpreted what you said.
No. Actually, I
said you can't be throwing shade on Africa on Juneteenth.
Look, I had a kid. I do an exercise that I call the epic rap battle, where I tell the kid to like say the meanest things they can to me, and like I say nice stuff, and like typically like after the third or fourth time, like the kid stops saying mean stuff because it doesn't feel comfortable, right? Like a normal kid. But here I'm in like child school in South Philly. And this kid said, you know, your hairline looked like the coastline of South America. And I said, what? I said, my hairline? I said, you had, like, that was the coldest line I ever heard in my life. And I learned to not play that game anymore with the kids because my feelings got hurt.
You know, kids can be real.
Oh, yeah, look, they spit fire. They spit fire.
They'll tell you exactly what they think. And I'm like, why do you even think that? Like, why did that even go across your mind? I don't, the fact that went across your heart is hurtful in and of itself. Hey, Jesus.
They are true spitters.
So, Hector, Sean Sam says, what's up?
What's up? What's going on?
You said you're the homie.
I owe him?
You the homie.
Oh, you're the homie. Oh, I said I owe him. I was like, what?
Nah. Right? Where my money at?
Do you? Sounds like guilt.
Has anybody even gone out to eat yet?
No, I've been in this chair for 6 hours. You know how when you're in an airplane seat and your butt starts to hurt? I'm just like, that getting up for a beer was really, really helpful.
I mean, in general, like restaurants opening up and stuff.
Oh, yeah, you didn't need to know all that about me.
I mean, like I tested the waters yet because I've been like just straight cooking. I haven't like really gone out yet, so I'm still a little apprehensive.
I walked to the garage. I live in Fishtown, so the garage is like that. Oh, hey, cat. She was well behaved.
My cat on the table, and my dog's next to me. Yep.
He was well behaved during your story.
He was good.
It's happy hour now, so it's like it's my turn.
All right.
But yeah, I just went to garage because you can drink on the streets now. So garage is kind of broy. I got one of those like Kool-Aid packs with alcohol in it, and I got a little tipsy, a little sauced on the corner of Gerard and what is that? Front Street? I don't know.
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You been there too?
I used to live in Fishtown.
Okay.
That was just like an abandoned area that before it was a garage. But I mean, like, if we can prove that we can handle it, they should just let the deck to continue to be able to drink outside, drinks to go. Like the state get rid of the liquor stores, get privatized, things like that. Like it's about time. That should be like another movement in itself. Like,
right, as long as we stay socially
Florida
distant.
type of thing where it's like you can go to a grocery store or whatever. It's insane right now. It's crazy.
You know, I really started feeling like I was back down south, because when you're down south, it's like when I was living in Charlotte, my parents live in Gaffney, South Carolina. Sabrina has a Kool-Aid garage story. Sabrina and I we used to get into all kinds of fun situations. So all kinds of like strange, what the WTF, like we would just have fun. But I miss you too, boo. I miss you too. So yeah, my parents live in the South, in Gaffney, South Carolina. It's like 2 people per square mile. And so when you go to the grocery store, everyone's like, hey, how are you? And they actually genuinely want to know, because it's like their social hour. And I started feeling like that in Philly. Like people would ask how I am, and I'm like, this is weird, but it's nice. I don't want that to go away.
I gotta make dinner for the children, but thank you so much. I'm gonna sign off. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna hit you up for BPHL, so I'll be sending you.
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks so much for joining us and sharing your story.
Thanks. See you guys.
See ya. All right, Sabrina, what's up? How you been?
Oh, I've been going crazy in Rochester, New York.
Oh, go Rochester.
Yeah.
Well, are you like, I don't know what your situation is. Do you have roommates? Are you living with just yourself?
Oh, I'm living with a boyfriend, but all my jobs got canceled in the pandemic, so I've been spending a lot of time at home. But I'm moving to Los Angeles with Audra in a few weeks.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we're moving in together.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, you'll have to come visit.
I will. Oh, you don't have to tell me twice. Especially with flights being so cheap. I hope they stay cheap.
Yeah,
I'll be
totally.
there. So when are you moving?
In a few weeks, actually. I'm going to drive all my stuff there.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna sign off, guys. But it was so cool hanging out with you guys. We appreciate you. Jack, you want to say bye-bye? You say bye-bye?
Peace, bruh.
Bye.
All right, I think that's our show today. Thank you so much for putting your energy in the room, making this happen. This was fun. I enjoyed your company. Thank you so much for bringing this to life. This was awesome.
See you guys.
Appreciate it.
See you.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one, man.
You too. Stay safe. Yeah, we'll catch up.